Chapter 1, Gemini Fox. Chapter 1 Gemini Fox. British, London suburbs, Holy Cross Welfare Institute. 6 inches long, ash wood, extremely tough. Range up to 20 meters. This is my latest slingshot, it starts at £1. In the yard, a black-haired, blue-eyed boy was sitting next to the flower bed, holding a slingshot in his hand, and shouting to the surrounding children. The boy is very handsome. The girls' onlookers are all focused on his face. Only the boys are staring fiercely at the slingshot in his hand. Gemini, £1, I want it. A boy raised his chest proudly. With this slingshot, he is the prettiest cub in the kids' group, and Jenny will probably look at him admiringly. Although £1 is a large number for him, it is equivalent to half a month's pocket money, but in order to become the most beautiful cub in the crowd, he can afford it. £1 at a time. A smile appeared at the corner of Gemini's mouth. Lyle gives £1, does anyone ask for a price? I'll add 10 pence. The yelling sounded, and he was a boy with a stronger body. Grice pays £1 and 10 pence. Very good, £1 and 10 pence at a time. Hearing someone bid a price with him, the boy named Lyle before gritted his teeth, 20. £1 and 20 pence, is there any higher? Grice raised his chest, £1 and 30 pence. £1 and 30 pence, is anyone offering a higher price? Gemini looked around with a smile in his eyes. Gladstone was not happy, hurry up. Gemini. You are raising the price in disguise. Gemini was stunned, and spread out his hands innocently, raise the price? Is the price high? No, no, no. No one really thinks that the price of £1 and 30 pence is very high, right? £1 and 40 pence. Lyle blushed and screamed while pulling his neck. Just now, the girl named Jenny looked at him and smiled. Gemini pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. He likes to make deals with this kind of dog-licking boy. As long as the girl they like is nearby, they will squeeze all the money in their pockets, and they will bite the bullet and buy it. For young boys of this age, it is the time to save face. Forget it, the price almost squeezed Lyle's wallet, and Grice estimated that he should not be able to spend more money, and Gemini decided to stop there. £1 and 40 pence once. £1 and 40 pence twice, £1 and 40 pence 3 times. Ha! Congratulations, Lyle, the slingshot is yours. Gemini smiled like a spring breeze, handed the slingshot to Lyle, and accepted all Lyle's property in the other's reluctant gaze. Looking at Lyle who was playing with slingshots and playing with pebbles with envy, Grice turned sourly to leave, but before he turned and left, Gemini pressed his shoulders. Don't hurry, Gile, I think this two-finger tiger should suit you well. Easily, another £20 bill. Capital, since it came into this world, from head to toe, every pore has dripped blood and dirty things, but I just like it. Gemini leaned against the fence of the flower garden, his slender fingers flipped a 10 coin flexibly, his smile slyly like a little fox who stole a chicken. Children's money is really good. A simple panel appeared in the line of sight. On the panel, there was a picture of the white wax slingshot and the original price, 20 pence. This is an arms shop, which contains all the items that can be used in battle or war, whether it is Newtons, magic, or fighting horses, all kinds of things can be bought. The usage of the system is also very simple, as long as you have money. From Gemini's life to the present, this system has never said a word. It has always maintained a dirty money relationship with Gemini. It has never released any messy tasks. You pay, I ship, and everyone is safe. It is good. What a refreshing and unpretentious system. In just a few years of primary school career, Gemini has used this system to accumulate more than £15,000 of wealth. In this era of Britain, this is almost equivalent to an ordinary person's 2-year salary. As for selling slingshots and wooden knives to elementary school students, this kind of thing is not cold. Gemini looks very open, making money, not shabby. Now he has nothing but handsome, and it's not the time to talk about face and shame. 20 years of experience in the last life made him clearly know that only when he is full can he have the strength to stand up and earn face. A total of £5 and 10 pence. Counting the money earned today, Gemini fell back on the lawn and rolled comfortably. Earning £5 in the early morning, it sounds like a lot, but in the next few days, Gemini will not make much money. The children in the orphanage basically don't have much pocket money, and they are almost squeezed by Gemini. The boys in the school have more or less traded with Gemini, one by one, they are poor. The market is too small and there are too few customers. Perhaps you should always go to Surrey County next door if you are fine? I heard that there are a lot of wealthy people there, and children also have a lot of pocket money on hand. Gemini. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. Sister Linda came to the yard, looked around, looking for Gemini. Here, what's wrong? What's the matter? Standing up from the lawn, Gemini came to Sister Linda's side. Don't always lie on the lawn, it's easy to get sick. Sister Linda smiled gently, and rubbed Gemini's head with her hand, and then handed him an envelope, with your letter. Do you have any pen pals, or do you mean, you are in love? Sister Linda said, she couldn't help giggling. Letter? For me? Gemini looked surprised. Who would write to an orphan? Another orphan? Holy Cross Welfare Institute, room 201, Mr. Gemini Fox received. Looking at the words on the parchment envelope, Gemini shrugged, there is no doubt that this letter is addressed to me. The envelope is made of heavy parchment paper, and the address is written in emerald green ink without a stamp. Without stamps, maybe someone made a prank? By the way, are there still parchment papers these days? Isn't it an antique? Turning the envelope in his hand, there was a wax seal, a shield crest, and a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounded by the capital H. Wow wow wow! Gemini raised his eyebrows, look at what I received. For this letter, Gemini is not very surprised. Even if he crosses the belt system, nothing is happening now that he can produce too much emotional fluctuations unless it is a large amount of money. Do you know where this is from? Sister Linda looked at Gemini with concern. Maybe which old school's admission notice? Gemini smiled, and did not rush to open the envelope. School. Sister Linda smiled gently, I think Smeeting Middle School is a good fit for you, but you are so smart. It is not impossible to have other schools invite you to enroll. You should think about it yourself. Tell me if you need help. Thank you, Sister Linda. Nodded to the gentleman Sister Linda, Gemini returned to the room and opened the envelope full of the atmosphere. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Federation of Wizards, the first-level magician of the Merlin Jazz Regiment, the chief magician of Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Fox, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st, and we will be waiting for your owl before July 31st to bring your reply. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Swear in the Name of Lyle. Chapter 2 Swearing in the Name of Lyle. There is a checklist at the end of the letter, which lists all the items Gemini needs to go to school. Undoubtedly, this is a very formal letter of acceptance from Hogwarts. In such a calm morning, in such a calm way, there is no drama in front of me. Tucked the letter back into the envelope, Gemini fell back on the lawn, looking like nothing to do. He knows that from now on, he just needs to wait. It is impossible for Hogwarts to send only an owl to notify him of enrollment. Most of the time, he has to send an older cat lady. As for whether or not to go to Hogwarts to go to school, there is no need to be hypocritical. It is still necessary to go. Anyway, this kind of thing is probably not something he can't do if he doesn't want to. Hey, Gemini, Do you still have a slingshot? Gemini was wandering outside the sky when he heard a sound in his ear. Turning his head lazily, a strong boy appeared in his sight, looking at him condescendingly. The boy's name is Filet, and Steak is the same name. It is Gemini's leeks, but it's not a high-quality leeks. If you want a slingshot, you still have it. If you are cheaper, how about £1.20? Gemini didn't mean to get up, so he just lay on the ground. I recently made a new friend. He is very good at playing. He will also go to Smeating Middle School in the future. You should go there too, Gemini. Philip looked at Gemini. After that it will be our turf, you should know something. Hey! Gemini finally sat up and looked at Philly with a gentle gaze. What you mean, you don't want to pay? Philly hugged his arms and snorted, as if he had realized the evolution of life level, with an arrogant look. Gemini sighed and shrugged helplessly. In this case, then you come with me. Take Philip all the way to a secluded and quiet small garden in the suburbs. The small garden seems to have been left out for a while, and the vegetation is very lush. Philly looked around, greedy light gleaming in the little glasses. Did you hide everything here? That's not the case, it's just that I just discovered such a place a few days ago. The owner of the garden seems to be busy with work and doesn't come often, so I occasionally come here to take a nap or something. Gemini turned around and looked at Philip with a smile. A metal baseball bat appeared in his hand at some unknown time. You know, not everyone has the money to buy my goods, so some people will play badly. Idea. Have you ever thought, why don't others come to grab my things? What do you mean? Philip's face turned white, with a faint premonition. Mr. Philip Wilson, this is not for hiding things, but for Tibetans. Still with a gentle smile on Gemini's face, he took the club and walked towards the pale-faced Philip. The screams sounded in the small garden, but due to the location in the suburbs, the screams did not attract anyone's attention. A few minutes later, Philip was lying on the ground like a dead pig, crying. Gemini sat on Philip, cheerfully counting the pocket money exploited from Philip. £2.10, is it still a big money? Gemini smiled and took the money into his arms, stood up and kicked Philip, who had a swollen nose. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Gemini followed the voice and looked at it. A little girl was standing under an old tree, pinching her waist and glaring at herself. The little girl looked about the same age as Gemini, with tousled brown hair, and her front teeth looked a bit big, only her small face was fair and beautiful. I am. Is there anything that bothers you? Gemini asked gently. Of course, this is my garden. You are a private house, and if I read it right, you should be beating that little fat man. This is illegal. The little girl rolled her eyes, and said eloquently, her momentum was not weak at all. That's really bothering you, I'm very sorry, I'm leaving now. Gemini didn't intend to argue with her, pulled one of Philip's legs, turned, and left. Wait, you can't go. The little girl stopped in front of Gemini aggressively. I think you should apologize to him. It's wrong to hit someone. Gemini smiled politely. My name is Lyle, what's your name? Hermione Granger. It's an honor to see you, Miss Granger. Gemini laughed, a familiar name, but it had nothing to do with him. I can swear to you, the cause of this incident is not mine. But you still hit him. Hermione frowned and glanced at Philip, and the hit was very serious. I have always made a sense of action. That means you have done this kind of thing more than once. Life always needs a wonderful condiment. Gemini shrugged. Even if you say that, it happened in my garden. I can't assume that I didn't see it. Hermione looked serious. Once you type him into something wrong, our family will also be responsible. I must tell my parents. In that case. Jennifer sighed, well then, I'll be waiting for you here. Don't lie to me, if I turn around and leave, you will definitely run away. Hermione didn't believe his nonsense, and looked at Gemini with guard. Gemini put up 3 fingers with a serious face. In the name of Lyle, I swear that if I run, Lyle will not die. Hermione always felt something weird when he listened to him, but she couldn't say it, but she had already made such a poisonous oath, she couldn't say anything more, and hurriedly left to find her parents. As soon as Hermione left, Gemini turned around and pulled the crying Philip and left. Ryle is not dead, what's up with me, Gemini? A few minutes later, Hermione took her parents to the small garden and looked at the empty surroundings. The little girl shivered and chilled with anger. On the other side, throwing the crying Feli on the side of the road, Gemini walked towards the orphanage refreshedly. This, Professor McGonagall, you mean, you want to cultivate a wizard in the Lord's orphanage? Holy Cross Welfare Institute, inside the dean's office. The dean of the priest wore a rosacea and looked at the figure on the opposite side of the desk with ugly eyes. It was a black-haired woman in an emerald green woolen coat. Judging from her face alone, she would be at least over 50 years old, but she didn't have a trace of twilight. She looked healthy, black. His hair was meticulously twisted behind his head, and he confronted the priest dean with a serious expression. This is the most suitable future for him. Children of his age are at the time when their magic power grows the fastest. If they are not cultivated and guided, they will definitely cause serious hidden dangers. Did anyone tell you that you look like a third-rate liar? You heresy! The priest dean looked at Professor McGonagall aggressively. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. She has experienced this situation many times before, and she is not yet angry about it. Silently took out his wand from his arms and shook it against the cabinet in the corner. The door of the cabinet opened immediately. A few bottles of whiskey flew out of the cabinet and landed on the priest's desk, neatly arranged. Become a row. Did anyone tell you that alcoholic is not suitable to be the dean of the orphanage, and even less suitable to be a priest? Father Dean looked at the neat row of wine bottles in front of him, and fell silent. If I can, I want to see the child first, can I? End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Hog Fucking. Chapter 3 Hogging Fuck. Introduce yourself. My name is Minerva McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor at Hogwarts. You can call me Professor McGonagall. As soon as Gemini returned to the orphanage, he met Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting for a long time. Because Muggle-born students are enrolled every year. For Muggle families who have never been in contact with the magical world, someone needs to communicate and help them buy the books and other things they need for admission, so this is the place every year. At that time, Professor McGonagall was the busiest period of time. My name is Gemini Fox, hello, and it is an honor to meet you, Professor McGonagall. Gemini gently bowed towards Professor McGonagall, gracefully like a little gentleman. Professor McGonagall looked at Gemini, a smile flashed in his eyes. Her first impression of Gemini is very good, polite, and handsome people are popular everywhere. I think you should have read our letter to you, Mr. Fox. Professor McGonagall said, you are a little wizard, do you know? I don't know. Gemini smiled, but I can accept it. Then you agree to go to Hogwarts? Professor McGonagall asked. Gemini's attitude made her feel very comfortable, and she did not encounter any trouble after this trip. The whole process was unexpectedly smooth. Gemini nodded, if it's learning magic, then I would love it. Professor McGonagall finally laughed. Without the seriousness and rigidity he had just mentioned, his smile looked gentle. Hogwarts is the greatest magic school. You will love it there. Get ready. I will pick you up tomorrow morning and go to Diagon Alley to buy supplies for your future school. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Professor McGonagall asked. Gemini shook his head, saying too many words must be lost. At this time, there is no need to say too much. The only thing he has to do is to behave like an ordinary child, and it is best to be smart. Sent away Professor McGonagall, Gemini stood at the gate of the orphanage for a long time without saying a word. The figure of the priest Dean appeared behind Gemini. He looked at Gemini's back and snorted drunkenly, "So, what are you really going to go to? Hogwarts." "That's right, Hogfucks. Gemini. You are the smartest kid in the yard, Gemini." The dean of the priest touched Gemini's little head. "It's also the most worrying one. Since you were a child, I didn't worry much about you." "Yes, because you don't need it at all. You have your own goals and a clear self-awareness. You even saved a lot of money. I know that even this time, you will definitely do it for your future. Ready to prepare." Gemini looked up at the priest Dean. "Will you blame me? I mean, I should be considered a heresy." "No." The priest laughed. "Nothing can stop a man from embarking on a journey of life. The priest can't, and the Lord can't. Isn't the Lord Almighty?" Gemini laughed. "Of course, when necessary, the Lord is omnipotent." The priest took a sip with a small hip flask, and then drunkenly nodded towards Gemini. "But to be honest, you won't blame you when you are a wizard master. After all, wizards really exist, although I believe the Lord also exists, but after all I haven't seen him, and I'm not familiar with him either." The dean whispered and turned and left. Gemini looked at the old man in a daze and grinned. Early the next morning, when Gemini had finished breakfast, Professor McGonagall appeared at the entrance of the orphanage. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." "Good morning, Mr. Fox." Professor McGonagall brought a smile to the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly towards Fox. "As I thought, it seems that the drunk priest did not intend to accompany you to Diagon Alley. Here, the wizard is a heresy, but when it comes to Diagon Alley, it is the site of the wizard. I don't think he would want to see wizards all over the street." Gemini smiled gently. "That's right." Professor McGonagall laughed. "Then, come with me, Mr. Fox, someone is already waiting for us." Professor McGonagall said, turning his body sideways. Gemini saw two cars parked on the other end of the street behind Professor McGonagall. Behind the window of one of the cars, Gemini saw Hermione with her angry face flushed. "It's really, where do you not meet in life?" However, Gemini did not expect this situation, so he still behaved calmly, so he followed Professor McGonagall into the car. "Lyle! You let me, Dove! You swore that you would wait." As soon as the two got into the car, Hermione couldn't help but screamed, her voice full of anger, staring at Gemini angrily. "You, no Lyle!" Gemini looked at Hermione with a strange expression. Hermione looked at Gemini angrily. "Don't pretend to be there. Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall turned to look at Hermione. "This is Mr. Fox, Gemini Fox. My brother is Lyle." Gemini looked at Hermione with a gentle smile, and then showed a very disappointed look, but unfortunately, he has no magic talent. Hermione stopped for a moment. Did she really admit the wrong person? Are these two twins? Realizing her mistake, Hermione hurriedly apologized to Gemini. I'm sorry, I think I should be the one who admitted the mistake." Beside Gemini, Professor McGonagall gave Gemini a weird look. She has to memorize the information of the new students. Where did Gemini come from? Looking like this, Gemini should have played with Hermione and left a fake name, right? It looks gentle, but it turns out to be an uncomfortable guy. Gemini noticed Professor McGonagall's gaze and smiled wryly. Professor McGonagall shook his head helplessly. "You should really take care of your brother. I saw him beating someone in my garden yesterday." Hermione gushed about yesterday's events with Gemini, and Gemini listened to her right and left ears. Ignored Hermione's words. "He actually swears to me, saying that he will swear in Lyle's name. If he leaves, Lyle will not die." Hermione grunted and said, "Now I have to see if this oath will work. It will be honored." "No, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall seemed to think that Hermione was a little noisy, and his face was faintly impatient. "I have to tell you one thing, Mr. Fox doesn't have any blood brothers, so even if you say that Lyle will die 100 times and it won't affect him." Hermione was taken aback when she heard the words, as if she was thinking carefully about what Professor McGonagall said. A few seconds later, her entire face turned red quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her eyes were almost full of anger when she saw Gemini. On the front seat of the car, the Grangers laughed, and Gemini looked out the window with his chin, ignoring Hermione's shameful and angry gaze. "This liar!" The little girl trembled with anger. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Gillen Court. Chapter 4, Gringotts. Soon, Charing Cross Road arrived. Gemini stood at this intersection, his gaze scanned the shops on the side of the street, and finally his gaze fell on an inconspicuous dilapidated wooden door. An old broken sign hung on the wooden door, Broken Cauldron Bar. There are 2 freshmen who went to Diagon Alley with Gemini, one is Hermione, the other is Justin Finley, both of whom are from Muggle families, except for the 2, they are their parents. What makes Gemini feel very comfortable is that both parents have good self-cultivation. The Finleys are decent and the Grangers are relatively low-key. Although the 2 family classes are similar, they still have a little temperament. Different. Professor McGonagall took a few people and pushed open the door of the Broken Cauldron Bar. "Ha! Minerva, long time no see." Behind the bar, an old wizard with a hunched back and almost lost teeth greeted Professor McGonagall cheerfully. There was a lot of noise in the bar, and the air was filled with the smell of wine and oak barrels, as well as the smell of smoke. The wizards who came and went curiously looked at the 3 of Gemini, Hermione, and Justin. "Long time no see, old Tom." Professor McGonagall nodded politely, did not intend to stay, and walked towards the back of the Broken Cauldron with the people of Gemini. Several people came to a small enclosed patio. Professor McGonagall drew his wand from his arms and tapped it on the wall above the trash can. 3 blocks above the trash can, and then count 2 blocks horizontally. "I hope you can write this down so that you can come again next time." Professor McGonagall's voice fell. In the eyes of a few people, the enclosed wall of the small patio heard a rumbling sound. The red stone bricks changed their positions one by one, and the whole wall rolled away like water waves. Then, the sun shone into the small patio, and a wide archway appeared in front of everyone. The archway led to a winding cobblestone street with no end in sight. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Professor McGonagall turned around, with a smile on his always serious face. The excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Nothing can make a wizard more proud than introducing Diagon Alley to a freshman who is exposed to the wizarding world for the first time. Hermione and Justin were full of excitement and curiosity in their eyes. They gazed around. Hermione had even completely forgotten that Gemini had lied to herself before. As soon as everyone passed through the archway behind them turned into a solid wall, and the dazzling sunlight was projected on a stack of crucibles outside the door of the nearest store, emitting a light of cloth and cloth. "Take out your shopping list," Professor McGonagall reminded. "You need a crucible, made of pewter." Mr. Finley hesitated for a moment. "Do wizards also charge pounds?" "Of course not." Professor McGonagall laughed. "The wizards have a special currency. Later I will take you to the Wizard Bank Gringotts. You have to exchange it there. The currency used by the wizards is Jin Jialong. The exchange rate of silver scooters, copper nats, gallons, and pound sterling fluctuates around 1:5. As he said, Professor McGonagall looked at Gemini. "In addition, Mr. Fox, you don't need to worry about money. There is a subsidy for freshmen like you. Although there is no guarantee that you can use the best, with funding from the school board, at least you can use the new Magic Wand textbook." Gemini thought for a while, and decided to reject Professor McGonagall's kindness. Although that would save a lot of money, Gemini didn't want to wear his old robe to go to school. It didn't have the conditions. Why did he feel wronged? This money is earned, isn't it just spent? "Thank you very much for your kindness, Professor McGonagall," but I have a deposit myself." Professor McGonagall was stunned. The Finleys and Grangers also looked at Gemini a little amused. In their opinion, an 11-year-old boy just has savings, how much can he have? "I have an obligation to remind you, Mr. Fox, the price required for a bunch of new students is at least about 40 gallons, which is equivalent to half a month's salary. Are you sure you can afford it?" Professor McGonagall asked seriously. She didn't want Gemini to cause problems for insignificant face issues. Gemini nodded. 40 gallons is equivalent to about £200. With his current deposit of more than £15,000 and sprinkling water, he can easily afford this expenditure. "My current free deposit is about £2,000. Gemini smiled gently. 2,000. Mr. Finley opened his mouth in astonishment. His monthly income is only £800, which is already considered a high income. Professor McGonagall was also surprised. "Where did you get so much money?" £2,000, almost 400 gallons. Add a little bit to buy a good place in Diagon Alley, and Gemini is talking about discretionary disposal, which means that this is not all his savings. Look. He knew it by downplaying that he didn't feel distressed at all. "I'm better at making crafts, and I often sell small things." Gemini smiled and took out a slightly bloated snakeskin wallet from his arms. "Naturally, this wallet was not taken out of my arms. It is not safe for a child of this age to carry so much money with me." There are 10,000 cubic meters of storage space in Gemini's weapons store, and Gemini's money is stored in the storage space on weekdays. "I have to say, Mr. Fox, you are the most amazing kid I have ever seen at this age." Professor McGonagall looked at Gemini with affection. "Thank you for your compliment." Gemini nodded slightly to Professor McGonagall. "I'm telling the truth." Professor McGonagall pursed his lips. "Come with me, I will take you to Gringotts." Soon, everyone followed Professor McGonagall all the way to Gringotts. This is a snow-white building towering high above the surrounding shops, with a shining bronze gatehouse, and there stands a little dwarf wearing a scarlet and gold uniform that's a fairy. Small man, pointed ears, sharp teeth, and dark face. Gemini immediately thought of the goblins in the dungeon. In fact, the title of the fairy is really the Goblin. "What is that?" Justin looked at the little figure in astonishment. "Fairy." Professor McGonagall pursed his lips. "Keep as quiet as possible. They have not been very friendly." When everyone entered the door, the fairy bowed to everyone, and then a second door appeared in front of everyone, a silver door, with the following words engraved on them. "Please come in, stranger, but you have to be careful. What is the end of insatiable greed? Blindly ask, get something for nothing. Will be punished the most severely. So if you want to take away a piece of wealth that never belonged to you from our underground vault, thief, you have been warned. Beware that it's not treasure that came early, but bad retribution." The lines between the lines are full of unfriendly. Gemini laughed. Behind the gate, two fairies bowed to everyone and led them into a tall marble hall. There were about 100 fairies sitting on high stools behind a long row of counters, and some were weighing coins with copper balances. Some are checking gems with their eyepieces, while registering hastily on the big ledger. There are countless people in the hall, leading to different places, and many goblins are guiding people coming and going through these doors. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Ollivander. Chapter 5 Ollivander. Morning. Professor McGonagall said to an idle goblin, "Our new students this year need to exchange some gallons here." There was a pair of glasses hanging on the bridge of the goblin's nose. He pushed the glasses, and looked at Professor McGonagall. "Ah, Minerva McGonagall." The goblin gaze swept across Gemini and nodded slightly. "I'm glad to serve you. Then, who will come first?" "I would like to ask, what is the maximum exchange rate between British pound and gallon?" Gemini thought for a while and asked. "Up to 500 gallons per person per year, sir," said the goblin. This amount allows a wizard from a Muggle family to live a pretty good life in the wizarding world, but it will not disturb the balance of the financial market. But even so, this is not a small number. Then please help me directly exchange 500 gallons. Although it is a little over budget, it is not unacceptable. Gemini thought for a while, took out a wad of banknotes from his arms and handed it to the fairy. Considerable wealth. The goblin's eyes lit up. Considering your age, I think there should be more opportunities for us to meet in the future. Soon, the 500-gallon exchange was completed. It must be very inconvenient to carry such a large sum of money with you. Should it be deposited with us? The goblin asked politely. Are there interest? Of course there is. That still doesn't save. It doesn't matter whether there is interest or not, it doesn't matter to Gemini. It's most convenient to put the money in the space of the weapon store, although as long as it is his wealth, it can be traded no matter where, but the money in the vault, the inexplicable disappearance of money may cause turmoil. He can naturally use this bug to knock on Gringotts, but this kind of thing can only be done once, and if it is too much, it will trigger the suspicion of this group of fairies. As an arms dealer, the only goal he pursues is money, and Gringotts is the world's oldest goblin bank. For this petty profit and this group of goblins, it is obviously not worth the gain. Unless you add money. 500 gallons were handed over to Gemini, and the goblin gave Gemini a bag with a non-marking stretching curse. The attitude was obvious, and Gemini also expressed his happiness. I hope everyone can maintain this sordid financial relationship in a friendly manner. Soon, the Finleys and the Grangers also exchanged a lot of shiny gold gallons. The two exchanged 100 gallons each. According to Professor McGonagall, the money was enough for one. The freshmen have bought the supplies needed for admission. Professor, can you please help me check this non-marking stretch bag? As soon as he left Gringotts, Gemini stopped Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was stunned, and immediately smiled. Of course you can. It seems that you don't trust those fairies, but this is right. Took the non-marking stretch bag that Gemini handed over and checked it, and after repeatedly confirming that there was no additional magic or curse, Professor McGonagall returned the non-marking stretch bag to Gemini. No problem, this bag is also very practical, you can use it with confidence, Mr. Fox. Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Finley on the side looked at Gemini with envy. In terms of appearance, behavior, or work, Gemini can be said to be the most brilliant boy he has ever seen. Look at his son again. Justin stared at the chocolate sundae in the hands of the other children. Mr. Finley hesitated for a few seconds, but finally held back his restless slap. Professor McGonagall, where are we going next? Mr. Granger looked at Professor McGonagall and asked. Professor McGonagall pursed his mouth and glanced at the three Gemini with a little excitement. As a wizard, the most important thing is naturally the magic wand in his hand, isn't it? This is a small and broken store. The golden sign on the store has almost peeled off. It says, Ollivander, a well-made wand has been made since 382 BC. In the dusty glass showcase, there is a magic wand solitary on the faded purple cushion. The shop is quiet, as if this is not a shop, but a library. Stacks of long and narrow wooden boxes almost reached the roof, and the quiet environment gave people a very mysterious feeling. Morning everyone! A soft voice sounded, and an old man with silver-white hair walked out behind the pile of wooden boxes. The old man's big light eyes looked like two bright moons in the dim shop. Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander. Ah, Minerva, long time no see, fir wood, dragon heartstring, that is a magic wand that is very good at transfiguration, and the truth is so. The old man's eyes lit up and his voice softly said. Professor McGonagall nodded, a little too lazy to pay attention to this old man with his head full of wands. He muttered once every year when he saw himself. As you can see, I brought Mr. Fox, Miss Granger, and Mr. Finley to buy their wands. Oh, it's almost time. Ollivander glanced across the faces of the three Gemini. I hope the wand I made can help you become an outstanding and great wizard. He took out a long tape measure with silver scales from his clothes pocket, measured the height and waist circumference and other data for the three of them separately, and then asked, which side of the few dominated hands? The answer is unified, everyone is right-handed. In my shop, most of the wand cores are made of unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and fire dragon heart nerves. This is the experience I have summed up over the years. These three substances are used to transmit magic. This is also the essence of these wands. Every Ollivander wand is unique, because there are no two unicorns, fire dragons, or phoenixes that are exactly the same. Of course, if you use a wand that should belong to another wizard, it will never have such a good effect. I hope several people can remember one thing, the wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander babbled, drew one from the stack of wooden boxes, took out a magic wand and handed it to Finley. Willow, unicorn hair, 11 inches. Finley took the wand, his face was puzzled. Ollivander raised his chin, wave it. Call. A gentle breeze blew across the room, and Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my vision is as precise as ever. Getting the wand, Justin was overjoyed, and put the wand in the wooden box like a baby. The figure of the old man walked through the fortress formed by stacks of wooden boxes. Soon, he took out another magic wand and sent it to Hermione. Walnut, dragon heartstring, 12 inches long, how about trying her? Hermione took the magic wand and waved it. Snapped. A crisp sound of cracking sounded in the room, and a vase was shattered by the red light from the tip of the stick. The cracking sound shocked everyone. It seems that the two of you are not getting along well. Ollivander took the wand back in a little embarrassment, and then began to pick and choose among the stacks of wooden boxes. Try this. Grapevine wood, dragon heartstring, 14 inches long. Hermione took the magic wand and waved it. In an instant, there was a burst of fragrance in the house, and delicate flowers bloomed all over the house. It's great, great! Ollivander's eyes sparkled with excitement. This wand is a perfect match for you. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, the ideal is to make a lot of money. Chapter 6, ideal is to make big money. Then next. Mr. Fox, it's you. Ollivander once again took out a dark wand, ebony wood, phoenix tail feathers, 12 inches long. This is a very good combination. Gemini took the wand, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and waved it casually. Boom! The explosion sounded, and a thick and dull black smoke enveloped the room. Ollivander waved his wand, the black smoke disappeared completely, and hurriedly snatched the wand from Gemini. Obviously, you are not suitable. Soon, he turned out another wooden box, took out a magic wand from it and handed it to Gemini. How about this? Firwood, dragon heartstring, yes, a wand with the same material and core as Professor McGonagall, 13.5 inches, very suitable for smart and savvy people, especially good at transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stared scorchingly at the wand in Gemini's hand. She had a good sense of Gemini, and if the material of the wand was the same, the senses would be even better. Call. The raging flame ignited Ollivander's hair for an instant, and Professor McGonagall looked disappointed. Not this! Not this! He screamed loudly, and flicked his wand, extinguishing the flame on his head. Hey! I'm very sorry, sir, are you all right? Gemini asked with concern. It's okay. Ollivander's neck stalked. I like your picky and difficult guests. It doesn't matter if you have a strange personality. I will definitely find the most suitable wand for you. After a while, Gemini tried 7 or 8 wands, but unfortunately, none of them were suitable. Try this. You would, dragon heartstring, 13 inches long. This combination is very outstanding. Generally speaking, I rarely make such a bold combination. What should I say with a wand made of yew wood? It's rare, and the chosen master is also very unusual, even the mysterious person back then, ahem, it's a pity that it was a very good magic wand. Ollivander hid behind a pile of wooden boxes, shaking his head and sighing. Wave it, just a light wave. Boom! A spring fist popped out of the tip of the stick and hit Ollivander's old face with a punch. Wow! Ollivander knocked down a stack of wands, and covered his eyes in a slightly embarrassed manner. May I help you, sir? I'm fine, I'm fine. Ollivander got up dazedly. This is the first time I have seen such a picky freshman. Professor McGonagall couldn't help looking at Gemini, but she was very happy. The more picky freshmen are generally better, although the uncertainty is also strong. Actually, I haven't encountered it a few times. Ollivander looked at Gemini with hesitation. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned and walked towards the back of the house. Soon, he took out a wooden box again, the wooden box opened, and a magic wand was lying quietly inside. This is a wand with distinct bones, with joint-like protrusions on the wand, and the whole body is straight and slender. Professor McGonagall looked at the wand and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Ollivander noticed Professor McGonagall's expression and nodded to her. Yes, you read that right. This is an elderberry wand. According to the legend, elderberry is not suitable for making a wand. There will always be people who say that this kind of wand is unlucky, and there are even legends saying, the elderberry wand will never flourish. But this argument is untenable. The main reason why the elderberry wand is not well known is because of its unruly characteristics, which makes it impossible for most wizards with little talent to use it. But it is undeniable that the elderberry wand is extremely powerful. The legendary old wand is made of elderberry. Although I would like to study that wand, that person has always refused to give me this opportunity. Ollivander sighed regretfully, but I still got some materials from my old friend Grigovish, and tried to make a few magic wands, but it seemed like a miracle that could not be replicated. Yucky's tail feathers and elderberry, one of them is not suitable for core and the other for magic wands, but it happened to be an old magic wand. I tried to use the two together, but the result was not very good. Either violently uncontrollable, or like a dull gourd, completely unusable. In desperation, I can only try other combinations. This is the only elderberry wand that I can successfully make. Although I don't know what the old wand is, the power of this wand is beyond doubt. It's more powerful than ordinary wands. Elderberry, phoenix tail feathers, 13 inches long. Gemini raised his eyebrows as soon as he reached out to take the wand. He can't feel his hand anymore, in other words, his cognition tells him that the magic wand is his hand. This is a very strange cognitive illusion, but it is not annoying. Holding the bony wand, Gemini's wrist flicked slightly, and in an instant, a dazzling golden red flame bloomed, and a bright ring of fire enveloped Gemini. The beating flame was bright and warm, illuminating after entering the entire room. It turned into a little golden light and slowly dissipated. Ha! It's so beautiful! Ollivander stared at the magic wand in Gemini's hand, and it took him a long time to look at Gemini seriously. Mr. Fox, the elder wand has always been picky, and the phoenix tail feather wand is even more so, but the loyalty of the phoenix tail feather wand is also well known in the world. This powerful and loyal wand chose you. It is foreseeable that you will have an outstanding future. Achievements. Please let me ask, do you have any ideals? Gemini played with the magic wand satisfied, and raised his head and glanced at Ollivander after hearing the words, making a lot of money. Ollivander. Vertical. And dare to insult my wand so much. How can such a good wand follow a vulgar person? Return my elderberry wand. Leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Gemini looked at the elderberry wand in his hand with excitement and disappointment. Excited is that he has fulfilled his childhood wishes in his previous life, and since today, he is also a wizard. I was disappointed that I couldn't find any artifacts made by his father or his grandfather in the Ollivander wand shop like the heroes of the same humanities. Isn't the normal unfolding that should be recognized by some lost ancient magic wand, and then the golden light suddenly appeared, and the crowd onlookers screamed 666 frantically, "This is so terrifying," then the protagonist becomes a powerful man? Although this wand is made of elderberry, it's a bit fussy and stronger, but it's still a normal wand in essence. Don't look at what Ollivander said is quite mysterious. He is a wand seller. Can he say that the wand he made is not good? What you will definitely achieve in the future. He said the same to Harry Potter. But Gemini didn't have much trouble with this matter. After all, the price of the old wand in the weapon store was only 9 gallons. That's right, as long as Gemini is willing, he can make an old magic wand wholesale. Most of the items in the weapons store are not much higher than the cost price, which makes Gemini more pleased. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Hedwig. Chapter 7 Hedwig. Each first-year freshman can bring a pet to Hogwarts: owls, cats, toads, etc. Of course, if you want to bring some less popular animals, it is not impossible, but I personally recommend that you bring an owl. In the bustling Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall walked in front of the crowd and spoke quickly. The owl has always been the wizard's most trusted friend. It can send you some letters. During school, you can also use the owl to purchase products and snacks from Diagon Alley by mail order. Just give them the money and tie them on your legs. Put on the list and they will take back the things you want to buy. If you want to choose a favorite partner, then you should be able to find your favorite in the two shops, Tula Owl Store and Wonder Zoo. Bringing a few people to the owl shop, Justin quickly selected his partner, a majestic eagle owl, a kind of owl. Gemini's eyes fell into a cage behind the window. There was a snow-white owl in the cage. At this time, it was asleep with its head under its wings. There are 4 or 5 white owls in the shop, but this one is snow-white in its entire body, not stained with variegated colors, and it is a very beautiful snowy owl. Of course, its price is worthy of its beauty, a full 25 gallons. This is not a small sum. Gemini counted the time. From receiving the letter to the present, it should have been a few days earlier than the time when Harry Potter came. This snow owl, 8 achievements, was later Hedwig. The little thing is very pitiful, and was hit by the death curse in the last one. Gemini leaned to the birdcage. Maybe he felt something. The big white bird in the cage raised his head, and his big round eyes cast a curious look at Gemini. "Very well, you will be called Hedwig from today, and you will be my bird from now on." Gemini shrugged and picked up the bird cage. Whether to keep this cute little thing for the savior, Gemini didn't even think about it. He was in the arms business, not charity. Everyone is first come first served. Goo Hedwig nodded her little head, looking cute. "It looks so beautiful." Hermione leaned over to Gemini and glanced at Hedwig appreciatively. "Hermione, what kind of one would you like to buy?" Mr. Granger asked gently, touching Hermione's tousled hair. Hermione shook her head. "Forget it for now, I just entered school. For me now, learning is the most important thing. I think I shouldn't have much time to raise an owl. I think maybe my homework, some of me are busy." "Very good idea, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall nodded and glanced at Hermione admiringly. "There are owl sheds in the school if you send letters, or you can ask someone else's owls. Generally speaking, it only takes a few. Nat, they will be willing to help you run a trip. The owl also collects money." Gemini's eyes were full of weird. "Of course, where there is a wizard, there will be an owl shed. These little guys can buy some small snacks from the person in charge of the owl shed, dead mice or something. They are very clever." "Okay." Gemini's mouth twitched. With the help of Professor McGonagall, the 3 of Gemini quickly bought everything needed for admission. "Very well, I have all the items that should be bought." Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction when looking at the 3 of them. took out 3 tickets from the bag and handed them to the 3 respectively. This is the ticket to Hogwarts, you just need to go to King's Cross Station, Platform 9, and get on the Hogwarts Express on September 1. Platform 9? Is there such a platform at King's Cross Station? Mr. Finley asked politely. The partition wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10 is the entrance to Platform 9. Professor McGonagall nodded, just go through the middle of that wall. Everyone nodded and did not ask anything more. After all, they had just walked through the walls in the courtyard of the Broken Cauldron in the morning, and there was nothing to fuss about. Then, I will leave next, please trouble some of you to help me send Mr. Fox back, okay? Professor McGonagall asked politely. That. Gemini opened his mouth. I plan to stay at the Broken Cauldron bar for a while to learn more about the magic world. Professor McGonagall intentionally refused, but finally nodded, well, if you must, but I hope you can write to that drunk priest. She is not very worried about Gemini's thoughts. From the contact of this day, she can find that Gemini has a mature and independent mindset. Even if he is sent back, it is estimated that he will come back by himself. He has his own ideas and corresponding actions, the most important thing is he still has money. A smart person will not easily integrate into the magic world just because of a letter of admission from Hogwarts. If the smart person is still a helpless existence, that is even more so. So let Gemini see it with his own eyes. It is also a good thing to understand. Farewell to everyone, Gemini went to the Broken Cauldron bar to open a room, and stayed temporarily under the warm hospitality of Old Tom. The room rate at the Broke Cauldron bar is very reasonable. You can stay for a day with 10 silver scones, and it also comes with unlimited refills of hot cocoa and 2 meals in the morning and evening. Converted into Muggle currency, it's only about 3 tops. Hotels in Gua World are much cheaper. During the day, Gemini discovered that in the magic world, the cost of food and accommodation does not seem to be expensive. Although magic cannot create food out of thin air, it is easy to obtain food with the help of magic. Not to mention accommodation, there is a wizard travel agency called Terror Journey in Diagon Alley. There are tents sold there, and you can get a 3-bedroom, 2-living top luxury tent for only 30 gallons. Before, in order to be safe, there were so many eye-catching things that Gemini hadn't bought. He planned to go to Diagon Alley again tomorrow to buy something he was interested in. Goo. In the bird cage, Hedwig blinked with big beautiful eyes. Sorry, I'm not used to staying in the cage. Gemini smiled mildly and stretched out his hand to open the bird cage. As soon as the bird cage opened, Hedwig flew to Gemini's shoulder with flapping wings. Reached out his hand and gently touched Hedwig's little furry head. Gemini laughed, wait a minute, I need to write a letter to the dean to tell him that he is safe. With that said, Gemini took out the pen and paper from the non-marking stretch bag, wrote a note, and wrote an address on the back, showing Hedwig a glance. Hedwig took a serious look at the address on the note, and then opened the beak and hold it. Thanks for your hard work. Wait for you to come back and treat you to something delicious. Gemini said. Hedwig grumbled and flew out along the open window, the white figure slowly disappearing into the night. Mr. Dean, good evening. I have already bought the supplies I need to go to school, and I am writing to you at a wizard hotel called the Broken Cauldron. There are many interesting things here. I heard that there are squeaky whiskies when I have a chance. I brought you a bottle. Considering that I will live in this world in the next few years, I plan to stay here for a while to learn more about the world. After a while, I will go directly to school. Please don't worry about me. This snowy owl is my partner and messenger, so you can just give him your reply. Wish you good health. From the Fox of a Gemini. This is Gemini's sticky note. His name is taken from Gemini, because he was born on the first day of Gemini, May 21. About an hour later, Hedwig flew back to the room with the dean's reply letter. Got it, you alone pay more attention. This is a reply from the priest dean. The note has a faint smell of alcohol, which is very his style. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Quidditch Boutique. Chapter 8 Quidditch Boutique. The next day, early morning. The bright sun shines through the window and falls on Gemini's face. Gemini frowned under the sunlight, and then got up sleepily. Sitting confused on the wide bed, Gemini's left window was bustling with traffic, and the right window was a diagonal alley with crowds. This sense of inconsistency made Gemini realize it after a few seconds of confusion. He is now in the suite of the Broken Cauldron Bar. Goo. Beside the window, Hedwig grumbled toward Gemini, "The sun has already risen high, and it is going to sleep." Gemini looked at Hedwig seriously, "Your work and rest are unhealthy." Goo. Hedwig gave Gemini a white look and put his head under his wing. It sneered at Gemini's words. As an owl, his work and rest time standards are very good. Seeing that Hedwig didn't want to pay attention to herself, Gemini shrugged and got up to wash. The equipment in the bathroom of the room is very strange. Whether it is a wash basin or a bathtub, the shape is the same as that of Muggle world. The difference is that none of these equipment have any water pipes connected to them, so they can still release water. "Good morning, Mr. Fox." Going downstairs refreshedly, he saw old Tom standing behind the bar, wiping a dirty wine glass while grinning at himself with his mouth full of teeth. "Good morning, Mr. Tom." Gemini sat at the long table in the center of the bar. A sloppy witch waved her magic wand and delivered a steaming breakfast. Baked sausage, fried eggs and milk. This simple, boring, and monotonous breakfast for the British cannot be avoided, whether it is a Muggle or a wizard. There is a saying that Gemini now feels disgusting when he smells the greasy taste of sausage. In contrast, he prefers to eat strategic materials such as compressed biscuits and tin cans sold in weapons stores. But he didn't waste this sausage either. Keeping it for Hedwig is also a good choice. After eating, Gemini walked through the small patio behind the Broken Cauldron Bar, all the way to Diagon Alley. Today's Diagon Alley is more lively than yesterday, perhaps because Hogwarts is about to learn. At the entrance of a magic joke shop called Jumping and Frolicking, there are a large number of children, from 11 to 17 years old, and the business looks very prosperous. However, Gemini is not too interested in magic jokes and prank toys. His attention is more in the Quidditch boutique next to him. Behind the glass showcase is an exquisite broom. The broomstick is covered with gold-red lacquer. At the top is a row of small golden prints, Guanglun 2000, which is then framed on a wooden shelf, constantly attracting the attention of passing children. Pushing open the door, Gemini walked into the store. "Ha, welcome." The shop manager is a big-bellied wizard, dressed in a burgundy wizard robe, with a few large gemstone rings in his hands, looking like a nouveau riche. "Are you here to see the broomstick, dear?" The store manager looked at Gemini and smiled, "Please feel free to watch, but please don't touch it at will, okay? Thank you very much for your generosity." Gemini smiled gently. The store manager obviously didn't regard him as a guest, but it's no wonder that, judging from the price on the shelf, the cheapest broom here is around 60 or 70 gallons. Who would have thought that an 11-year-old child could be rich? How about buying a good broom? But even if Gemini was not regarded as a guest, the store manager showed good self-cultivation. From this point of view, it is not unreasonable that the store manager can open such a forest shop in the wizarding world. "Are you Hogwarts freshman this year?" the store manager asked with a smile. "Yes, I am this year's freshman." Gemini nodded. "Oh, that's great." The store manager clapped his hands cheerfully. "For a polite kid like you, I highly recommend you to go to Hufflepuff." "Haha, I graduated from there." Although some people always say that we are mediocre, mediocrity is not necessarily a bad thing, and there are many excellent wizards from Hufflepuff. The store manager said, "For example, I." Gemini smiled. The store manager is quite interesting. "Thank you very much for your advice." "You're welcome, kid. I would like to ask, what is the price of the light wheel 2000? Gemini asked. Oh, there are always people asking these days, you know, this latest broom and the fastest at the moment, it's very attractive. The store manager laughed, I can tell you. Yes, its lowest price can be lowered to 200 gallons. Of course, this is the lowest case. In general, its price should be around 230 to 270. Gemini nodded slightly. 200 gallons. If converted into pounds, it is about 1,000 pounds. The average salary of 2 months is not too expensive, but it is not cheap. Although 200 gallons does not seem to be much, the value of money depends on the era and social environment it is in. The current United Kingdom was in 1991. At this time in China, the per capita wage was only 70 or 80 yuan, and the exchange rate between the British pound and the soft sister currency was far less than that 30 years later. What is the concept of 200 gallons now? The salary of an ordinary person in the UK for 2 months is 10,000 yuan in China in this era. In this era, when watches, bicycles, and sewing machines are the 3 essential items for marriage, 200 gallons is not a small number, and this will not change because it is in England and the magic world. You should know that after the Weasley brothers received Harry's 1,000-gallon funding, they opened a magic joke shop in Diagon Alley in a very short time, and their lives took off on the spot in woohoo. So far, the total sales of Guanglun 2000 has reached 3 times that of all other first-class brooms combined. I have to say that this broom is indeed excellent. This is the fastest broom I have seen so far. The shop manager sighed. Gemini nodded, looked around the shop, and finally looked at a black broom in the innermost part of the house, which was a delicate-looking broom. That one is Tinder Arrow, an unpopular boutique, produced in 1940. Before the Light Wheel series turned out, it has always been my favorite. Of course, I also love it now, but it can no longer keep up with the current market. It's a pity. The store manager sighed, and then he seemed to remember something again, and he laughed and said, but I have heard from the people of the Badmar family that they seem to want to make some big moves in the past 2 years. So that I can do it early. Prepare, have you heard of the Badmar family? The famous family of broomsticks, their pursuit is never money, but perfection. Gemini knows, Tinder Arrows, Badmar family. Judging from this name, the firebolt that was born later should have been made by the Badmar family, right? Turning his eyes to the weapon shop, Gemini called up the data of the flying broomstick. Light Wheel 2000. Price, 90 gallons. Firebolt. Price, 270 gallons. 3 times worse. According to the introduction column given by the weapon store, the high price of Firebolt is because of the metal parts forged by the fairy, which is the most expensive place in itself. In contrast, traditional broomsticks do not have this consideration. Due to cost reasons, Firebolt seems to be the first to incorporate the alchemy technology of the goblin into the broomstick. It is no wonder that the price is all in the weapon store. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Spider Serum. Chapter 9, Spider Serum. Gemini has no plans to sell broomsticks, at least not yet. An 11-year-old boy suddenly peddled the world's fastest flying broomstick with the owner of a Quidditch boutique. This kind of thing is a bit too outrageous, there is no way to explain it, and it is easy to be misunderstood by some intent. The guy stared. The wizarding world itself has a small population. Flying broomsticks can only be bought by those with money. Again, the population is too small and the market is too small. Similarly, he has no plans to buy a broom. He doesn't even want to buy the broomsticks in the weapons store. For him now, this thing is expensive. The money on hand will naturally be spent on the blade. It doesn't hurt to buy snacks and clothes. Buying brooms is still too expensive and short. He had no plans to buy a broom within time. And the most critical point is currency. The goods in the weapon shop can be paid in any form of currency. The shop adjusts the price according to the social conditions of the world and the purchasing power of the currency. This means that Gemini can use British pounds to buy flying broomsticks, but in Diagon Alley, he can only use gallon, but the amount of gallon exchange is capped. Wandering aimlessly in Diagon Alley, the surrounding crowd came and went, and it was very lively. But for Gemini, whether it is lively or not is secondary. What he cares most about is whether there is a way to get money. It's a pity, as far as his current situation is concerned, no. Then he returned to the Broken Cauldron bar very disappointed. There is still more than a month before the school starts. Gemini felt that he should consider making some money at this time, at least before the school started, how much he would earn him. There are no suitable business opportunities in Diagon Alley, which does not mean that there is no Muggle society. It's not that he never thought of going to the messy places like Upturn Alley, but it's too early for him now, who knows what weird tricks those shameful dark wizards have. After much deliberation, Gemini decided to make Muggle money. He doesn't want to make a fuss like before, this time he plans to sell some real arms. But even if the trade partner is Muggles, he can't help but take it lightly. Gemini still feels that he should prepare enough before starting to act. Strength is very important, yes, but a flexible mind is the foundation of his life. Gemini didn't intend to use magic as his trump card. After all, minor wizards have traces on their bodies, and the Ministry of Magic will respond to any enchantments they use. Although minor wizards are not allowed to use magic, this is for students before enrollment. It doesn't work, but it doesn't mean that the Ministry of Magic doesn't know. If you really use a life-threatening spell or something, the Ministry of Magic will definitely come to the door as soon as possible to invite him to Azkaban for a vacation. Since magic can't be used, Gemini can only start from the weapon shop. There are only more than £12,000 on hand. There are not many things that can be bought with this amount, so you have to think carefully about what you want to buy. The most suitable ones are skill products. Skill products can be divided into 3 categories: learning, inheritance, and empowerment. For example, if Gemini wants to learn the life-killing spell, the learning class is a skill book, and it will be up to him whether he learns it or not. Inheritance class is to directly instill this skill book into his head to help him learn it directly, but simply mastering this skill is equivalent to a start, and the rest of the road must be taken by yourself. The empowerment class is to directly help him understand thoroughly, and master all of them, directly reaching the peak level. Among the 3 categories, learning is the cheapest, inheritance is the second, and empowerment is the most expensive. And what you learn will have different effects based on your physical fitness. For example, Gemini bought a Heritage Navy 6 style for £1,000, and then tried to use the 6 style shaving. The leg cramped as a result. He has not bought any skills since then. From the currently available products, there are 3 products that are the most affordable and most appealing: the Sublime Gift Pack of the Empowerment category, the Spider Serum of the Commodity category, and the Super Soldier Serum. A £8,000 Ninja Gift Package, which includes Ninja Level Chakra, Refined Chakra Refining Art, 3 Body Art and Basic Shuriken. Gemini felt very scratching his head for this great gift package. The Xiaoren Spree shouldn't be, 9-tailed chakra, immortal human body, reincarnation eye, and yin-yang power? I'm afraid this weapon shop might not have any misunderstandings about Xiaoren. £8,000 is the highest of the 3, which is not a small amount. As for the Spider Serum and the Super Soldier Serum, they are the ability serum of Spider-Man and Captain America. The price of Spider Serum is £4,000, while the Super Warrior Serum is only £2,000. This price does not refer to the R&D price, but the cost price. After all, there is no reason to let a single customer bear the huge research expenses of the manufacturer. The Force shop can never tell the customers who buy the car, please also bear the research expenses of this car, a total of $20 million. Thank you. If it is the research and development price, it may not be possible to buy a Super Soldier Serum for £1 million. The price difference between the two is not to say that the super soldier serum is worse than the spider serum. Spider serum acts on the genetic level and strengthens it by reshaping genes, while the super soldier serum becomes stronger by tapping its own potential. One has a higher room for improvement, and the other has a lower room for improvement. For Gemini, who is currently only 11 years old, even if his potential is drained, he can't improve much. The most important thing is that overexploiting one's own potential may also affect future physical development. So now, Gemini's most eye-catching is still the two kinds of Shinobi gift pack and spider serum, but he is a bit difficult to choose. From the effect point of view, the spider serum will be stronger and more obvious for the current him. But the value of the Xiaren spree is that it can grow. As Gemini's body grows and his abilities improve, his chakra volume can be raised to the level of middle or even upper endurance under his own exercise. For long-term considerations, the lower endurance gift package is more appropriate. So Gemini did not hesitate to purchase spider serum. He is not a short-sighted person, but if the immediate issues are not resolved well, he is not qualified to talk about long-term goals. Buy a spider serum for £4,000, and he can also buy 2 spider web launchers for another £80. The transparent glass tube was filled with light red liquid. Gemini looked at the reagent in his hand, feeling a little hesitant. Said it was a serum. According to the weapons shop, it was equivalent to the effect of Peter Parker being bitten by a spider. Do you want to infuse this weird-looking liquid into your body? Gritted his teeth, Gemini put the syringe in his arm. The so-called wealth insurance is seeking, maybe it is me, right? Gemini saw a little sweat on his forehead, he was so nervous. As the medicine penetrated into the body, almost instantly, the veins on Gemini's forearm violent. Immediately afterwards, a thick layer of cold sweat broke out on his body, and a feeling of dizziness and nausea followed one after another. He held the bedside in a dizzy manner. After 10 seconds, Gemini finally turned his eyelids and fainted on the bed. A few minutes later, the violent veins on Gemini's arm slowly calmed down. On the soft big bed, Gemini's face was slightly anxious and painful, and he whispered something from time to time. About an hour later, Gemini's breathing finally calmed down completely. Dividing line. About the book's pricing for weapons shops, please explain here. Weapons sold in weapons stores have manufacturing costs, and they are all priced according to manufacturing costs. As for weapons that have no manufacturing costs, similar to devil fruits, they will be purchased at the market price of the world in which they are located and the strength of the currency. Adjust the price appropriately. And does not consider the research and development cost, only considers the manufacturing cost. In other words, even if you spend 100 million to develop a pistol, the cost of each pistol is 50 yuan, and the store sells it for 60 to 70 yuan. As for the 100 million research and development funds, it has nothing to do with the weapons store. This is easy to understand. I sell a car, but you can't say that it is to make my customers pay for the research and development expenses of this car, right? For example, some readers said about the old magic wand and the firebolt, saying that the value of the two is not equal, but the old magic wand only needs 9 gallons. As mentioned above, the cost of the old magic wand is the elderberry by the river, and a night feather tail feather, plus the handwork cost of the of death, worth a total of 9 gallons because the market price is in this price range. Regardless of the cost or the market price of the magic wand in this world, it is around this price. It will not be said that it is not used as a magic wand because of its strong ability. Even if it is a magic wand made by the of death, it can't get rid of it. The fact that it is a magic wand. The price of the firebolt is also well understood. The craftsmanship of the fairies has always been very expensive in the market. How expensive all Jin Jialong is made by fairies, and Gryffindor's swords are also made by fairies. Plus the market price of flying broomsticks, he is at this price. The weapon shop is only responsible for selling goods. It does not consider the meaning of the weapon itself. It only lists the price at the cost or approximate market price. In the early 1990s in the United Kingdom, a normal pistol could be bought for more than £30, and the price was equal to the old magic wand is about the same, because in a Muggle society where there is demand, its cost and market value are about the same. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Bald Hedwig. Chapter 10 The Bald Hedwig. Clang clang clang. A knock on the door sounded, awakening the sleeping Gemini. Sit up from the bed swiftly. Gemini's eyes straightened, and noisy sounds continued to flow into his ears. There seemed to be countless flies buzzing around him, making Gemini annoying. Clang clang clang. Without giving Gemini too much time to adjust, the knock on the door sounded again. Gemini got out of bed, a flash appeared at the door of the room, and reached out and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a sloppy witch, a waiter at the Broken Cauldron bar. The witch looked listlessly at Gemini, with a tray floating behind him. It's dinner time, do you want to have dinner, sir? Gemini looked at the tray floating in the air behind him. In the tray was a large piece of toast and a bloody, gut-like object. What's that? Gemini frowned in disgust. Raw liver, it's sold very well, do you want to try it? No, thank you. Gemini pursed his lips, I'll take care of it myself for dinner. I'd better trouble you to take this thing back. Good sir. The dirty witch turned and left. Closing the door, Gemini was relieved. The knock on the door just made him startled. As soon as he turned and walked into the room, he heard a rattle behind him, and Gemini looked back blankly. He was pulling an old doorknob in his hand. The poor doorknob was pulled from the door by him. The most terrible thing is that this thing seems to be stuck to his hand, and it can't be shaken off no matter what. Pulling the doorknob on his hand laboriously, Gemini was not well, and finally pulled it off, only to find that the doorknob was stuck to the other hand. This thing, what happened? It can't be taken down. Nemes. Grass. Will you get pregnant? The sudden loss of body control made Gemini feel a little anxious. Hedwig, who had just woke up, squatted by the window and looked at Gemini as if he was mentally retarded. Shocked, the doorknob was finally thrown to the ground. Gemini fell on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. His eyes were cast out of the window, it was already night, the street lights on the street had been lit, and a continuous light rain fell in the sky. It looks like the spider serum is a success. Squeezed a fist, feeling the surging power in the body, a smile appeared at the corner of Gemini's mouth. That's right. If you don't have the physique that can fight the fire dragon, you are a wizard with a hammer? Forget it as a soldier. Adsorption capacity, the interaction between atoms, such as static electricity, at the molecular boundary can be controlled by the mind, so that the body, especially hands and feet, can be adsorbed on the surface of the object. Spider physical fitness, after the spider is scaled up, it gives Spider-Man superhuman strength, speed, agility, endurance, defensive ability, reaction ability, and senses. The maximum strength can lift up to 15 to 20 tons of heavy objects, it can take off 30 feet vertically, and its walking speed can catch up with high-speed cars. Able to be active for several hours at peak state, hold your breath for more than 8 minutes, and survive an explosion even at close range. Self-healing factor, a serious injury that ordinary people cannot heal can be completely healed in just a few hours to a few days. Immune system, accelerated metabolism frees users from most drugs and toxins. Spider induction, it reminds the user of the ability to predict danger through the stinging of the back of the brain and the increase in adrenaline secretion. The degree of pain triggered by induction increases with the severity of the danger. These 5 abilities are the detailed summary of the weapon store's serum abilities. Gemini did some calculations. According to his current situation, even if his physique was transformed by the spider serum, the strength of his 11-year-old should be about 5 or 6 tons at most, but the detailed data still needs to be tested. Sitting up from the bed, Gemini looked at the bed sheet stuck to his body, lost in thought. For a long time, Gemini barely managed to control the uncontrolled absorption capacity of his body and the sudden surge of power. At least now, he won't accidentally break the doorknob off. Wearing 2 spider silk launchers, Gemini shot a spider silk on the wall, and Hedwig was startled by surprise. He couldn't fully understand the behavior of his little master. "Sorry, I scared you." With an apologetic smile, Gemini put out his hand and gently rubbed Hedwig's small round head. And then, looking at the handful of bird feathers stuck to Gemini's hand, Hedwig's eyes were round, and the whole bird was not good. "Hey, don't peck at me, I'll take you to the pet hospital tomorrow, they should have hair growth potion or something, probably." For a long time, Hedwig, who had pecked Gemini for more than 10 times, then stopped, grunted, turned around, turned her back to Gemini and ignored him, sulking in the nest alone. "I will bring you some delicious food when I come back tonight." Gave Hedwig a good comfort, Gemini put on a black dress, put on a mask, turned over and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the night. The black figure appeared on the roof of a building as if flashing, with a hint of joy on Gemini's face. With Spider-Man's abilities and physique, the Navy 6, which was completely unusable before, can finally be used. Although only shaved and paper painting are available for the time being, the remaining few can be mastered with the improvement of physical fitness. It's just a matter of time. After all, he is not a person in pirate world. Without that abnormal physique, it is not unacceptable for Gemini to learn a little slower. The short practice has allowed Gemini to master some basic abilities, at least now he can guarantee that he will not stick any messy things on his body. Skinny black shadows flashed across the roofs of each building. Half an hour later, Gemini finally found a group of small gangsters in a remote alley. There are about 7 people in a group of different skin colors, whites and blacks. Some have beer in their hands and some have cigarette butts. Most of them are 18 or 19 years old. 2 of them have tattoos on their bodies. Words beginning with F or S. This kind of scene is very common in the streets and alleys of Western countries. The hooligans like this kind of hooligans generally like to hug and shrink in a small alley, where they can dance, rap, fight or rob middle school students passing by. "Hi, good evening everyone." Gemini turned over and landed in the alley, shocking everyone. "Damn, who is it?" A white guy with tattoos on his neck yelled, and looked at Gemini with some caution. But after seeing the opponent's height of 1.4 meters, he put down his guard and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you lost, kid? This is not where you should be, but unfortunately your mother is not here. We don't have milk for you to eat." The voice fell, and he seemed to laugh with a sense of humor. Boom! The black shadow flashed, and the white youth suddenly flew out and hit the wall sideways. The little scorpions next to them were all dumbfounded. They usually rob a middle school student at most, fight or something. How can they ever see such a fierce scene? He fell to the ground with a thud, and the white youth opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he rolled his eyelids and passed out. Looking at the white young man who was knocked out by his kick, Gemini smiled gently. "It's not a good behavior to abuse others casually, but it's okay, I forgive you." Hastily. "Shit!" Frank was upset. "Damn, catch him. He has only one person, don't let him run away." Someone yelled, and everyone awakened like a dream, and rushed towards Gemini. The battle ended soon. Soon, a group of little scoundrels all fell in front of Gemini, groaning painfully. Although it does not have the power of more than 10 tons like Spider-Man, but even so, Gemini's thin body has 4 to 5 tons of power, and a single punch can blow a person's head. I would like to ask if there are any gangs nearby, or evil forces. If there are any, please let me know. Crouching in front of a black youth, Gemini asked sincerely. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Read Black. Chapter 11 Read Black. Read John Black. This is the name of the boss of the Viper family. Although the surname is Black, this black has no relationship with Sirius Black. In the UK, there are many random surnames like Black. As the boss of a family, Reed will naturally not spit out swear words like those little scorpions, squatting in the alley with his cigarette in his mouth. On the contrary, Reed has always been very self-cultivating. If he does not consider his family boss status, then from the perspective of appearance, he is more like a successful businessman, celebrity, or something. The straight suit, the meticulously polished leather shoes, the whole person is very decent, and there is no extra thread on the shirt buttons. Brown-red hair is behind his head, and his chin is surrounded by a meticulously groomed beard. He can't be regarded as a complete family boss, he is more of a businessman. Reed runs a racetrack and a casino under his hands, and his family was born because of business reasons, which is the opposite of ordinary gangs. In the underground world of London, Reed is not a big figure, and the Viper gang is not a big gang, but Reed has an advantage that other forces do not have: he is more wealthy. Because the Viper family has sufficient funds on hand, and its own power is not too small, this can make this family a stable foothold in the City of London. Regardless of starting a family or opening a racecourse casino, the fundamental reason is to make more money. But even if it is to make money, Reed doesn't dare to make any money, such as products. The reason why the Viper family is stable up to now is not because of its strength, but because it has no ambition. Reed has a family, a wife who loves him, and a well-behaved daughter. In this case, he would not dare to touch this kind of thing that would break him by accident. Sitting quietly in the casino office, Red was quietly thinking about the gang's future plans. The past 2 years have become increasingly unfavorable for the development of the family. Because of the Hungerford shooting in the past 2 years, the gun management has become more difficult. It's getting stricter. What should I do if I do something special in the future? Does one cut a slice of watermelon with a knife? But if you don't open the scene, how do you and your brothers live? Reed is now facing a very embarrassing situation. He wants to go ashore, but there is no other way to make money. But the current form is very unfriendly to his small family. Clang, clang, clang. The knock on the door sounded. Reed raised his head and glanced in the direction of the door, raised his hand and took out a pistol from the desk drawer, and hid sideways behind the table. Come in. The door of the room opened, and a man with sunglasses stood blankly at the door. Hey! Red sighed, put the pistol back in the drawer, and couldn't help but laugh and curse. When did you learn to knock on the door, Wickle? Pop through. The man with sunglasses called. Wickle fell to the ground. In an instant, Reed's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly reached for his gun. However, before he opened the insurance, a spider silk flew in through the air and took his pistol gone. At the same time, a small hand was pinched on Reed's wrist. Please stay calm, sir, I'm not here to look for things. A gentle voice sounded, and Reed raised his head, only then could he see the figure in front of him clearly. It was a black-haired, blue-eyed boy with a black mask. His height should be no more than 1.4 meters. Judging from his voice or appearance, the boy would not be more than 12 years old. The boy is Gemini. Reed did not despise him because the other party was just a little boy. The jewelry on his arm told him that the boy in front of him could easily press himself on the ground with one hand and rub him repeatedly. Boy, you have already smashed the people under my hand. How can I believe that you are not here for trouble? Reed was not too flustered. After all, he came from a family. In the early years, he did not participate in the firefight less. At that time, everyone used guns. After the big storm, step by step, Reed's psychological quality has been very stable. You may not believe me, I just want to come to you to discuss business. Gemini smiled gently, let go of Reed's arm, stepped back, and kept a polite and friendly distance. But your subordinates don't seem to believe what I said, and their cultivation is not very good, so I just moved a little bit. Doing business, always show my capital in front of customers. Gemini spread his hands, saying that his mother is innocent. Reed looked at Gemini with interest, and exclaimed a little, "It's incredible, you look about the same age as my daughter, but you can overturn my brothers." While speaking, Reed calmly walked to the door and glanced around like a corridor. "Sure enough, none of them are left, good boy. Please forgive me." Gemini sat down on the soft sofa and raised Erlang's legs. Sitting on the sofa opposite Gemini, Reed put his chin on his hands. "Read Black." Janimi was taken aback for a moment. "Harry Potter." The voice fell, the two looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Reed's sudden opening made Gemini stunned for a second. He couldn't figure out an answer for the first time. Although he hurriedly said a name, the other party obviously didn't believe it. "Just kidding, my name is Ron Weasley, actually." Reed smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not interested in your name at all, let's talk about the business you are talking about. Then, please let me introduce myself." Gemini politely nodded slightly. "I am a businessman." Reed raised his eyebrows. "Serious?" "If it is from a personality point of view, I am indeed a serious businessman." Gemini nodded earnestly. "Sell some fire sticks, shields, armor or something." The two looked at each other and fell silent again. "Well, I won't ask those meaningless questions. For people like us, it doesn't matter whether you are a serious businessman or not. Let's talk about business frankly and honestly." Speaking, Reed looked at Gemini seriously. "What goods are there for you?" "Heat weapons, of course I won't sell them to you." Gemini spread his hands and said, "Naturally, I will not disrupt the national order at will." Although he does not have a business license, Gemini has always regarded himself as a serious businessman, and naturally he will not easily touch the bottom line of the law. "Unless you add money." Reed shook his head disappointedly. "If it's a cold weapon, you don't need to say it. If you want, I can get some knives, guns, and sticks, but of course this kind of thing is not worth a special trip for me." Gemini smiled. "I sell some high-quality goods. Technological stuff. For example?" Reed asked. A spider silk shot out, stuck to the vase in the corner, and was dragged back by Gemini with the vase. "For example, this spider web launcher. With this thing, even a big fat man of 300 caddies can flexibly leap between tall buildings. At least you don't need to worry about your life safety when you jump off the building. Spider silk is cold resistant, fire resistant, and non-conductive. It will degrade naturally after 24 hours, so there is no need to worry about environmental pollution." Gemini laughed and said, "If you don't believe me, I can show you in detail." Reed nodded. "I just saw it. This is really interesting." He still has this thing. The spider web launcher that Gemini took out is indeed extraordinary. It is incredible that it can drag people to jump between buildings, but the specifics still need to be discussed in detail. "Actually, I didn't want to sell these faces at first, but as I wrote it, I found out that he can't give me special crabs, right?" I hurriedly asked the editor in charge, and said he couldn't write. I forgot this before I opened the book, and I deleted a lot of rewritings. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Petal. Chapter 12 Selling. Any other interesting things? Reed looked at Gemini curiously. His curiosity had been aroused by the spider web launcher. "Look at what you want." Gemini leaned on the sofa with his arms. "I have a lot of goods, but I can't bring them all." Reed glanced at Gemini firmly. "I didn't mean to spy on your secrets, but I want to know what is going on with your strength. I don't believe that an 11 or 12-year-old boy can settle me so easily." A group of subordinates. Gemini nodded. "There is nothing to say, my ability comes from serum." As he said, Gemini jumped up, stretched out a hand and pressed it on the ceiling. The whole person was so glued to it, and then Reed saw that Gemini was standing on the roof with 2 feet. Just walked a few steps hanging upside down. "I can walk freely on the wall like a spider. When I am an adult, I can have more than 15 tons of power." My 5 senses have also been greatly improved, and my IQ will be increased accordingly. You can understand it as mutation or evolution, and this evolution is on the genetic level, that is, it can be passed on to the next generation without any adverse effects. The most important point, if someone points a gun at me, or if there is any life-threatening situation, I will perceive it the first time. Gemini fell from the ceiling. He could clearly feel Reed's heavy breathing. What about the price? What about the price of this serum? Reed swallowed. The price of a commodity naturally depends on its value, but there is an exception, that is, this thing has a price but no market and is very cherished. Gemini lifted his legs, with a gentle smile on his face. 20 million pounds, one price. 20 million, it's cheaper. But this should already be the limit that the person in front of me can accept. On the surface, it was very calm, but in fact, his heart was about to burst with excitement. This is the state of Gemini at this time. Why are you excited? According to the weapons store's assessment of the purchasing power of money, 20 million pounds can buy 5 devil fruits. Or 20 sets of steel armor and so on. Reed pursed his mouth and sighed softly. It's not that he can't take it out, but it will cost him all. In fact, he didn't want this serum for himself, but for his beloved daughter. He also saw the situation of Gemini, the whole little Superman. The group of men who had been overthrown by himself have not yet woken up. If your daughter gets this ability, then you don't have to worry about her safety anymore. Can it be cheaper? Reed asked dryly. Gemini shook his head. Spider-Man's abilities are still too powerful for this world. This kind of unstable factor, Gemini should ensure that it is within his control. Reed thought for a while. Perhaps we can trade in other forms, such as I pay money, you pay technology, and this spider web launcher alone can make us a lot of money. Impossible. Gemini shook his head. Compress a large amount of solution to subatomic level, store it in a container with extremely strong compressive strength, and directly concentrate the artificially manufactured nanomaterial in liquid form after high-energy compression. Into the subatomic form, the spider silk container is activated by the frequency conversion current and the spider web material is instantly released. First, it transforms from subatomic to atom, and then to gas. Then the gas produces violent friction with the atmosphere at a very high speed, and the heat makes the spider web matter quickly changes from gas to liquid and then to solid. This is the description of the spider web launcher in the weapons store. Think of it this way, Peter Parker is really a genius. It probably means that with current technology, this is impossible, at least in this world. Gemini said seriously, the only way you can get it is through me. As for where you go to study and analyze the thing after you get it, or what is it, I won't bother, even if you really research it out, then it is also your ability. Reed sighed regretfully, I want to experience it first, can I? Of course. Gemini took out a spider web launcher from his arms and handed it to Reed. Reed put it on his wrist and pressed it imitating Gemini's gesture. Is not pressed. Is so embarrassing. Gemini just remembered that the button of the spider web launcher needs the force of swinging a hammer to press it. Except for himself, most people don't have this strength. Well, I'll change one for you. Take out a castrated version again and hand it to Reed. A web of spider silk passed through the air, and Reed stood up, pulled the spider silk with all his strength, and dragged himself into the air. The spider web stuck to the roof showed no signs of breaking. It's incredible, such a thin spider silk can pull me up. Reed looked at Gemini with joy. This price is not always 20 million pounds, right? 500 pounds apiece. Gemini spread his hands. Can you see the liquid in the little red tube above? That's the raw material of the spider silk. The price of this thing is extra. A tube of 10 pounds, don't be too expensive, this thing you can save your life if you use it well. I want 100, plus 500 pipes of spider silk. Reed naturally understood what Gemini was saying. Very good, 55,000 pounds, put it here, I can deliver it right away. Gemini nodded. Or say that although capital is sinful, he just likes it. The castration version of the spider web launcher and these spider silks are worth a total of only £4,000 in the weapons store. With such a transaction, Gemini made a net profit of more than 50,000. There was a large amount of cash in the safe in the room. Gemini turned around and walked out of the room. In less than 2 minutes, he came back with 2 big metal boxes. One box was slowly full of spider web launchers, and the other was full of spider's wire. At this point, both money and goods are cleared. Gemini's total deposits reached more than 59,000, nearly £60,000. Reed probably inspected the goods and closed the box. He didn't inspect these spider web launchers too carefully. Only Gemini could get this. Even if it was defective, tens of thousands of pounds would not be a loss to him. On the contrary, it was something that caused trouble. If Gemini is unhappy, the gain is not worth the loss. I'm really curious, is there any good stuff in your place? Reed asked. Gemini thought for a while, and smiled weirdly. Don't tell me, I really have something suitable for your profession. Are you interested in medicine? What medicine? Reed frowned. Say okay first, if it's the kind of mess. A drug that brings back the dead. Gemini's voice fell, and the air fell silent. Reed swallowed and looked at Gemini in horror. You must be making fun of me. GH 325. Gemini said in a calm voice, if the cause of death is caused by trauma, even if it is dead, it can make people come alive. Of course, the body will not be decayed. GH 325, SHIELD agent Collison was resurrected by this drug after being killed by Loki. However, the brain will die when people die. Although this drug can wake up the brain through its supercell regeneration ability, brain death will still bring great negative effects. Coupled with the effects of drugs, there will be mental illness. The probability of illness is very high, and the only solution is to erase the memory of the past. If you bought this medicine from me, if you really use it in the future, I can still help to erase the memory. Gemini said sincerely. Eliminating memory is not difficult for him, just forget it. This may sound bad, but what he said is the truth. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, A Beanie. Chapter 13 A Beanie. How much is it? Reed asked dryly. He wanted this thing too much. The price of GH 325 in the weapon shop is 50,000, and in Gemini's case it is 100,000. If the negative effects of its own can be wiped out, the weapon shop cannot be so cheap. After all, it is something that brings back the dead. Reed bought 3, a total of £300,000, paid first and then delivered. So far, Gemini's £60,000 deposit has become £210,000. Looking at Redmond solemnly holding the 3 potions in his arms, Gemini's eyes were a little weird. To be honest, the effect of this thing sounds a bit incredible. You are not afraid that I lied to you? We all know one thing. Reed said seriously, as long as you want, you can kill me at any time, or you can force a confession to me and squeeze out all my wealth. But you didn't do this, maybe because you are too young and not cruel enough, maybe because you are very principled. Reed explained, but there is one thing, you are definitely not willing to give up long-term cooperation because of this little money, and as a family boss, I can provide you with a lot of help. After all, at your age of 11 or 12, a lot of it shouldn't be convenient for you to come out in person, otherwise you wouldn't be so troublesome to overthrow my brothers. Talking with smart people is always so comfortable. You don't need to talk about benevolence and morality that don't require any cost. You only need to abide by your own principles to do things. I only need to recognize 2 things clearly: what good is it for me? And what's the harm to me? Most of the time when doing things, you only need to recognize these 2 points. That kind of benevolence and morality, you come to make money, but he talks to you about your ideals, and lets you work overtime for free, saying that this is a blessing, and you stay away from him. Just far away. This kind of person has always been the most unrighteous and unethical. Happy transaction, sir. Gemini stretched out his hand. Happy trading. Hold the small hand with the big hand and shake it hard. If there is a need later, how can I contact you? Reed asked. If you can trust me, please give me your home address. One of my employees will come to find you tomorrow. You still need to worry about the food and accommodation in the weekdays. Gemini smiled gently. Reed thought about it, and gave Gemini the address anyway. He was not very worried. Once his family was in a high-end community, the security was very reliable, and the Viper only took care of his 1-acre 3/4 land, basically no enemies. Then there is Gemini's skill. The group of people under his hands can't stop him. If you really look at yourself, there is no need to trouble your family. At least from the current contact situation, this is a very easygoing teenager, not so difficult to contact. And depending on his age, there may be a chance to invite him to be a guest at his home in the future. But what makes him a little puzzled is why his employees have to visit the door in person and provide food and accommodation by themselves. This kind of puzzlement did not last long, and soon he understood. The next day. The turmoil last night was suppressed by Reed early in the morning, and his subordinates were strictly prohibited from discussing the matter. After chatting with a group of cotters of the family, Reed drove back home. In the past 2 days, he plans to spend time with his family. What happened last night made him feel a little unreal. If it weren't for the 2 big boxes and the 3 potions in his arms, Reed even wondered if he had a nightmare. What's wrong, my dear? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Wife Sally, keenly aware of Reed's emotions, asked while cooking lunch. Reed had put on loose pajamas at this time, and squeezed his temples after hearing the words, I experienced something last night, and I still feel a little weird. I don't know how to say it. If I tell you the truth, I must think I am crazy. You married me without knowing your identity. After you got married, you told me that you were a family boss. I didn't think you were crazy. To be honest, I felt that I was crazy at that time. Sally smiled and shrugged nonchalantly. Reed didn't want to say, then she wouldn't ask more. The couple still had this tacit understanding for many years. No, things are different this time. Reed smiled bitterly, I feel that my worldview has been subverted. Would you believe that an 11-year-old boy alone overturned all the men in my field? Sally hesitated for a few seconds, I know a very good doctor. I knew you didn't believe it. Dad. Daughter Selena's excited scream came, and Reed followed the reputation, and his baby daughter ran into the house in a hurry, holding a black owl in her arms. Just as Reed was about to say something, he glanced at the owl's paw, which was holding an envelope. Look, this owl just squatted at the door, and said you might not believe it. It is here to deliver a letter. Look, there is a letter on it, which is for you. Selena's nice little face was full of excitement, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Hey! The owl delivers the letter? It sounds funny, is it a new prank you came up with? Sally turned the pancake and said with a smile, I suggest you let it go, baby, the owl is not a cat, yes, eagle. No, this is not a prank, give it to me, Selina. Reed reached out and took the owl from his daughter's arms. The owl blinked and looked at Reed with big eyes, and grumbled. The address of Reed's house is written on the back of the envelope, and the addressee says Reed Black. Open the envelope and there is a sticky note inside. It's called a beanie. Please also take care of its board and lodging. I will stay in London until September. Address is Charing Cross Road, Broke Cauldron Bar. After September, the address is Hogwarts. Don't think about coming to me, you can't find it either. Give the letter to it, it can find me. P.S. It is a very arrogant bird. If you want to please it, I heard that dead mice are its favorite. Gemini Fox. Reed looked at the sticky note in his hand with an incredible face. What a magical person! Gemini Fox? Who is that? Daughter Selina asked curiously, holding her small head. It's a terrible, weird, unbelievable person. Reed changed two adjectives in succession, both of which were not very appropriate. Well, our family will have more new members in the future, pay attention to Selina, and be careful not to be pecked by it. Noting her daughter's teasing on a beanie, Reed hurriedly said. Wait. Sally pinched her waist and glared at her husband. Why are you suddenly raising a large bird of prey at home? Reed spread out his hands and looked helpless. It seemed that he needed a good explanation from beginning to end. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Brain Closure and Memory Weaving. Chapter 14, Brain Occlusion and Memory Weaving. Just when Reed was having a headache about how to explain Gemini, Gemini was sitting by the window of the Florin cold drink shop, eating chocolate ice cream comfortably. In one night, his personal savings reached £201,000, and Gemini could not wait to take off on the spot and woohoo. While eating ice cream, while looking at the weapon shop, Gemini was constantly searching for his favorite products. There are a few products that make him very excited, but the prices are a bit high. One is the inheritance of the evil little mage, worth £5 million. Although £5 million is not a small sum, compared to its own value, £5 million is really nothing. Think of Ziofa's infinite stacking of Q skills and passives, and the greater the damage of the opponent's magical power, £5 million is really nothing. After all, the real world is not just the data in the computer, there is no CD in any ability. And the opponents are all ordinary people, there is no equipment bonus, let alone a big move, it is AQ, Voldemort will die if he comes. Even if he has a Horcrux that can make him escape, it will take a lot of effort to recover. Of course, the real world also has a bad point. For example, level A and tracking skills will not chase people like in a computer. If you can't hit it, you can't hit it. If you avoid it, you will avoid it. But Gemini doesn't have such high demands. What kind of bicycles do you want? As for other products, there are also some Gemini optimistic, such as the Pupil series. Blank Eyes 400,000 pounds. White Eyes and Blood, can be self-awakened by exercise, White Eyes, 50,000 pounds. Yiko Yu Xiaolunyan, Xiaolunyan products can be self-evolved, 100,000 pounds. Erguyu Right Round Eyes 200,000 pounds. Sanguyu Writing Round Eyes 300,000 pounds. Kaleidoscope Writing Round Eyes 600,000 pounds. Eternal Kaleidoscope 2 million pounds. Reincarnation Eye 5 million pounds. Reincarnation Eye Bloodline 1 million pounds. To be honest, Gemini looked panicked at everyone, but hesitated again and again, he still suppressed his eager hand. Now he doesn't have a chakra. Even with the pupil technique, it's wasted, and the 210,000 pounds on hand is not a big money. Gemini is very sober. The 210,000 on hand is his own principal, so he can't move for the time being. It's better not to use it arbitrarily. For him now, he can only find some of the most suitable ones. September 1st, Hogwarts is about to start school. The biggest problem Gemini currently faces is sorting. The sorting hat is a very magical thing. It has been instilled in its own ideas by the Big Four at Hogwarts, and it can easily penetrate the essence of people's hearts. Gemini didn't know if this thing could read the wearer's memory. If you want to say it can, then the dark wizards who sent their children to Hogwarts are too big. But if you want to say it can't, how does he penetrate people's hearts? But whether he can or not, Gemini will not bet on the illusory possibility, whether it is the memory of the previous life or this life, he can't expose it. Do you have any idea? Gemini lowered his head, his gaze fell on the panel of the weapon shop, others seemed to be just staring at his chocolate ice cream in a daze. Weapon store can push items according to Gemini's needs. This time, as usual, the most suitable products were pushed out after Gemini's demand was raised. Initiation category, occlumency. Price, £500. Gemini couldn't help but slap his lips at the price of £500, worth 100 gallons. In the original book, Harry and Snape were so reluctant when they were studying. Is it really Versailles? The way of learning occlumency is not a secret, but it's not a secret that a skill that costs £500. This shows the value of this ability. The Black Magic Defense Encyclopedia, which records occlumency, is only 20 gallons. Occlumency is indeed extremely powerful. This ability is not only against the mind-trapping mind. The most sophisticated polygraph in the world can't detect your secrets either. This is the evaluation given by the weapon store. The ability of occlumency is more than just emptying the brain and making it impossible to read out thoughts. In a more advanced form of mastery, occlumency allows its users to suppress only certain feelings and memories, and these feelings and memories are similar to occlumency. The users want the psychic believer to believe the opposite, thus allowing the occultist to lie while avoiding self-exposure. Simply speaking, it is the complete control of self-memory. I can make you see nothing. Even if you see it, it is just what I want you to see. Of course, if it is a small physical movement, it will still betray the user's heart, but as long as it is well controlled, there is no problem. For example, the ability to pull an old face like Snape all the time is a perfect match. Without hesitation, Gemini bought this ability. In an instant, all the techniques of occlumency appeared in Gemini's mind, as if he had used it thousands of times. Gemini easily emptied his brain. This feeling is very strange. Once he entered occlumency, there was no distraction in his head. But this is not enough. Although the weapon shop is more reliable, the judgment given is that occlumency can withstand the sorting hat, but smart people will always leave themselves behind. This second hand may not be used, but it cannot be without. Gemini brought out other products. Memory knitting. Price, £400. Slightly cheaper than occlumency. The usefulness of this ability, as the name suggests, is to weave memory. Memory weaving can fabricate completely non-existent memories, or cut and splice one's own memories, and store these woven memories on the surface of one's brain, without affecting the self-memory of memory weaving. Once the brain is invaded, the outsider can only read the memory that the memory weaver wants him to see, and his own real memory will be hidden under the surface memory. The most buggy thing about this ability is that it can weave triple memories at most. You can even sandwich the real memory between two layers of memories, playing psychological tactics or something, so that the other party does not know which one to believe is the real memory. Although it is relatively poor in confrontation, the ability of memory knitting is better than occlumency for the control of memory. Is also the ability of a wizard. If Gemini guessed it correctly, then in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Slughorn used this ability when modifying his memory. There is no need to hesitate at all, this ability was also bought by Gemini, but he had no idea of using it immediately. Different from occlumency, memory weaving is more time-consuming to weave memory. It is also a technical task to weave memory without flaws. It cost £900 all at once, and Gemini was a little bit careful. He was rarely so lavish before. This guy, he is prone to ruin when he has a little money. How can it be such an easy thing to make money? Thinking so, Gemini angrily patted his head. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of laughter from the side. Gemini followed the voice and looked at it. There were a few young and beautiful girls sitting at the next table. The girls looked in their direction with a laugh, and muttered something from time to time. Gemini is used to it, because he is damned handsome, he often has to suffer such troubles. Then why don't you comment? The collection keeps going up, and there are not many comments. If it weren't for me to be really poor, I would wonder if someone brushed the collection for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Mood-Blood. Chapter 15 Mood-Blood. Lockhart's new book is released today. First come, first served ladies. Imported copper crucible, 30% off promotion. Do you want to come on a vacation trip in close contact with the vampires? The summer tour group is only 3 places short. The promotion of activities in various stores has become more intense, which is also related to the recent increase in popularity of Diagon Alley. In these 2 days, Gemini got a general understanding of the situation in the wizarding world. The population of the entire British magical world is about a few thousand, less than 10,000, and the total number of students at Hogwarts is about 800 or 900, less than 1,000. And there are not many students of Harry's same level described in the original book, and there are less than 100 people in total. This is also true. After all, the magical world was under the shadow of Voldemort at the time. In the mood to have a baby? The entire magical world itself has a small population. After being so disturbed by Voldemort, it is almost inexhaustible. Such a small population really can't stand any damage. Gemini felt that the Ministry of Magic should strongly support the second child policy and provide some subsidies to families with many children. After all, the market can only grow bigger when the population is large. Look at the Weasley family, how prosperous. Was thinking, a pair of red-haired twins ran past the window laughing and laughing. Red hair, twins. The entire magic world can't find a second pair. Are you this year's Hogwarts freshman? A curious inquiry sounded in his ears, and Gemini turned his head to look. A pretty girl was blinking her eyes, looking at herself curiously. The girl is at the table next door, her face is blushing, and the other girls are raising their small fists to cheer her up, and they must have courage to come forward to talk to her. Ah, yes, this year's freshman. Gemini nodded politely and said gently. My name is Nina Flint, what is your name? The girl asked politely. Gemini Fox, it's an honor to meet you. Gemini whispered. Nina's face blushed, and she looked at Gemini with her little hand uncomfortably behind her back. I hope you can be assigned to Ravenclaw. I am Ravenclaw. This year should be 2nd grade. I mean, Ravenclaw. Crow is a good college, you will love it there. Gemini nodded gently, if you can get Ravenclaw, that would be my honor. Nina. Without waiting for Nina to continue to say anything, a loud voice rang at the door, and Gemini followed the prestige, and a tall and strong boy walked into the store. We should go now, and tell your friends. Right. Nina turned around in a panic, talked to the laughing female voices at the table next door, and then waved to Gemini. That's my brother Marcus, I should go, we who see you Schwartz. Who are you talking to? Marcus passed through the tables of the cold drink shop and came to a few people, his eyes swept across a group of girls, and finally fell on Gemini's face. Gemini Fox, my new friend. Nina smiled awkwardly and introduced Marcus, he is this year's Hogwarts freshman. Fox. Marcus frowned, and looked at Gemini with a grimace, the surname I've never heard of, from Muggle. Gemini thought for a while, no matter from any angle, Muggle origin is not bad, especially compared to my origin. It's good if you know, kid, stay away from my sister. Marcus's tall and strong physique is so strong next to Gemini, looking very deterrent. Gemini looked at the timid Nina, then looked at Marcus, who was like a bully, and nodded, you are right, we are indeed not a person in the world, if this is your request, then I will pay attention. He didn't mean to have any conflicts. If possible, he also hopes everyone will be well. If you don't get along, but there is no need to get along at all, just to be kind to make money. But facts have proved that in many cases, people still have to be a little aggressive, and sometimes once they give in, the other party will have to make an inch. Marcus nodded in satisfaction, you have great eyesight, little mudblood. Marcus. Almost the moment the voice fell, Nina screamed, her shameful and cramped face was full of anger, how can you say this? Apologize to him. Marcus. Now. The girls at the table next door also have ugly faces. Although none of them are Muggle-born, there are still some of them in the elders. In the magical world, going back up, within 3 generations, except for those crazy pure-blooded supporters. In addition, almost anyone can find a few Muggle or Muggle-born elders. The theory of pure blood is not popular in the mainstream of the magic world, unless it is in some special periods such as the reign of Voldemort. Little Mudblood. Gemini's smile slowly disappeared, and he looked at Marcus seriously. This is not a good thing, but if you apologize to me, I will forgive you. Marcus laughed, baring his big teeth. Don't even think about it, Mudblood. Don't try again. Try. People who are close to our Flint family. Boom. Is like a slow-motion shot of a movie. At this moment, the people in the cold drink shop raised their heads. Everyone saw Marcus's tall and sturdy figure flying horizontally, blood spurting from his mouth, and one arm twisted into a twist-like shape. It seemed to be a moment, and it seemed to be a long time. Marcus finally fell from midair, smashed the table in the corner directly, and fell to the ground, clutching his chest and howling miserably. All around suddenly screamed, and the nearby wizards hid far away, not daring to come closer. Nina stood there in shock, completely forgetting all the emotions of shame, anger, etc., and looked at Gemini in horror. In just a moment, she watched Gemini pull up Marcus's arm and twist it into a twist shape. White Sensen's stubble pierced Marcus's arm, and then Gemini kicked his foot on his chest and kicked it upside down. The blood sprayed by Marcus in the air touched Nina's pale little face, making her look a little pitiful. In the eyes of people's astonishment, Gemini took a steady step and came to Marcus. Marcus rolled all over the floor in pain, howling in pain. Gemini just broke at least 5 ribs with that kick. Tugging Marcus's hair and picking up his head, Gemini crouched down to meet Marcus's horrified gaze, with a gentle smile on his face again. The so-called growth is, when you realize sometimes you have to pay a price for saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing. At this time, you will grow up, Your Excellency Marcus. Your arm has been abolished by me, so for your abuse of me, let's just leave it this time. I forgive you. Gemini reached out and slapped Marcus's tearful face with 2 slaps. It was not hurtful, but very insulting. As for helping you grow up, don't thank me. Speaking politely, Gemini stood up and nodded slightly apologetically to Nina. I'm sorry for your kindness, Miss Flint. As to which college I'll be assigned to, I think the final it still depends on fate. I hope our friendship will last forever. In response to the other's sluggish gaze, Gemini took a step, passed by and left the cold drink shop. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Severus Snape. Chapter 16 Severus Snape. Boys from the Flint family? Ah! I know. After a while, at the Broken Cauldron bar, in Gemini's room, old Tom was helping Gemini to make mung bean soup while laughing. The hunched back and teeth seemed a bit oozing when he laughed. Although the Flint family is a pure-blood family, they are not crazy pure-blood supporters. The kid Marcus was just taken away. Old Tom shook his head. Will I have any trouble? Gemini leaned on the soft chair in the room, and tilted his head when he heard the words. Oh, Mr. Fox, you are just an 11-year-old kid. You kicked him lightly. What can you think of it? Old Tom grinned with a big mouth full of teeth. He was seriously injured when he was kicked by an 11-year-old kid who can't even use magic. I think he just broke his wand and dropped out of school. For an 11-year-old child who has not yet enrolled in school, I hope you can be more serious and don't instill such dangerous thoughts, old Tom. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang at the door, and Gemini turned his head to look at the door of the room was a man in a black robe. The man has long shiny black hair and a tall stature. His cold eyes swept across Gemini. Ha, Professor Snape! Old Tom sneered, turned around and picked up Gemini in a soft chair, and introduced Gemini in a low voice. This is the Dean of Slytherin at Hogwarts. Severus Snape. Gemini Fox, nice to meet you, Professor Snape. Gemini nodded politely. Mr. Fox's politeness really makes me terrified. Snape said calmly, a kick kicked our Slytherin Quidditch team captain and seriously injured. Are you a dragon cub? I have no horns or wings, sir. That's a troll. Snape said with a nasty tone, squinting his eyes. Gemini's thorny look in this neither servile nor overbearing makes him feel very annoying. Without enrollment, I can guess which college you will be assigned to. I am reckless. I don't know that the sky is great. You and Gryffindor must be a perfect match. Gemini said sincerely and gently, actually, I always think I can be assigned to Slytherin. I look forward to it there. Shut up. Snape roughly interrupted Gemini's words, if someone like you can be assigned to Slytherin, then I would rather give up the position of Dean. Gemini thought for a while, he thought it was really a good idea. A word is settled, Professor. You best or shut your mouth. Snape glanced sullenly at Gemini, Dumbledore sent me to deal with this matter, so I have the right to decide if you need to be removed from Hogwarts. Do you want to try? Expelled, maybe you are the first since the establishment of Hogwarts. Now, I ask, you answer. Snape glanced at Gemini, what is the cause of the matter? Why are you making such a cruel hand? Gemini blinked and looked at Snape eagerly. Looking at Snape with innocent eyes, he was upset. Talk. You told me to shut my mouth, Professor. Damn it. Damn it. Now you can talk. Snape's tone gradually became grumpy. Okay. Gemini shrugged innocently, he scolded me, mudblood. Oh, that's not a good thing. The old Tom on the side opened his mouth wide and his tone was exaggerated. Snape gave him a sideways glance, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. So, this is the cause of. Snape calmed down, asking whether he was salty or not. Yes, then I took his arm and kicked him gently. Snape gave Gemini a fixed look, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. It's really a light kick. One kick kicked the person seriously and broke 5 ribs. What are you attached to? Magic? For example, athlete's foot. Gemini picked up the metal soup bowl on the side and rubbed it with both hands, directly forming an iron gata. I have been a little stronger since I was young. Snape looked at Tyagata with fingerprints, his brows twitched. This hand is so strong, I am afraid that he is really a dragon boy, right? Seeing Gemini's exaggerated power with his own eyes, Snape finally believed that Gemini did give Flint a light kick, so he rushed to it. If you really want to kill him, he might be able to get it down. Make a hole in Marcus's chest. In comparison, what is a few ribs broken? A cold gaze swept across Gemini's face, and Snape was expressionless and turned away. That, Professor. Gemini tilted his head. Snape turned around impatiently, what else? Am I being punished? Gemini asked uncertainly. If you want to experience it, I don't mind. Snape said, leaving the room impatiently, and a voice came in from outside the door, the next time, I will definitely drive you, sometime before school starts. Just stay in the room for the time, troll kid. Step on. The black figure disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Gemini was lying on the side of the door frame. He glanced at the direction where Snape was leaving, then returned to the room, looking at old Tom with some uncertainty. So. I am, okay. Old Tom grinned with a big mouth full of teeth. This one is not good at talking, you are very lucky. This is not lucky. Gemini smiled gently and shook his head. He has read the original Harry Potter many times, and in Gemini's opinion, Snape is more suitable to deal with this matter than Professor McGonagall. To say what Snape hates most, it must be mudblood. Besides, Snape lived in Spider's End in Cockworth, a place not far from London, which is probably why Dumbledore sent him. But he said that he has the right to expel Gemini is purely intimidating. Even if Dumbledore gives him the right to dispose of it, at best it is only a serious warning, and it is impossible to give him permission to expel a student. Otherwise, the students of Gryffindor would have been expelled from him. Marcus Flint was seriously injured by a kick. After all, the entire magical world has not many people. No matter how concealed it is, others will know. Flint's father works in the Ministry of Magic and has been clamoring for severe punishment of a new student named Gemini Fox these days. But although he found a lot of relationships, he was eventually stopped by the Mountain of Dumbledore. No one could cross Dumbledore to deal with the students at Hogwarts, and even the minister came. For the next whole month, Gemini was also completely stabilized, and there was no more movement. Either learn the mantra from the mantra textbook, or continue to improve the false memory weaving out, and a month's time has passed and it has been fulfilled. Ollivander is right. The magic wand chooses the wizard, and the excellent wand will naturally choose the excellent wizard. Regardless of whether Gemini will have a big achievement in the future, at least Gemini's magic talent is indeed quite good. Like floating spells, cleaning spells, repairing spells, and other commonly used spells, Gemini can almost learn it at once. He also tried defense against the dark magic such as weapons and fainting. Can be easily released. Only the curse of the patron saint, Gemini still has no clue. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Oh, it's so fragrant. Chapter 17 Hey, it's so fragrant. Hushan Guardian. This is the very high-end magic in the magic world, the mantra of the patron saint mantra. The requirement to cast this mantra is to be truly happy, or to think of a scene that makes you feel happy and happy. Unfortunately, although Gemini has many happy things, such as when making money, or when making money, such as when making money. But these simple and poor happiness is not enough to support him to release the patron saint curse. Sitting on the mattress like a wood, Gemini's hair was a bit messy. He had studied this spell for 3 days, but he still had no clue. Is my spiritual world so barren? Gemini fell into deep self-doubt. No, I can't be so superficial. He even fantasizes about playing Yasuo 18/0, but he still can't cast the patroness charm. Forget it. Raised his head and fell on the bed. Gemini was a little helpless. After all, it is the top defense against the dark arts, and it is normal that it is difficult. The Guardian God spell obviously cannot be released with an 18/0 Yasuo. If this spell is really so superficial, it can't be called one of the top defense against the dark arts. Was silent for a while, and Gemini recognized one thing. My happiness is so vulgar. In other words, I am not happy at all. The sky was already dark outside the window, and Gemini was curled up on the head of the bed. His slender fingers flipped his wand gently, and the tip of the wand was glowing with a bright yellow halo, and the room illuminated by it was warm. Magic wands have their own emotions. Those who jump a little bit will release their own spells. A wand with a little bit of urine will cause emotions and even refuse to cast spells. If you are a little bit mentally retarded, you will spit a bubble or something, a dedicated magic wand. After the death of the owner, he will also obliterate his spirituality. The golden halo is the self-casting of Gemini's wand. It feels Gemini's emotions and releases this warm light in an attempt to warm its master. Cuckoo. A black owl appeared out of the window at some unknown time, and lightly pecked at the window. Is a beanie. This morning, Gemini received a letter from Reed. He wanted to buy more life-saving things. After the two men had a friendly communication with a bird as the link, Reed finally bought 3 Edmund alloy inner armors from Gemini. At first, Reed didn't want to buy it. This thing seemed too mediocre, and the price was still expensive, until he found that he couldn't damage this inner armor no matter what means he used. In the Far East, in another time and space, the great anthropologist Jings once said, "Oh, it's so fragrant." The soft armor in the weapon store was worth £50,000. Gemini sold 200,000 pieces to Reed, earning a net profit of 450,000. Ebony flew over this time to send money. Received the non-marking stretch bag that a beanie handed. There were 300 stacks of 20-pound notes in the bag. Reed's letter stated that the non-marking stretch bag could sell him too. Sell? Why not sell? The non-marking stretch bag is a good thing. The cost is low, but for muggles like Reed, the value is high. For £25, Gemini was surprised to sell it for £5,000, and he felt that he was selling it cheaply. Sold 2 more seamless stretch bags, and Gemini's total assets reached £670,000. Satisfied and fell down on the bed. Just now, the depressed mood that seemed hypocritical but like something else was wiped out, and Gemini fell asleep slowly. Finally, September 1st, 9 o'clock in the morning. Black shirt, black jeans, black leather boots, and a slim black trench coat. The long black hair was simply bundled in the back of his head, only a few strands of bangs fell, and the white face that lined it was more beautiful. Black leather gloves are holding a black cane, and Hedwig, who is quietly squatting on his shoulders, is the only white on Gemini. When this dressed Gemini appeared in the lobby of the Broken Cauldron, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. "Oh, look at whose little gentleman this is." An old witch looked at Gemini cheerfully, smiling from ear to ear. "Good morning, Mr. Fox." Old Tom put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Gemini. "Good morning, Mr. Tom." Gemini nodded politely. Old Tom smiled and said, "I hope you can be assigned to a pleasant college. Today is the day of school. I believe you will surprise everyone. It's just a little better. I don't think everyone is so superficial, right?" An untimely voice sounded, and a petite figure stopped in front of Gemini. Hermione hugged her arm in front of Gemini. She turned her small face away, trying her best to show a calm look, but she couldn't stop her gaze on Gemini's face. "Good morning, Miss Granger." Gemini nodded slightly. "If I remember correctly, today is the day of school, and you are here." "Yes, today is the beginning of school." Hermione nodded and looked at Gemini seriously. "Considering that you are going to Hogwarts for the first time, my parents are very worried about whether you can find King's Cross Station smoothly, so I just dropped by to pick you up. I didn't expect you to go downstairs until 9 o'clock. Do you know how long we have been waiting here, Mr. Lyle?" Gemini tilted his head to calculate, then looked at Hermione again. "It's not easy to get here from the suburbs to King's Cross Station." "Shut up! Am I discussing things that go wrong with you?" The little girl suddenly got angry when she heard the words. "I'm very sorry. I don't need your apology." Behind Hermione, Mr. Granger dragged Hermione to her side a little funny and looked at Gemini with admiration. "Hermione is very worried about whether you can catch the train smoothly, so we decided to pick you up. Do you think we are nosy?" Gemini nodded gently. "Of course not, thank you very much for your concern." Hugging Hedwig, Gemini got into Mr. Granger's car. Hermione held her arms full of anger, her anger still. "I can't believe that you didn't even mail me a letter in a month. I mean, we are classmates anyway, right? You not only lied to me, but also let me dove, and I actually paid it back. Worry about you not being able to catch the car." In the co-pilot, Mrs. Granger giggled, and Gemini sat in the back row with embarrassment. "Gemini, what have you learned from this incident?" Mrs. Granger turned around and asked. "For example, how should I get in touch with girls?" Gemini thought for a while, holding his chin thoughtfully. "Don't lie to girls, otherwise they will remember them forever." The voice fell, and the Grangers suddenly laughed. Hermione's angry face flushed, and her whole body trembled and chilled. Finally, amidst the laughter of the Grangers, everyone got out of the car and arrived at King's Cross Station. It was already 10 o'clock, and there was 1 hour left. The Hogwarts Express would depart from here to Hogwarts. Hogwarts. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Boarding. Chapter 18, Getting on the car. "We are going through this wall, right?" Mr. Granger looked at the wall between the two platforms in front of him with some uncertainty. Gemini nodded, took a step forward, and put his hand on the wall. The incredible scene appeared, and Gemini's hand disappeared into the wall. The Grangers who watched couldn't help but open their mouths. Hedwig squatted on Gemini's shoulder and walked with him through the partition wall in the center of Platform 9 and Platform 10. After a brief period of darkness, Gemini's eyes suddenly opened up, and the sun shone on his face again. A dark red steam train stopped by the platform crowded with passengers. The sign on the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Turned around, the partition wall has become a wrought iron archway, and it says, Platform 9. Soon, the Grangers came over. Unlike Gemini, the Granger family was stopped by two men in long robes as soon as they arrived at the platform. After confirming that it was the parents who came to send the students and not the Muggles who broke in by mistake, they were slightly apologetic. Let them go. The smoke of the steam train is constantly lingering over the chirping crowd. Cats of various colors are constantly shuttled under people's feet, people's noisy voices, the dragging of suitcases, the chirping of owls, all kinds of noisy voices kept ringing in Gemini's ears. The first few carriages are already full of students. Some of them leaned out of the window to talk to their family members, and some of them played in their seats. Would you like to get in the car with me, Miss Granger? Gemini asked gently. Don't. Hermione gave Gemini an annoyed look. Okay. Gemini nodded, turned to look at Granger and his wife, and nodded slightly towards them. Thank you for giving me a ride, so I won't disturb a few of you. Well, goodbye, Gemini. Mr. Granger smiled and waved to Gemini. I wish you success in your studies. I also wish you a prosperous career and a happy family. Gemini leaned back, turned and walked towards the next few carriages. There are not too many people on the platform now. He can choose a car with no one to occupy a position first. Coming to an unmanned carriage at the rear of the train, Gemini sat by the window, found the spell textbook in the storage space, and began to look through it. Knowledge is always the most important weapon. As an arms dealer, Gemini has always thought so. The noisy environment outside the carriage did not affect Gemini in the slightest. He just sat there quietly reading a book, quietly like a painting. After a while, a petite figure with tousled hair appeared at the door of the box. Gemini raised her head, and Hermione was leaning against the sliding door, holding her arms to look at him for a while. I thought about it, it's better to sit in a car with acquaintances. Does it bother you? Hermione turned her head away, rubbing her toes on the ground. Of course not. Gemini smiled gently. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down opposite Gemini. Her eyes swept over the book in Gemini's hand. Oh, are you reading the spell textbook? Have you learned any spells? Gemini chuckled. It's just a brief look. Really? I have a lot of control. Hermione lifted her chin, posing like a proud little peacock. You are amazing. Gemini clapped his hands and praised. Thank you. Hermione blushed, only to realize that she seemed a little overwhelmed. The box fell silent again, and Hermione took advantage of Gemini's time to read the book, staring at his good-looking face for a few times, and then asked, Why did you lie to me that time? That time? Gemini was stunned. It took a few seconds to realize what Hermione was talking about. He couldn't help but laugh. I just want to get rid of unnecessary trouble, a little lie that doesn't cost much. It saves a lot of time. This sale is a good deal. I didn't mean to target you, it will be the case for anyone else, and the result will not change. I'm sorry to disturb you. As soon as Gemini had finished speaking, a little fat man at the door of the box looked at the two people in the box timidly. Can I sit here? It's almost time to depart. Even if the two are sitting in the back compartment, there are more people outside the box. Of course. Hermione nodded to the fat man. Thank you, my name is Neville Longbottom. The little fat man took a glance at the gentle Gemini, then looked at Hermione, who was a little bit more temperamental, and finally hesitated to sit next to Gemini. "Good meeting, Hermione Granger." Hermione nodded. Gemini closed the spell book in his hand, and said gently, "Gemini Fox, just call me Gemini. I'm glad to meet you." Navi turned pale when he heard the words, and couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking at Gemini tremblingly. Two legs trembled. He wanted to move his position to stay away from Gemini, fearing that he would be misunderstood by Gemini. "Do you know him?" Hermione was puzzled by Neville's reaction. Neville looked at Gemini, feeling the gentleness of the other person, and finally got bold enough to look at Hermione. "Have you never heard of it?" Neville whispered, "What about Gemini?" "Ha!" Hermione glanced at Gemini and asked, "Let me guess, did he fight again?" Navely's face turned white. "Fighting? Shouldn't it be counted? It should be a unilateral beating." "It looks like I guessed it right." Hermione looked at Gemini's handsome face and mocked, "Who did you hit again? Or who did you get robbed again? Then had to fight back?" Gemini thought for a while, and finally sighed dejectedly, "I forgot what his name was." "Hermione. Navi. Fuck, this guy is a ruthless guy." Marcus Flint was beaten, a member of the Flint family, but Gemini is not to blame. Navi explained, it was the Marcus who insulted Gemini first, but Gemini broke his arm and kicked 5 ribs. 5 ribs broken by a kick. Hermione couldn't help but widened her eyes. "What the did he scold you?" Gemini spread his hands, "Mud blood." "What does that mean?" Hermione was puzzled. Navi explained in a low voice, "It's a contempt for a wizard from Muggle origin. It's a very vicious insult. Probably the equivalent of a dog in a Muggle mouth." Gemini thought for a while and said, "Good kick." Hermione glanced at Gemini and raised her eyebrows, "But how did you kick him 5 ribs short? Any tricks?" Gemini smiled gently, "I just have more strength." "Own strength? It's barely about 4 or 5 tons. It's been a week since the new book was released. I would like to ask you for a collection recommendation, monthly pass, etc., and please support a lot." End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Neville Longbottom. Chapter 19, Neville Longbottom. Several people chatted with this guy, and the train finally started slowly and left the 9th platform. Navely pitifully rummaged through his luggage, seeming to be looking for something. "What are you looking for?" "Rifle, my toad." Neville's chubby round face looked pitiful, "It always runs away. Maybe I should recognize the reality. It may not like staying with me." "How come there are pets who don't like to stay with their owner?" "You say so, Hedwig." Gemini touched Hedwig's head lightly. Hedwig grumbled, enjoying Gemini's caress very much. The potion bought from the Tula Owl store allowed it to grow beautiful feathers again, and Gemini had already controlled its own abilities freely, which made it no longer repel Gemini's approach. Hermione was very enthusiastic, and stood up directly, "I'll help you go to other boxes and ask." Without waiting for Neville to say anything, Hermione left the box. For a while, only 2 of Gemini and Neville were left in the box. Although Neville is still a little scared of Gemini in his heart, he is much better than before. He discovered that Gemini was not that kind of violent guy. On the contrary, Gemini had a very quiet personality and a pleasant temperament. He was a very gentle person. "Gemini, are you and Hermione both from Muggle families?" Neville asked boldly, and then waved his hand again, "I just asked, I didn't mean to look down upon." "Hermione is a Muggle family. As for me, I am not very clear about it." Gemini smiled helplessly, "I grew up in an orphanage and didn't have many clues to my parents. I only knew that my mother was Anastasia, her surname was not clear, she was an Englishman, and my father was a Chinese businessman. The dean said that I was sent to the orphanage by my parents. At first, I just hoped to take care of them for a while. Then they left as if there was something urgent. 2 months after that, he received a letter from my mother, saying that my father has passed away, her condition is no longer suitable for raising me, and since then I have been living in the orphanage. But I think this should be just an excuse. Gemini thought for a while. I guess they should be just ordinary people. You know, just like wizards value pure blood, muggles also value blood, but they do. It is because of race and skin color. Apart from congenital disabilities, the most abandoned children in the orphanage are of mixed race. Moreover, the economy of Muggle society in recent years has not been very good. There are many children because of the unemployment trend. But speaking of it, although those adults reject mixed race, they are obsessed with the appearance that this Asian European mixed race brings to me. Superficial people are always best dealt with, like those black or mulatto children, but they have been there since childhood. Grew up under the discrimination of others. Gemini smiled gently and said, "Thanks to this face, I can get along well no matter where I am. In such a calculation, although my parents sent me to the orphanage, they are not worthwhile." "Nothing." Navi looked at Gemini in a daze, and for a long time he asked dryly, "Price, value?" Gemini nodded with a smile, "I should really thank them if I have the opportunity. No matter what their character is, at least they are quite good in terms of genetics." "Is it wrong?" Neville looked at Gemini in disbelief. "I mean, how can this kind of thing be measured by value? Although they abandon you, even if they hate something. Are you?" "Ah. I probably understand what you mean." Gemini suddenly smiled. "Isn't that necessary? Because it's too troublesome, it will make you very unpleasant, and you can't change anything. For those it's not worth it to make yourself exhausted by cheap emotions that don't need any cost." Navi looked at Gemini dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. "This person? Is there no emotion?" "No, this is not right, Gemini." Neville boldly refuted Gemini with a serious face, "That's not cheap emotion." Before he finished speaking, Neville saw Gemini put up a slender finger and shook it at himself. "Navi, what do your parents do?" A warm smile, a gentle voice, and what he said made Neville feel cold. "I've probably heard of the brave and fearless Longbottoms." Gemini turned his head, holding his chin and looking out the window slowly, and said slowly, "When I asked you a question, your pupils shrank a little, his face became whiter, the tip of his nose was sweaty, and his back became unconsciously stiff. There is no doubt that you are afraid of me asking about your parents, right? So what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will laugh at you because of them? To laugh at your great parents who were tortured to go crazy to protect you? Of course I wouldn't do that." Gemini turned around, smiling and spreading out his hands. "No matter emotionally or morally, I will not allow myself to do such sordid things." Speaking, Gemini stretched out her finger and poked Neville's chubby face. "But I will laugh at you, Mr. Longbottom. Just now, you were ashamed of your parents, right?" With lowered eyelids, Gemini walked in front of Neville unkindly, smiling like a treacherous little fox. "Is it right? With such a deformed and distorted emotion, he even talked about mine with me without shame. Right or wrong, Mr. Longbottom, how do you feel about your parents? Even if it is hatred or something." "I didn't." Neville stood up abruptly and looked at Gemini angrily, his voice changed unconsciously. "Really?" Gemini hugged his arms and sat back by the window again, with a calm expression on his face. "Then if you don't have it, don't you?" Navi's face flushed suddenly, and he gasped for a few times, turned and left the box. "Goo." Hedwig tilted his head and glanced at Gemini. "Isn't it normal for children to quarrel?" Gemini smiled gently, and stretched out his hand to follow Hedwig's feathers. "He just thinks I am too cold-blooded, but it's not like that." "Goo." Hedwig rubbed the palm of Gemini's palm and narrowed his eyes comfortably. Gemini didn't think there was anything wrong with being like this, he was like that in the previous life. He was not an orphan in his previous life, but his father had cancer and his mother had asthma. Both of them left when he was 12 or 13 years old. The relatives of his parents hide far away, and he naturally has no circle of friends if he has no money to go out. Then he suddenly realized that without wealth and capital, if he could abandon some unnecessary emotions, he would make his life easier. Because no one cares about him, he does not need to care about anyone. Since then, Gemini has been like this. Nah friends. Nah over. Until one drink, get drunk in the galaxy. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Is there such a good thing? Chapter 20 Is there such a good thing? An inadvertent reminder of the memory, Gemini slapped Hedwig and quietly looked at the lonely field outside the window. With a bang, the sliding door of the box opened, and Hermione appeared at the door of the box panting, shocking Hedwig. Hey! Gemini, hurry up, find a place to hide. Hermione hurriedly rushed to Gemini. When I was looking for Raffles, I heard a passing student say that Slytherin's senior year the students are coming to trouble you. They have a lot of people here, so you can hide. There is such a good thing. Gemini blinked, indifferent to Hermione's proposal. What? Hermione pinched her waist and looked at Gemini angrily. I was anxious for a long time before rushing over in front of them. You said this is a good thing. The two were talking. A noisy sound sounded in the corridor outside the box, the door of the box next door was opened, and the sound reached the box of the two. Let's find a freshman named Gemini Fox. Is he in your box? If you are not blind, you will find that we are all girls in the box. Gemini squeezed his chin thoughtfully. The IQ of these seniors is really worrying. You still say? Hermione stamped her foot anxiously. Wow! The sliding door of the box opened, and a dozen tall boys gathered around the door of the box. Their eyes swept across Hermione's face and looked at Gemini. What's your name? Gemini Fox. The air was strangely silent for a moment. Then, a dozen boys changed their expressions and pulled out their wands and pointed them at Gemini. It's him. Come out with us, kid, don't think about tricks. Dozens of wands. Pointing at you. Stop. You can't do this. He is a freshman at Hogwarts, and you are against school rules like this. Hermione hurriedly stood in front of Gemini, glaring at a dozen Slytherin seniors who were one head taller than herself. Hey? Violation of school rules. The headed boy laughed. The train hasn't arrived at Hogwarts. No matter what happens on the train, whether it's the beginning of school or the holiday, no one will care about what happens on the train, although the new students have been pulled in this year, but as long as you don't kill anyone, you don't have to worry about it. Actually, I was a little worried. Gemini's gentle voice sounded behind Hermione. Hermione turned around and was about to say something. Gemini had already put a hand on her shoulder. The little girl's film could not stop Gemini's strength, and she was directly pressed onto the seat. But now that I hear you say that, I can rest assured. Gemini stood up and looked at the boy with a smile. As long as it doesn't kill anyone, it's all right. The boy was stunned for a moment. As if teleporting, Gemini's thin figure appeared ghostly in front of the boy. Then, the boy snatched his wand from his hand, and a fist slammed his chin on his chin. Blood spurted out, his teeth collapsed, and the boy flew straight up and hit the top of the car with his head. The crowd hadn't reacted yet, and Gemini's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already hanging upside down on the roof behind the crowd. Holding down the two heads and bumping them, the blood flowed down on the spot. The two boys didn't even hum, but directly rolled their eyelids and fainted. Quickly. In the hallway outside the box, there were screams, bone fractures, and cries one after another. The students in the other boxes in the car opened the door, poked their heads out in surprise, and saw the tragedy of a group of Slytherin students. Can't help covering his mouth. In a short time, a dozen boys were piled up in a pile, and Gemini sat cross-legged on the back of the boy at the top, counting the dozen wands that had just been captured. In the box, Hermione opened her mouth wide in shock. The picture just now is too unbelievable. The action movies are not as exaggerated as Gemini's skills just now. No wonder this guy has no fear. The group of Slytherin students faced him before they even had time to chant the spell, and they were upset. 15 magic wands, 15 people, ha great! Gemini laughed happily. Does anyone want to redeem his wand? 5 gallons. Hermione. No one responded. The best one among the group of boys was just humming miserably, and all the rest passed out. As for the minor injury or the serious injury, it is not clear. 2 minutes later, a dozen senior Slytherin students were hung from the roof by spider silks, occasionally swaying with the shaking of the carriage, looking as thrilling as the door was destroyed. What should I do next? Hermione asked helplessly. Wait. Gemini took out the spell book and turned it over. Waiting for what? Hermione asked puzzledly. If you are lucky, you may be able to wait until the next wave. If you are not lucky, you can only wait for the train to arrive at the station. Your interpretation of luck seems a little different from normal people. Hermione sighed. Right, where about Neville? Let's go to relax, probably. Gemini smiled. The fight just now caused a lot of noise. Soon, the box was filled with bustling students, and the students watched the Slytherin seniors who were suspended from the roof. During the period, Slytherin students occasionally passed by, but they didn't continue to trouble Gemini, they just struggled to untie the spider silk and dragged away people he knew well. Unlike other academies, Slytherin is not completely unified. The power, financial resources, and class of the parents are different, and the people in the family are also different. This makes these little snakes who have been intrigued since childhood also unconsciously divide different classes. Formed different groups. I only saw Slytherin's negative reputation in books. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes so soon. Hermione frowned and looked outside the car in disgust. Thank God, I'm a muggle, don't worry. To be assigned there. With that said, Hermione seemed to be thinking of something, looking at Gemini with a look of expectation. What about you? Which college do you want to be assigned to? In fact, I think Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are both very nice. Actually, I think they are all very good. Gemini smiled and closed the spell book. If I can, I hope I can be assigned to Slytherin. Why? Hermione looked at Gemini in disbelief. After I kicked that one out, Professor Snape, the Dean of Slytherin, handled the matter. He said that if someone like me can be assigned to Slytherin, then he would rather give up that position. Hermione. And look. With a gentle smile on his face, Gemini pointed his finger outside the box. These are all good leaks, not easy to find in other colleges. Hermione. There is also, Hogwarts, a school history. It is said that all colleges are based on the points system, and students who violate the school rules will be deducted points. If I am in Slytherin, I will have a relationship with them. If there is any conflict, Professor Snape must not deduct Slytherin points. If it is in another college, the total deduction will not be good. Hermione was so shocked listening to Gemini. Are you an undercover agent? Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a recommendation, ask for a reward. The book's grades are a bit weak. Burp. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Answers to some small questions. Chapter 21 Answers to some small questions. Some readers in the comment area do not quite understand some of the plots of the book, so I will explain here. First of all, Navi Longbottom is pure blood. I remembered it wrong 2333. Because he and Harry met the conditions of the prophecy, I remembered him as being the same hybrid as Harry. Later I remembered that Voldemort was just because Harry was a hybrid like himself, and Longbottom was pure blood, so he thought Harry was more threatening, so he went to kill his family. But I still understand the meaning of being mixed. For example, like Harry, even if his parents are both wizards, but one of them is of Muggle origin, it will be counted as mixed. Also, as for whether 9 can let Muggles in, the original text of the Deathly Hallows, the story of a prince is described. This paragraph is a description of Snape's memories and Aunt Petunia. Scene transition. Harry looked around. He was on platform 9 3/4. Snape was standing beside him, slightly confessing himself, next to someone who looked like him. His face was grey and thin, and his expression was gloomy. Woman. Snape was staring at a family of 4 not far away. The 2 girls stood apart from their parents. Lily seemed to be begging her sister. Harry leaned over to listen. She looked at the platform with light-colored eyes, watching the cat meowing in the owner's arms, watching the owl flapping its wings in the cage, yelling at each other, watching the students. Some were already wearing black robes, they were carrying their luggage onto the bright red steam locomotive and greeted their classmates happily after a summer vacation. These 2 paragraphs are memories left by Snape before he died, describing the scene when Lily's parents and sister saw her off on platform 9 3/4 before she enrolled in school. So, Muggles can enter platform 9 3/4. At this point, there may be readers who say, what if Muggles accidentally come in? First of all, there is a spell called Muggle Banishment Curse. This spell can make the approaching Muggles leave unconsciously. Secondly, the opening of Hogwarts is an annual event in the magic world, and the Ministry of Magic cannot ignore it at all, especially the Ministry of Magic specializes in the work of modifying Muggle memories. Even if there are really 2 Muggles breaking into the 9 3/4 of the platform, for the Ministry of Magic, it is just a policeman who will be responsible for revising their memories. It will be forgotten. What? All resolved. After all, it is a small society with government agencies. I don't believe that a large group of people like the Ministry of Magic could not think of such a simple solution. Also, Muggle parents are also parents. Wouldn't it be too impersonal to not let people enter the platform to send their children? In fact, not only 9 3/4 can be entered by Muggles, the Ministry of Magic is occasionally invaded by Muggles, but in the darkest period of the 7th Ministry of Magic, the Muggles who accidentally entered the Ministry of Magic died. It's miserable. Finally is about the price of the book. Still the same sentence, if there is a cost without a market, it is calculated according to the manufacturing cost, such as spider silk launchers, serums. If there is no cost, it is calculated according to the approximate market value of the item in the world, such as pupil surgery, and there is a cost and a market. The price is above the cost and below the market, such as firearms. There is no cost and no market estimate, such as inheritance. Some readers said that the price of pupil surgery is very fascinating, but in fact, the price is almost the same. According to Kishimoto's setting, the ratio of Naruto currency to the yen is 1 or 2 equals 10 yen. From the purchasing power and prices shown in the animation, the value of the ninja currency is in the ninja, and the value of the yen in Japan is basically equivalent. There is no difference between a bowl of ramen in Ninkai and a bowl of ramen in Japan for a few hundred yen, so it can be based on the yen. The exchange rate between pound sterling and RMB in 1990 was about 115. The exchange rate of RMB and Japanese yen in the same year is about 116. White eyes equals 400,000 pounds times 15 times 16 equals 96 million yen equals 9.6 million taels. In other words, it is basically equivalent to 9.6 million taels in the ninja world, which is equivalent to less than 1/3 of the ASMA, and the price is much lower than the value that a blank eye should have in the ninja world. But Naruto was created in 1999, and Kishimoto's economic concept was around 99. From 1990 to 1999, the world economy of currency has undergone many changes. Older readers should know that it was around 1993. At that time, the monthly salary level in our country suddenly changed from tens of RMB to hundreds of RMB. The change in this is not a little bit. So if the factors of the times are taken into consideration, the price is not outrageous, and even a bit high, but even if there is a gap, the gap will not be too big. How about, now I feel that my pricing is rigorous enough. I think what readers reject is the digital contrast between the British pound and the ninja currency. But I also slightly changed the pricing that I didn't think was appropriate. Basically, I don't think there is any problem. If you still look awkward like this, then I really have nothing to do. Ninja, those who can bear it have to be oily. Above, just sauce. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Welcome to Hogwarts. Chapter 22 Welcome to Hogwarts. Woo! The little red train braved rolling steam and slowly stopped at Hogsmeade. This is a village composed entirely of wizards. This year's Hogsmeade, as always, ushered in a new life who is about to enter Hogwarts. When the car stopped on the edge of the platform, the little wizards walked off the train and descended to a dark and small platform. What's interesting is that when Gemini got off the train, a vacuum suddenly appeared around him, as if he was a dangerous person. Only Hermione followed him indifferently. First-year freshman. First-year freshman, come here. Harry, come here, how are you? Hagrid. A brawny man with a full length of about 3 meters yelled. He was wearing a coat made of animal fur, he had a big beard on his face, his eyes were black and shiny, and he was holding a lamp in his hand. Standing people facing forward. Rubber Hagrid, Hogwarts hunting ground guard. Gemini also noticed the boy named Harry, who looked a little thin and a little uncomfortable. His fluffy hair was stubbornly curled up with a few dull hairs, and his white face was tucked in round glasses. Following the surging crowd, Gemini and Hermione joined the team of first-year freshmen quietly, without causing any waves. Come on, come with me, are there any first-year students? Watch out for your feet, all right. First-year students will follow me. Hagrid, carrying the lamp, strode forward, and a group of first-year freshmen slid and stumbled behind him, reluctantly following his steps. Gemini was very relaxed. His strong vision made the dark night unable to have any influence on him. From time to time, he shot a spider silk to stick to the tree trunk beside him, leisurely, and easily followed in the team, occasionally give Hermione a hand. What is that? The thread? Hermione asked, looking at Gemini's wrist. A spider web launcher, a technological product. Gemini smiled and pointed to Hagrid's back. Do you see the tonnage of that person? 1 spider silk can bear 10 of his weight. It's amazing. Hermione blinked her eyes. Isn't it said that there is a magical magnetic field over Hogwarts, and electronic products can't be used? Indeed. Gemini shook his head. What can't be used are electronic instruments or equipment such as computer phones and TV sets, but mechanical products can be used, and spider web transmitters belong to the category of machinery. Unfortunately, the spider web launcher can be used, but the Iron Man armor can't be used. But it's okay, even if you can use it now, you don't have the money to buy it. Turning this turn, you will soon see Hogwarts for the first time. Hagrid in front of the team turned his head and said loudly. Immediately afterwards, there was an uproar of exclamation. At the end of the narrow path, a black lake suddenly appeared. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stood an ancient towering castle. The towers of the castle were lined with spires. The windows with lights and the starry sky reflected each other, which looked very spectacular. There were boats docked by the lake in front of everyone. Hagrid pointed to the boats and said loudly, there can be no more than 4 people on each boat. Gemini jumped into a boat, politely reached out, and helped Hermione, who was a little bit ashamed, onto the boat. Then, 2 more students came on the boat. One of them was to go with the 2 before. Justin in Corner Alley, the other is a blonde boy, who seems to be a new friend of Justin. Are all on the boat? Hagrid shouted. He could only take a boat by himself, and it seemed to be sinking. Well, go ahead. A group of small boats rowed across the mirror-like surface of the lake and drove slowly towards the castle. All the freshmen were silent. Everyone was gazing at the towering castle high into the sky. When they approached the cliff where the castle was located, the castle seemed to rise above everyone's heads. Head down through a rugged cliff, the small boat carried the new students through the ivy tent covering the front of the cliff to the secret open entrance, followed a dark tunnel to the place like the castle underground, and finally arrived a place similar to an underground wharf. Eventually climbed onto a ground full of gravel and pebbles. Guku. A huge toad lay in front of Gemini. Gemini crouched down, picked up the toad, and found Neville in the crowd. Although it's the first time we met, but I guess this should be your Raffles. The wild toad is not that big. Oh. Thank you, Gemini. Neville was ecstatic with excitement. He suddenly forgot the unhappiness he had with Gemini before and cheered and hugged Rifle in his arms. At the same time, Hagrid got off the boat and greeted the students to follow him. Passing through the long tunnel, everyone finally reached a wide and flat grass in the shadow of the castle. Hagrid led the students to climb a world, when all the students gathered in front of a huge oak door. Are you all here? After tapping the number of people again and again, Hagrid raised the fist that was bigger than the casserole and knocked on the castle gate 3 times. We're going to be sorted soon. Hermione gently tugged on Gemini's cuff. I urge you to think about it. Do you really want to be assigned to Slytherin? It's about your future. Years of life. It's not up to me to decide where to go. Gemini smiled and shook his head, with a soft and gentle voice, but I do tend to go to Slytherin. You see, when the group left today, they laughed. How happy! Hermione. The devil. This guy is definitely a devil. As soon as Hagrid knocked on the door over there, the door suddenly opened. A tall witch wearing an emerald green robe stood in front of the gate, no one else. It was Professor McGonagall who took Gemini to Diagon Alley. First-year freshman, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid said grinningly. Thank you, Hagrid, let me pick you up here. Professor McGonagall said, opening the door completely. Behind the gate, the wide hallway is exaggerated. Its style is similar to that of Gringa. The surrounding walls are full of flaming torches, and the ceiling is almost invisible. Opposite it is an extremely luxurious marble staircase. It leads straight upstairs. The freshman team followed in the footsteps of Professor McGonagall and walked along the road paved with slabs. Gemini guessed that the direction on his right was the college's auditorium, and the reason was very simple. Behind the door came the buzzing of hundreds of people, which sounded very noisy. Professor McGonagall did not lead the students directly into the auditorium, but led them to a small room at the other end of the hall. In this small room dozens of freshmen looked a little crowded, and gathered one by one. Fortunately, there is no one beside Gemini except Hermione. Seeing the appearance of the few freshmen nearby, it seems that he would rather squeeze than have anything to do with Gemini. Professor McGonagall glanced across the faces of the freshmen. When he saw Gemini noticed that Professor McGonagall's face seemed a little stiff. So, welcome to Hogwarts. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Start Branch. Chapter 23 Start Sorting. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you sit in the auditorium, you must first determine which college you enter. Branching is a very important meaning, because while you are on campus, the college is like your home at Hogwarts. You have to take classes with other students in the college, stay together in the college dormitory, and stay together at the colleges, spend spare time in the common room. The names of the 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each academy has its own glorious history and has nurtured outstanding wizards. During your studies at Hogwarts, your outstanding performance will make your academy win extra points, and any violations will be your academy's deductions. At the end of the year, colleges with high scores will receive the College Cup. This is a very high honor. I hope you can honor your college no matter which college you are assigned to. Professor McGonagall pursed his mouth, his eyes swept across the faces of the freshmen again. In a few minutes, the branching ceremony will be held in front of the teachers and students of the school. I suggest that you organize yourself and make yourself look more energetic while you wait. Speaking, she glanced over the faces of a few sloppy boys, and took another look at Gemini, then nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, as if thinking of something bad again, Professor McGonagall's face stiffened again. When it's ready over there, I will pick you up. Please keep quiet while waiting. Professor McGonagall finished speaking and left the room. The freshmen waiting here did not keep quiet as Professor McGonagall said. As soon as Professor McGonagall walked away, the room became noisy. Do you know how it was sorted? Hermione tugged on Gemini's cuff and asked in a low voice. If I told you, wouldn't there be no surprises at all? Gemini laughed softly. Hermione's nervous face paled. I just hope it's not scared. The little wizards around were panicked, only Gemini was as steady as an old dog. Actually, if he can, Gemini hopes he can be a little nervous, but he knows the plot and makes it less interesting. I want to say that the only expectation is to expect that I can be assigned to Slytherin. In the process of waiting, there was an episode. Several white ghosts seemed to have gone the wrong way. They penetrated the wall and came to the small room of the new students, but they soon left. Just after they left, Professor McGonagall returned. Now, stand in a line and follow me. The freshmen lined up in a row, followed Professor McGonagall, walked out of the room, through the hall, and after passing a double door, they came to a luxurious auditorium. A candle floats in mid-air, illuminating the entire auditorium. From time to time, there are bats flying past the ceiling of the auditorium. There are beautiful reliefs carved out of marble on the walls of the auditorium. 4 long tables measuring tens of meters have long been filled with students of other grades. On the tables are shining golden plates and clean and translucent goblets. There was another long table on the upper stage of the auditorium. It was the seats of the teachers. Professor McGonagall brought the first-year freshmen to the front of the teacher's bench and arranged them in a row facing all the students. This made G. Minillo was a little embarrassed. The ceiling has been cast, and it looks like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a school history. Hermione muttered quietly in Gemini's ear. I'm glad you are still in the mood to think about this. Gemini smiled, it looks like you are not too nervous. No. Hermione paled scarily, I just don't know what to say when I'm nervous. Gemini didn't let Gemini wait for too long. Soon, Professor McGonagall took a 4-corner stool and placed it in front of the freshmen, and put a top wizard hat on the stool. The hat looked tattered, patched everywhere, and polished shiny, and Gemini felt that the hat had not been washed in years. The moment the wizard's hat was placed on the stool, there was no sound in the auditorium. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's eyes, the hat twisted coquettishly, cracking a mouth-like gap. Is here, Hogwarts rap in the sorting hat. Are you ready? Every boy come with me. Gemini whispered in his mind. You may think I am not pretty. But don't judge people by their appearance. If you can find a hat smarter than me, I can eat myself. You can make your bowler hats black and shiny. Make your top silk hats smooth and crisp. I'm the top hat for the Hogwarts test. Naturally higher than your hat. Any thoughts hidden in your mind? Can't hide from the golden eyes of the magic hat. Try it on it, I will tell you. Which college should you be assigned to? You may belong to Gryffindor. There is bravery buried in my heart. Their courage, boldness, and boldness make Gryffindor outstanding. You may belong to Hufflepuff. The people there are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff students are steadfast and honest. Not afraid of hard work. If you are savvy, maybe the wise old Ravenclaw. Those who are wise and knowledgeable will always meet their colleagues there. Maybe you will enter Slytherin. Maybe you make sincere friends here. But those cunning and insidious people will do everything possible to achieve their goals. Come and put on me. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. In my hand, even though I don't even have a hand, you are absolutely safe. Because I am a magic hat who knows how to think. Like what Gemini saw in the Philosopher's Stone, Song of the Sorting Hat hasn't changed a bit because Gemini came to this world. Good guys, really copy and paste? After the Sorting Hat finished singing, the audience applauded thunderously. The Sorting Hat laughed and bowed to the 4 dining tables one by one, and then stood still. Professor McGonagall took 2 steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in his hand. Whoever I call by name now puts on a hat, sits on a stool, and waits for the branch. Professor McGonagall said, and said the first name. No one noticed. In the corner of the front row, Gemini murmured a little. The mouth shape was exactly the same as Professor McGonagall's. Hannah Abbott. Paris. A ruddy-looking girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the queue and put on a hat. The sorting cap was placed on her head, just covering her eyes. She sat down, and the sorting hat paused for a moment. Hufflepuff. A loud voice sounded, and the students at the long table on the right suddenly cheered, applauded, and cheered at Hannah, welcoming her to sit at Hufflepuff's long table. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Terry Bout. Ravenclaw. Actually, I think it's pretty good to be assigned to Ravenclaw. Gemini said with a chuckle, have you noticed? At least 60% of the girls at the Ravenclaw table are girls who are smart and beautiful. People appearing in groups, it feels like the needle does not poke. As soon as Gemini said this, Hermione no longer felt nervous. Was replaced by a full of irritation, and the flushed little face. At this time, Hermione Granger. Hermione almost ran to the front of the stool and buckled the sorting hat on her head. Aha! A very smart and brave little witch, let me think, where should you be assigned? A small voice rang in Hermione's ears. Gryffindor. Hermione was roaring inside. She is going to Gryffindor and use her own wisdom to smash all the little in Ravenclaw, so that Gemini will realize what kind of girl is the best. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Slytherin. Chapter 24 Slytherin. Gemini didn't know. For her own reasons, Hermione, who was wobbly about choosing Ravenclaw or Gryffindor in the original book, decided to choose Gryffindor this time. But even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. After all, this matter seemed to him nothing to do with him. Gryffindor's long table burst into cheers, celebrating Hermione's assignment to Gryffindor. Soon, another name rang. Gemini Fox. The cheers stopped abruptly, and there was silence in the auditorium. The students at the long table below stared with big eyes, straightened their necks and wanted to take a look at Gemini. Gemini took 2 steps forward and appeared in people's sight. Immediately after, Gemini looked at Snape with a smile, and Snape suddenly felt a bit of a bad feeling. All the way to the stool, Gemini took up the sorting hat, sat on the 4-corner stool with Erlang's legs tilted, and buckled the sorting hat on his head gracefully. No one knows, just a second before picking up the hat, Gemini's brain was completely empty and entered the state of occlumency. And outside the real memory, Gemini wrapped 3 layers of false memories. Triple memories are all based on the identity of orphans, constructing 3 different false personalities. The 3 personalities correspond to Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Gryffindor? Don't go to that troubled place. To Gemini's surprise, none of the triple memories were touched, and occlumency showed no signs of being invaded. Oh, surprised, isn't it? A small voice appeared in his mind, the voice of the sorting hat. You don't have to be so wary of me, you can see that you are cautious about this world, like walking on thin ice, wrapping yourself layer after layer. But in fact, it's not necessary. In the cold, a warm house is more comfortable than adding 2 layers of clothes. Flames give humans the warmth of perception, and emotions give the warmth of human hearts. Which one do you prefer? I can recommend you to teach in the philosophy department of Muggle University. If they don't think you are a hat, I guess you will have a great achievement. Gemini said in his mind. Ho ho, in fact, I think this proposal is good. After all, my only job every year is to compile songs for the next year. The long idle time makes me very boring. It doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this. Gemini continued to maintain a clemency. I'm curious, how did you communicate with me? Ha, your cleverness has been used in the wrong direction from the beginning. The Sorting Hat smiled triumphantly. I don't know how to read people's memories. My ability is to communicate with people's hearts and see their essence. The truest talents and qualities, as you can see, mine is indeed used to test talents. Amazing ability. Thank you for the compliment. The Sorting Hat continued, but your sorting is indeed a big problem, resourceful and scheming, willing to be ordinary but not mediocre, so where should I assign you? Gryffindor? Slytherin? Ravenclaw? Or Hufflepuff? Maybe Azkaban? Ha! This is really a good idea. The Sorting Hat laughed. I want to ask you something, can you assign me to Slytherin? Aha! Slytherin? You do have the talent to get there, but are you really sure? Although it's okay to go there, in my opinion, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are better than Slytherin. Lynn suits you better. Wait, talent? What talent? Am I not from Muggle? Gemini felt fluctuated in his heart, almost failing to maintain a clemency. It looks like you don't know. The Sorting Hat moved. I kindly remind you, my child, you are at least a mixed race. There is a blood curse in your body, although it has no effect on you, but if you have a daughter in the future, she will be short-lived because of the blood curse. This curse is derived from blood and is only aimed at female, and very vicious, and I regret the child, this curse is very difficult, even Dumbledore can't help you. The good mood that Gemini was born because of the sorting house suddenly disappeared, but he didn't panic. There was a weapon shop, Gemini didn't care about the curse, let alone the curse had no effect on him at all. At this time, there was silence in the auditorium. Gemini's sorting time was much longer than others, but no one was impatient. Everyone was quietly waiting for the result of Gemini's sorting. At last, Slytherin! The shouting of the Sorting Hat resounded throughout the auditorium. On the Slytherin long table, the expressions of a group of little wizards suddenly stiffened, and then, deafening cheers sounded on the other three long tables. Gemini stood up, took off the Sorting Hat, and turned his head to look in Snape's direction. He clearly saw that Snape's paralyzed face twitched violently, and Gemini looked at him like that with a bright smile. Then with a gentle smile on his face, he walked to the Slytherin table. Wow! Just when Gemini walked to the long Slytherin table, a group of students around suddenly moved away, hiding far away. There is no other reason. A dozen students in Slytherin missed the dinner tonight. They were all lying in the infirmary at this time. Just before the sorting ceremony, the students in the auditorium were still discussing this matter. The branching ceremony is still going on. The other students didn't have a long time for branching. Soon, Gemini heard a familiar name. Harry Potter. The auditorium fell into silence again, after a brief silence. Gryffindor. The cheers on the Gryffindor table almost overturned the entire auditorium. Compared with the gloomy Slytherin table, the contrast was a bit big. As the last few student branches ended, the white-bearded old man in the center of the teacher's seat stood up. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The most respected white magician, the principal of Hogwarts. What would he say? One Piece really exists. Gemini's brain patch. Welcome. Dumbledore clapped his hands cheerfully. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words, that is, idiot. Cry. Crap, screw. Thank you all. He sat down again, the students cheered and applauded, and Gemini decided to smile politely at Dumbledore's speech. As Dumbledore sat down, the empty plates in front of Gemini were instantly filled with all kinds of food. Roast beef, grilled chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, grilled potatoes. Typical Western dinner. Gemini didn't think about having to pursue the food of the past life in the UK. It seemed a bit hypocritical to spend a lot of time to order food. Of course, the most important thing is because of geographical reasons. He has tried it a long time ago. The difference of ingredients in different places will cause the taste of the products to be very different. It is better to have the opportunity to go to China in the future and live in Chongqing for a period of time. No one came to talk to Gemini, only the nearest Slytherin students would occasionally look at Gemini, and Gemini would reply with a gentle smile. Amid the hustle and bustle, the dinner party finally ended. When the pudding, which was dessert after the meal, disappeared on the table, Dumbledore stood up. 3 shifts. Ask for recommendation, ask for reward, ask for monthly pass, so many burps. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Draco Malfoy. Chapter 25 Draco Malfoy. The old man with white beard said 4 things in total. First, no entry into the Forbidden Forest. Second, don't cast spells in the corridor. Third, those who want to sign up for the Quidditch Academy team remember to sign up as soon as possible. Fourth, don't wander around in the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor if you don't want to die. After that, Gemini watched at the Gryffindor long table. The red-haired twins sang the entire Hogwarts school song with the tune of the funeral march. It's so ridiculous that Dumbledore was moved back, it's so ridiculous. After the meal, the bustling students left the auditorium. Gemini hung at the end of the Slytherin freshman team and followed the Slytherin prefect all the way to the basement of the castle. The basement of Hogwarts is a very broad term, and all floors below the 1st floor are called basements. These basements are mostly old warehouses. Don't underestimate these warehouses. These warehouses store all kinds of potions, herbs, celestial models, or alchemy products. There are even some specimens made of magical creatures, all of which are very valuable. Gemini followed the crowd to a damp stone wall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a hidden door hidden in the stone wall. Goddess of Victory. This is the lounge password for the last 2 weeks. The secret door opened, and Gemini followed the crowd into the Slytherin common room. Most of the lounge is transparent, and you can see the scenery of the bottom of the Black Lake from the top of your head and directly opposite the door, but it's dark now and you can't see anything. Gemini originally thought that the transparent was glass, but when he got closer, he realized that it was not glass, but a transparent wall. The walls in other places are made of black Gothic marble, and the ceiling is a transparent semicircular crystal sculpture. On it, a green lamp is tied with a chain. You can faintly see some unknown species swimming in the Black Lake above your head. On the wall next to is an exquisite carved fireplace, in which flames are blazing, and the light illuminates the carved armrests of the soft chairs on the side, adding a touch of warmth to this cool-toned lounge. On the left is the boys' dormitory, and on the right is the girls' dormitory. Okay, I think you should go to bed now. The prefect said, clapped his hands, and dismissed the freshmen present. Seeing that Gemini was still standing on the spot, the chief took a breath, brought a polite smile, and came to Gemini. Is there anything else you want to know, Gemini? Gemini glanced across the common room, watching the chief smile gently. Nothing, thank you very much for your help. Raise your hand. The other party smiled, and Gemini's polite appearance gave him a lot of favor. It would be better if there is no terrifying combat power. But it is harmless, Slytherin advocates the strong. It is an indisputable fact that Gemini turned over a dozen senior students alone. As the prefect of Slytherin, he knows very well that if next time, Gemini can use magic to turn over a dozen senior students, then the whole Slytherin will have the final say. This is Slytherin. My name is Davis Pruitt. I am the prefect of Slytherin. If there is anything I want to know in the future, just ask me. Davis said politely, not because of Gemini's age. And belittle it. Those idiots who don't take Gemini seriously, are lying in the infirmary at this time, and Marcus that idiot, I heard that he just came out of St. Mungo today. Broken ribs are nothing, but it is said that the arm was almost scrapped, and it took a group of doctors to twist his arms and legs back. Thank you very much. Boys' dormitory, on the black carved wooden door there is a golden door plate with 2 names on it. Gemini Fox. Draco Malfoy. When Gemini opened the door to enter the room, he saw a boy with pale brown hair, who shrank on the bed tremblingly, looking at Gemini with a trace of alert and panic. Gemini Fox. Gemini nodded politely to Draco. It looks like we will be roommates in the next few years. I hope we can get along well. Draco was startled slightly, then nodded hurriedly, quietly relieved. My name is Draco Malfoy. I raised my head and looked around. The green velvet curtains are hung on the wall. Behind the curtains are not windows, but exquisite carpets with various patterns. In Britain, hanging carpets on the walls is not a big deal. Strictly speaking, this thing should be called a tapestry, although it is essentially a carpet. In the corner is a small fireplace. Next to the fireplace are 2 black sofas and a small tea table. On both sides are 2 large beds. Above the beds are green curtains with silver patterns. Golden light spilled from the crystal chandelier overhead, casting a warm tone in the room. Judging from the current conditions, the Slytherin dormitory environment is better than Gryffindor, but the 4 colleges should have their own characteristics. After all, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw live in a serious castle tower, and Slytherin lived in the basement. Hufflepuff is also underground, but there is no Slytherin down. Their dormitory has skylights and very good lighting. It is rumored that Hufflepuff's dormitory is the warmest place in Hogwarts, but it is estimated that there is no Slytherin. Such a large personal space. From the environmental point of view, this place is much better than the Broken Cauldron Bar. Gemini smiled, took off his robe and sat on another empty bed. Drew out the magic wand and flicked it. The jacket that was taken off by Gemini flew up and hung it on the hanger beside the bed, and Draco was taken aback. Gemini. Draco looked at Gemini tentatively. Can I ask you something? Of course. Gemini nodded with a smile. That. Draco hesitated to speak, and seemed to be considering his words. He had seen the tragic situation of those Slytherin seniors, and he didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the group. How did you get assigned to Slytherin? I mean, I heard rumors. You used to live in a Muggle orphanage. Of course, I didn't mean to mock you. Wizard. This is very Slytherin. Call you a mudblood when you are strong, and when you are weak, even Muggle-born is also very good. According to the wizard, I should be a mixed race, although I don't know who my parents are. Gemini smiled. He didn't care about the blood curse. At the dinner, the weapon store gave it dozens of ways to solve the blood curse. Then, Gemini clearly saw that the smile on Draco's face became a lot more sincere in an instant. And it seemed that he didn't care about bloodliness. Then how did you do it? Draco didn't seem to be as nervous as before, and asked curiously, how did you beat those senior students? Gemini thought for a while. I just use my fists. I have been stronger since I was a child. It's incredible. I have never heard of a freshman who can knock over a dozen senior students with his fists. You may be the first one since the school was founded. Regarding Draco's flattery, Gemini didn't care about it. Strictly speaking, I am a stubborn force, and there is nothing to blow up a few senior students. However, it seems that Draco admires Demi. With handsome looks, decent clothes, elegant conversation, extraordinary strength, and gentle gentleman temperament, Gemini at this time was an outstanding Slytherin in Draco's eyes. If he was a pure blood, it would be even better. All right. By the way, Where's your luggage? Why didn't I see where your luggage is? Draco glanced curiously at Gemini's cabinet, which was empty and there was nothing in it. I don't have much luggage, so I just took it all with me. After talking with Draco for a while, Gemini got up from the bed and put on his robe. Where are you going? Draco looked at Gemini in a puzzled way, and reminded him in a low voice, it's time to turn off the lights. If you go out and run around at this time, you will be deducted points. I just came to find out where my dormitory is. Gemini said gently, I have beaten so many people today, I won't live in the dormitory without worry. Not living in the dormitory? Where do you want to go? Draco asked. Find a comfortable place to sleep. I think Hufflepuff's common room is pretty good. Gemini waved his hand, turned and left the room. Draco opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but still did not speak. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Low-Key. Chapter 26, Low-Key. Beating more than a dozen senior students in a row, Gemini will be able to live in the dormitory without worrying until his head is amused. It's okay for the group of guys to find faults. They are afraid that they will do some small actions behind their backs. Although it is estimated that they will not have a big impact, it will be very annoying. Out of the common room, into the empty corridor, the castle was dark, but in Gemini's view, it was just a little bit dim. A spider's silk shot to the roof of the shed, and Gemini rose into the air, stepped quickly on the ceiling of the corridor, hung upside down and walked upstairs. The castle at night is extremely quiet, even the stairs that move around during the day are down. A spider thread shot on the stairs on the 3rd floor, and Gemini pulled hard, and used the spider thread to bounce into the air on the 3rd floor. When he flew over the 2nd floor, he made a grimace at Mrs. Loris passing by. Meow. Annoyed meows sounded in the empty corridor, and old Filch's cursing voice came from the corridor in the distance. Gemini smiled, his figure flickered, and disappeared above the stairs. Flying all the way to the 8th floor, Gemini did not touch the ground, and a bunch of spider silk dragged him across the corridor. Soon, Gemini found a huge old tapestry. There are pictures of an unknown strange species and a giant monster on the stall. The unknown species seems to be teaching the giant weird ballet. Gemini is looking for a responsive house, and he plans to live there in the future. However, regarding the responsive house, he only remembered that it was on the 8th floor, and there was a giant monster sculpture on the opposite side. Fortunately, there was only one place on the 8th floor where the giant monster was painted, which was easy to find. So, the blank wall opposite the tapestry. Gemini fell from the ceiling and walked back and forth 3 times in front of the blank wall. Gemini concentrated on thinking, I need a place where I can sleep comfortably, and no one can enter the room. When he turned around for the 3rd time, a smooth door appeared on the wall. Gemini opened the door, and a beautiful room appeared in front of him. The room is clean and tidy. There is a big round table in the middle, and there are several chairs beside the round table. Colorful hammocks are hung everywhere in the room, and the walls are covered with various brightly colored tapestries. Lights are placed in every corner of the room to illuminate the whole room. Go into the house and close the door. In the corridor, the wooden door on the wall slowly disappeared. Gemini wandered around in the room, and he found that all the living facilities in this room could be found. The kitchen, bathroom, and toilet were all cleaned up, as if waiting for Gemini to arrive. The House of All Requests, the most legendary room in Hogwarts since ancient times, and Gemini is here at this time. Gemini still remembered that Voldemort's crown was also hidden in this room of responsiveness, and he planned to find it out tomorrow. As for today, Gemini took off his clothes, found the largest hammock, covered it with a blanket, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Gemini appeared in the auditorium, it attracted a lot of attention. Where did you sleep last night? Draco looked at the refreshed Gemini and asked with surprise on his face. The principal's office. Gemini's face was not red and heartbeat, panicking, Professor Dumbledore generously helped me clean up a bed. Draco opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. You actually stayed with that old crazy man in the principal's office for one night. I've thought about squeezing with Professor Snape, but I guess he won't be happy. Gemini shrugged and ate the omelette on the plate. Also, if Professor Dumbledore is really an old madman, would definitely not be able to sit in his current position. Draco was stunned, not knowing how to refute. After breakfast, Snape appeared at the long Slytherin table with a foul face. With a wave of his wand, the class schedules fell in front of the students of all grades. The first lesson is the history of magic. I will go to the classroom first. Gemini didn't plan to stay long, took the timetable and turned and left the auditorium. Professor Snape's eyes were too hot, and he couldn't bear it. If you want to understand a country, you must first understand its history. This sentence is also applicable even in the wizarding world. Therefore, if you want new students to understand the magic world, you must first start with the history of the magic world. The person who teaches the history of magic is a ghost. The students call him Professor Binns. It is rumored that he was a professor of history of magic when he was alive. Until one day, he left his body in the office when he came to class. Gemini felt that the Hogwarts principal at the time was very happy. Look what I found. A ghost teacher who doesn't need a salary. Gemini thought a little bit nastily. Dumbledore Doming knew that the rate of loss of teachers in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was relatively high, but he still recruited people year after year. Did he hold on to this plan? Ning to kill mistakes and never let go. After a long time, there will always be one or two ghosts. There is a saying, Mr. Binns's class is indeed unflattering. On the morning of the first day of school, half of the students in the class fell asleep in class. If Professor Trelawney were here, maybe she would cry out in horror, unknown. This is unknown. Unfortunately, Trelawney's divination class does not start until the 3rd grade. Fortunately, there is only one history of magic on Monday morning. There are no other classes. Slytherin and Ravenclaw have one class, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have one class, and there is only one class a week. The history of magic is nothing more than. But relatively speaking, the teachers are relatively busy. After all, a teacher has to teach 7 grades. Like the deans of 4 colleges, they have at least 12 or 3 classes every week. Fortunately, the courses in the 6th and 7th grades are optional. By the 6th and 7th grades, the courses are not divided according to the college. Instead, all the students who have taken a course in the whole grade take a big class together. Speaking of which, was anyone looking for me last night? At lunch, Gemini asked Draco. Draco shook his head. No, I think they should be scared of being beaten by you. I slept peacefully all night. Do you plan to come back to life tonight? Not going to. Gemini shook his head. The two were chatting, and a black figure appeared beside Gemini, blocking the sunlight shining on Gemini's back. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. Gemini stood up and greeted Snape gently. About us before. Shut up. Snape interrupted Gemini with a blank face, and turned around. Follow me. A few minutes later, Gemini was sitting in Snape's office, looking around curiously. The surrounding shelves are full of bottles and cans. Inside are the heads of giant monsters, brains that don't know anything, dead toads, animal organs, and other things that look disgusting. The shelves are shining green light. Since you have come into contact with the magnificent and colorful world of magic, as your dean, I have to remind you not to get too overwhelmed. Magic is beautiful, but magicians are dangerous. If you don't want to be unknown in a certain year or month, died in an unknown place, so before you grow up, it's best to learn to keep a low profile, understand? Snape stared at Gemini with gloomy eyes. I am a low-key professor. Snape took a deep breath and spoke slowly, then you will close your mouth for me. Today's update, ask for monthly pass, ask for rewards, ask for recommendation, so much. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Recycling and Repair. Chapter 27, Recycling and Restoration. As for the previous wishful bet, you'd better rot it in your stomach. Snape gave Gemini a gloomy look. If you don't want me to hold you back on the train, but if there is another time, I will drive you. Gemini blinked innocently, tacitly saying Snape's words. He didn't expect Snape to keep the promise. This was just a joke. It would be better for Snape not to pursue the train, and Gemini didn't expect anything else. Everyone has secrets. Behind a great magician are many untold secrets. I don't know if you can become a great magician in the future, but I know you have secrets. Snape stared at him. Gemini, speaking slowly. How many secrets are there under the terrifying brute force of that giant monster? Snape said, and took out a small bottle from his arms. The small bottle contained some unknown potion. Do you know what this is? Gemini blinked. I think, at least it should not be yogurt, the color is different. Veridaserum. Snape pulled a weird smile on his face. It only takes 3 small drops to let you reveal all the most ulterior secrets in your heart. If you let me know if something messed up, I can't guarantee that I will shake my hand and add this to your pumpkin juice. Gemini looked at Snape, hesitant to speak. Talk. I don't like to drink pumpkin juice, Professor. Damn it. Get out of me. Now. Get out. Snape's voice gradually became violent, and Gemini made a backflip, flexibly landed at the door, opened the door and ran away. In the office, Snape snorted and sat back behind his desk. One day, it passed without any waves. At night, Gemini's figure reappeared on the 8th floor. I need a place to hide things. This time the door of the House of Request is much bigger than yesterday. Pushing the door in, Gemini came to a hall full of debris. Even if it is described as the main hall, this room is a bit wrong. It is too big. Pile of debris piled up like a hill, tables, chairs and benches, broom clothes, statue cabinets, celestial models, book toys. It seems that all kinds of things can be found in this hall. Gemini looked around. He was looking for a bust of a wizard. There are many statues in this great hall, but Gemini quickly found what he was looking for. An ugly bust of a wizard with pock-marked faces. Gemini rummaged in the pile of debris near it, and soon found an old faded crown. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind, whispered the line engraved on the bottom of the crown, and Gemini took it into an empty storage space. Recyclable items detected. Do you want to recycle them? A reparable item is detected. Do you want to repair it? Suddenly, the information panel appeared in Gemini's line of sight. What is recycling? What is repair? Gemini asked. The answer was quickly given on the panel. Recycling is the ability to sell some items that the weapon shop considers to be of a certain value to the weapon shop, while repairing is to pay a certain amount of currency to restore the item to the highest value state. Gemini frowned. It didn't matter whether it was recovered or repaired, but the crux of the problem was that there was a remnant of Voldemort in this crown. Who knows if there will be any unpredictable chemical reactions? Do you have any thoughts about this soul? Gemini asked tentatively. He suddenly realized that he was a bit reckless in putting the crown into the storage space. This weapon shop has been bound to him since he was reincarnated. Gemini doesn't know if anyone else has this thing, nor does he know what kind of relationship this thing has with him. Okay, but Gemini never dared to be too convinced. The store and the host's soul are one body. When the host is prosperous, all is lost. When the host dies, the store dies. The first rule of the weapon store: no psychological or physical harm to the host is allowed in any form. After recovery, the useless remnants hidden in the item will be purified and used to strengthen the host's own soul. After repairing, the useless remnant soul hidden in the item will be purified and used to strengthen the host's own soul. Recovery price: 10,000 gallons. Can be converted into other currencies. Repair price, 1,000 gallons. Can be converted into other currencies. Converted into pounds, fixed it. Gemini relaxed a little, he was still very curious about Ravenclaw's crown. The voice fell, and the crown disappeared from the storage space immediately, and it reappeared again after a short while. At the same time, a creamy white light group appeared in front of Gemini. The ball of light shone with white light, and it sank into Gemini in the blink of an eye. The sudden change made Gemini a little surprised. Just now this was the power of the pure soul after purification. Weapon shop gives a reply. Gemini blinked, and the moment the light ball disappeared into his body, he did feel an inexplicable sense of power. This sense of power does not come from the body, but from a spiritual level. Soul power can greatly improve the host's mental power, concentration, willpower, and talent for controlling one's own abilities. Gemini nodded, and took out Ravenclaw's crown from the storage space. It's completely different from the shabby look before. At this time, the crown has been completely renewed, and at first glance, it is known that it is not a fanpin. Slowly put the crown on his head, and in an instant, Gemini's thinking became suddenly bright. In the daytime, he didn't listen to the boring courses taught by Professor Binns at all, but now he can recall every word that Professor Binns said with a move of his mind. Some of the difficulties in the spell book that bothered him are also at the same time. It was solved instantly. Ravenclaw's crown is well deserved. But Gemini feels that this thing is to increase the wisdom of people by enhancing people's memory, focusing people's attention, and broadening people's thinking. It is not rigidly making people smarter. However, even if this method is used to achieve the effect of increasing wisdom, its value is immeasurable. After all, the increase is here, and the effect is to increase human wisdom. How much does this thing cost? The weapon store quickly gave the price. Commodity, the crown of wisdom. Price, 200,000 pounds. Gemini's mouth twitched, but luckily it didn't sell. This profiteer shook his head. Gemini found that once the crown was worn on his head, it would be firmly there, unless it was taken off by himself, otherwise it would not fall off automatically. What a good thing! With emotion, Gemini received it into the storage space. Such a huge haul, come and see if you can find anything interesting. Gemini's eyes looked at the pile of debris as if flashing. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Pull out your wand. Chapter 28 Pull out your magic wand. Cannot be recycled. Cannot be recycled. Cannot be recycled. Recycled objects, sweeping the 3-star flying broomstick, the price of recycling, 20 gallons and 10 sika. Recycled objects, Moondream flying broomsticks, recycling price, 30 gallons. Cannot be recycled. After a rough turn in the hall, Gemini gained a lot. Although he couldn't find any more Horcruxes, after a cursory trip, he actually sold a small 10,000 gallons of scraps, stupefied to save his total deposit. It broke through 700,000 pounds. That night, Gemini naturally still lived in the responsive house. Compared to the Slytherin dormitory, he still liked this place better. What is the most important thing for a wizard? Professor Flitwick, who is less than a meter tall, stepped on a stack of tall books and asked in a shrill voice, "Nature is a magic wand. And what is the magic wand used for?" Professor Flitwick continued, "Yes, release the spell." Gemini rested his chin, looked curiously at the half-fairy teacher on the podium, watching him ask and answer questions there. "So about the spell, do you have any knowledge about the spell?" Professor Flitwick looked around and asked. Draco raised his hand, and Professor Flitwick was pleased to click his name. "Apparition." Draco's voice fell, and he looked around somewhat ostentatiously, seeming to be intoxicated by the feeling of being in the limelight, but in fact no one paid attention to him. "Ha! That's right, apparition. This is a more difficult spell. It can disappear from one place and move to another in an instant." Professor Flitwick nodded, who else knows what? A blond boy raised his hand. It was Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff. He was the new friend Justin made when Gemini was in the boat. Clean up. My mother's most common spell when cleaning up the house. Yes, it's great. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands and looked around, and finally his curious eyes fell on Gemini's face. Does Mr. Fox have any curses that he understands? Gemini squeezed his chin and thought for a while. Avada. No. As soon as Gemini spoke, Professor Flitwick screamed and waved his arms desperately in an attempt to interrupt Gemini. Gemini didn't go on, blinked his eyes and laughed dryly. I wanted to make a small joke, but I didn't expect Professor Flitwick's reaction to be so intense. It seems that this joke is not very popular in the magic world. After all, he was still an outsider after all, and he didn't realize the seriousness of this spell. In his previous life, he held chopsticks to make gestures. In the magical world, such jokes would really scare people. Looking at Professor Flitwick holding his chest and gasping for breath, Gemini apologized. I'm very sorry, Professor, I just wanted to make a joke. Professor Flitwick waved his hand. Oh, it doesn't matter, you have not been in contact with the magic world before, but you need to pay more attention in the future. Beside Gemini, Draco's face was pale, and he silently pulled away, and the other little wizards also looked trembling. In the following time, Professor Flitwick no longer asked them what spell they knew, but only taught one to everyone, fluorescent blinking. Gemini chanted the spell softly and successfully cast the spell. Professor Flitwick added 5 points to him without saying a word, and expressed the hope that he could use his energy on these commonly used spells. At the end of class, Professor Flitwick sent Gemini out of the classroom tremblingly, and repeatedly told him that even if he knew the spell, he could not be recited, otherwise his points would be deducted next time. Soon after, the news that Gemini chanted the unforgivable curse in the spell class spread in the school, and Gemini, who was originally a quiet street tiger, became more famous this time. Then he was called into the office by Snape again. Snepra, in a black robe, had a long face, and walked back and forth in front of Gemini. Very well, it seems that a young genius has arrived in our college. Before entering school, he mastered one of the unforgivable curses without a teacher. You passed the award, Professor. I won't actually. Do you think I'm praising you? Snape twitched, rolled up the parchment on the side table, and punched Gemini's head. Throwing the parchment aside, Snape sat back at his desk and asked slowly, Where did you know this spell? Black Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense has a detailed description of the unforgivable spell and how to deal with it. But it takes 300 pages to turn to. I've finished reading it all. Gemini smiled gently. At least, the defense against the dark arts that should be mastered before the 5th grade is almost mastered. Snape took a look at Gemini and couldn't help but sneer. Just relying on your thin body and 11-year-old age, how much magic power can you have? Master? I doubt you can succeed. Use the spell. Speaking, Snape paused, as if thinking of something. Whether the magic power is strong or not depends on the strength of the body and soul. A powerful wizard must have a strong body and soul. Generally speaking, adult wizards are stronger than school wizards. Because the soul strength and physical quality of children are simply not enough to give birth to so many magical powers. And the soul and the body are best to achieve a certain balance. If the soul is too powerful in adolescence and the physical quality is not enough to carry so much magic, it will become silent when the magic is accumulated too much. Then analyze from the current situation. It's hard to say whether Gemini's soul is strong or not, but the physique of this kid is unique. Looking at Gemini, who stood before him before his chest, Snape suddenly had an absurd idea. This kid doesn't really teach himself defense against the dark arts in grades 1 to 5, right? Although this course changes teachers every year and often changes textbooks, it does not mean that a textbook can only be used for 1 year. For example, there are only 3 textbooks in 7 school years, especially the textbooks for grades 6 and 7. It hasn't changed since Pu went to school until Harry went to school. So if Gemini thoroughly understands the self-defense guide, as long as the magic power is enough and the talent is better, it seems that it is not impossible to learn dozens of defense against the dark arts in a short time. Fixed a glance at Gemini, Snape stepped forward and pulled Gemini's arm roughly, leading him all the way to an empty classroom. After that, he walked to the other side of the room, took the wand out of his arms, and watched Gemini speak slowly. "Now, pull out your wand." "Gemini. I said pull out your wand." Snape shook his wand impatiently. Gemini hurriedly pulled out his wand and looked at Snape blankly, not knowing what he wanted to do. "Use all defense against the dark arts you have at your disposal to attack me," Snape said. "Is this not suitable?" Gemini hesitated and shot to the teacher. "This guy won't expel himself for this reason, right?" Snape was impatient, and throwing his hand was a spell flying towards Gemini. "Armor bodyguard." Gemini noticed Snape's movements keenly and stretched out his wand to block him. In fact, with Gemini's reaction ability and dynamic vision, Snape's movements seemed to Gemini in slow motion. Clang! As if the bell rang, Gemini waved his magic wand. Flock of birds. Dozens of flying birds appeared out of thin air, flying in the air behind Gemini, and then, Gemini's wand pointed at Snape. 1,000 bullets. The voice fell, and dozens of birds rushed towards Snape from various angles. Snape's wand circled around him, and a fiery ring of fire dispersed, burning all the dozens of birds to fly ashes. "Is that just a little trick?" Snape's mouth smiled mockingly. "Look, birds, you will be able to learn this spell in the spell class in 2 months." Gemini thought for a while, then flicked his magic wand. "The blackboard is flying." Snape smiled even more. "Yes, do you want to use your brute force to carry the blackboard to kill me?" Gemini flashed a sly in his eyes, and smiled gently. "I prefer to use wisdom, Professor." The voice fell, and there was a loud bang, and Snape slammed down, avoiding the big blackboard photographed from behind. The blackboard rushed towards Gemini with unabated momentum. Gemini put out a hand and raised the big blackboard with one hand. Snape raised his eyes and saw Gemini holding the big blackboard with one hand, and patted himself with his head. Of course, when wisdom is not enough to change the status quo, it is when brute force is used, Professor. Listening to the whistling wind from the blackboard, the corner of Snape's eyes twitched, and he rolled over to avoid the blackboard. The blackboard slammed on the ground and fell to pieces. Immediately afterwards, at the blackboard that Snape avoided for a moment. "Accept your weapons." Swish! The wand in Snape's hand spun out and fell into Gemini's hand. "The battle is over." Snape stood up, patted the ashes on his body, his eyes stopped on Gemini's face, his expression was not happy or angry. "Very good, Fox, Mr." Snape reached out and Gemini returned his wand to Snape. There is a saying, this time he really praised Gemini, even though the tone did not sound very friendly. In fact, for those struggling Slytherins, Snape never spared his appreciation, unless the opponent was a Gryffindor. "You passed the award, Professor." Gemini smiled gently. "Except for the initial spell, you have not actively attacked me. I just have great strength and it's just a coincidence. It's a bit beyond my expectation that you can continue to be humble, so it seems that you are not useless." After taking the wand into his arms in time, Snape turned and left. For Gemini's performance this time, Snape expressed his satisfaction. There is no anger, and no face is lost because of being disarmed by Gemini. He has seen Gemini's strength. It is not a shame to be taken advantage of by such a freak without understanding. Although it is impossible to treat all students equally, in other aspects, Snape's teacher quality is actually very high. I almost forgot to update 2333. When do you think the update is good every day? I think it's best to fix the update time, burp. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Potions Class. Chapter 29 Potions Lesson. Dark Magic Defense Class. This should be the favorite course of all Hogwarts students. What is the imaginary defense against the dark arts class like? Chic, handsome, shining silver, cloth and cloth. A powerful spell spit on the tip of the stick, and the hot spell made the excited legs of all the girls present weaken in the spray. What is the real defense against the dark arts class like? The smell of garlic wafting all over the house, and the stammering teacher. Professor Quirrell dressed up as a son talked about his adventures abroad. The turban around his head looked very irritating. A meaningless defense against the dark arts class. Gemini did not learn anything except hearing Professor Quirrell's bragging. But one thing is undeniable, that is, Quirrell is indeed a very good wizard, which Dumbledore once said in the original book. Under the disguise, Quirrell is actually a very talented person. Drowsy, drowsy. Gemini wanted to lie down on the table and sleep, or grab some snacks from the storage space, or leave the classroom altogether. Anyway, Quirrell can tell the lesson like this, even if he leaves. Snape wouldn't say anything about him. But good self-cultivation still prompted Gemini to sit in his seat and quietly flip through his self-defense guide. Fortunately, when this get out of class was about to end, Professor Quirrell finally taught everyone a spell. Grinning Hail. Don't mention Gemini's mood at the time. Then, he suddenly thought of an interesting thing. Voldemort is now possessed by Quirrell. If Quirrell is now grinning, will Voldemort laugh out loud? The idea lingered in Gemini's mind, but reason still prompted him to give up this idea. It's okay not to laugh out loud. If Voldemort is exposed by laughing out loud, then the students in these two colleges in the class may be in danger at this time. Although they don't really care about their safety, if they were to die because of themselves, Gemini couldn't do such a thing. Unlike the defense against the dark arts class, which is not at all level, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class is much more serious. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous magic in the course you learned at Hogwarts. If anyone is naughty in my class, I will ask him out and never allow him to come in again. I warn. I've passed you. In the first class of school, Professor McGonagall gave the students a slap in the face. The serious expression made the jumping Draco shrink his neck. But Professor McGonagall is right. Transfiguration is indeed the most complicated and dangerous of all Hogwarts courses. Of course, for first-year students who have just learned elementary transfiguration, they are not exposed to danger for the time being. But the complexity is real. This is also the reason why Gemini had learned a lot of spells before school started, but Transfiguration still didn't learn at all. It's very simple, he can't understand the book on Transfiguration at all. If you compare defense against the dark arts and the spells in the spell class to language and mathematics, then Transfiguration is equivalent to the physical chemistry of Hogwarts, which is similar to the first two that can be used as long as you know the spell and understand how to use it. In comparison, Transfiguration pursues the analysis of the essence of magic. But Gemini heard that the curse class is only relatively simple in the early stage. By the 6th and 7th grade, the curse class is more difficult than polymorphism in many aspects, because the latter part of the curse class includes transformation. For the magic, the dark arts defense class is more urinary. This class is simply talented. Without an excellent level of magic power, it is just a lonely learning in the later stage. For example, call God to guard. Top defense against the dark arts, but most adult wizards can't use it. Even if is used, not everyone can release this curse under the despair brought by the Dementor. The first transformation lesson in life. After taking notes for most of the class, Professor McGonagall asked the students to try to turn a match into a needle. Looking at the match in front of him, Gemini gently held the wand in his hand, calming his mind. Professor McGonagall made him memorize all the knowledge points he recorded. Now is the time to experiment. whispered the spell, a little white light gushing from the tip of the wand, and then, a magical scene happened. The match in front of him turned into a bright silver embroidery needle in the violent shaking. Slytherin plus 5 points. Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind, and Gemini looked up and found that Professor McGonagall was standing behind him with his mouth pursed, looking at him with admiration. Gemini smiled gently, "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. You deserve it, Mr. Fox." Professor McGonagall brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. Although the rumors about Gemini have been circulated among the students so far, the teachers who have been in contact with him have been given a wave of favors by Gemini. Even Professor Flitwick said that if Jamie, it would be better if N.I. didn't make that scary joke. Good looks, excellent talent, decent clothes, polite conversation. The long-dusted pearl is slowly blooming his dew light at Hogwarts. Finally, Friday. Today, the little snakes of Slytherin and the little lions of Gryffindor will have a morning potions class together. A total of 2 potions classes are all piled up on Friday. Is still a dark basement. When Snape slammed open the door and strode into the classroom, he picked up the roster and stopped when he clicked on Harry Potter. "Oh, yes, Harry Potter." Snape's tone was calm, and he couldn't hear the joy or anger. He just stretched his tone. His eyes swept across the face of a weakened boy in the class. "This is our new arrival, a famous person." Beside Gemini, Draco, and his 2 little followers Crabbe and Gore, all 3 of them laughed innocently. Seeing Gemini's face calm and indifferent, Draco suddenly felt that he was meaningless, and stopped his laughter a little embarrassingly. A good role model will make people unconsciously want to follow imitation. You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion preparation. Snape's tone was slightly higher than usual. "Since you don't need to wave your wand stupidly here, many of you won't believe this is magic. Of course. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the simmering crucible with white smoke and scents. You don't really understand the liquid that flows into people's blood vessels, that is heart-stirring and confusing. That kind of temple magic. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew honor, and even organize death, but there must be one thing. That is, you are not the kind of fools I often encounter." The class was silent, and Snape seemed to have the same majestic atmosphere as Professor McGonagall that could make the classroom quiet without any effort. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Q&A. Chapter 30, Questions and Answers. Gemini put his chin in one hand, and turned a gel pen in the other flexibly. He hasn't learned how to use a feather pen until now. The quill pen is too easy to get dirty when used, and it will be stained with ink every time. Gemini took it twice and threw it into the corner to eat ashes. "Potter." On the podium, Snape suddenly said, "What will I get if I add sun blue powder to the wormwood infusion?" In the back row of the classroom, Harry, who was suddenly named by Snape, was stunned. Hermione, who was sitting next to him, raised her hand, but Snape turned a blind eye to her raised hand. "I don't know, sir." After hesitating for a few seconds, Harry said as if he had accepted his life. "Tisk tisk, it seems that fame doesn't mean everything." Snape curled his lips contemptuously. Gemini rested his chin, quietly eating melon. "Sunlight blue powder added to the wormwood infusion will give life and death water, a powerful sleeping pill, so strong that a poor mastery can even make the user sleep forever." In his last life, he has watched this section more than 20 times in books and more than a dozen times in movies. The book is about narcissus root powder, and Snape's original words are Asphodelo's sunlight orchid. In previous lives, there were some discussions about Snape's question. Because sunlight orchid still belongs to the lily family, lily, at this time, and the narcissus root is actually a mistranslation. So some people think that Snape's words hide another meaning. Asphodel is a kind of lily. It is closely related to grief, sorrow caused by someone's death, in Western countries, meaning remembered beyond the tomb, remembered beyond the tomb, and my regrets follow we out of the grave, my regrets follow you to the grave. Wormwood infusion usually implies regret, bitterness, pain, and remorse. The general connotation is I feel extremely regretful for your mother's death. So from the perspective of literary symbols, the connotation should be: the lily fell into bitter sorrow, I deeply regret your mother's death, and I have lived a life like hell. Perfectly fits the characteristics of the potion life and death water. Of course, some people say that this is an overinterpretation. However, Gemini felt that even if the author itself was not considered as a weird connotation, in terms of Snape's own urinary that was so arrogant to die, the possibility was still relatively high. After all, this is a potion genius who has highly optimized the 6th grade potions textbook when he was in school. Regarding their current grade potions textbook Thousands of Magic Herbs and Mushrooms, Gemini suspected that Snape should be able to write down the entire book silently. Maybe he could make it straight. For such a potion master, playing a cryptic stock is simply easy to come by. Of course, it doesn't really matter whether there are these metaphors in Snape's words. Importantly, Gemini noticed that Snape never left Harry's eyes while asking questions. This reminded him of one thing. Before the word lick the dog appeared, people always called it affectionate. Let's try again, Potter. Snape on the podium continued to ask, if I wanted you to find me a dung stone, where would you find it? Beside Harry, Hermione almost got up from the stool with her hands up, and Harry was still at a loss. I don't know, sir. I think, you haven't read a book before school starts, have you? Potter. Snape sneered and glanced in Gemini's direction. It is also a first-year freshman. Some people enjoy their fame but do nothing, some are helpless, but have mastered 1 to 5 in a month. Defense against the dark arts for all grades. Draco looked at Gemini in astonishment. He was very self-aware, and Snape was definitely not looking at himself just now. Except for the enchanting villain sitting next to him, it is estimated that no one can let Snape, who is above the top, take a high look. Harry blushed. He was not afraid of Snape mocking himself, because anyone could tell that Snape didn't like him. He was afraid that Snape would compare himself with other students, that would make him very useless. Hey, look at the unwilling little eyes. Snape mocked. The last question, Potter, what is the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf venom aconite? I don't know. Harry whispered, but I think Hermione should know the answer. Why don't you ask her? Some students laughed out loud, but Gemini didn't think it was funny. From the perspective of the bystander, he only felt it was a pity. Snape was taunting Harry for being true, but why didn't he wish he knew this? In the story of the Half-Blood Prince, Harry used a dung stone to save his life after Ron drank poisoned alcohol by mistake. The dung stone can neutralize the toxicity of most poisons. Generally speaking, if you don't know what the poison is, but in a critical situation, it's okay to swallow a dung stone. At least it can temporarily hang you. Life. This is the description of dung stone among thousands of magical herbs and mushrooms. Beside Harry, Hermione was still raising her hands winkingly. Sit down. Stupid girl. Snape yelled at Hermione. Let me tell you, Potter. Sunlight blue powder and wormwood infusion can be combined to make a very potent sleeping pill, which is just a drink of life and stagnant water. Dung stone is a kind of stone taken from the stomach of a goat. It has a strong detoxification effect. As for the boat-shaped aconite and the Chamaecyparis aconitum are the same plant, they are also collectively referred to as aconitum, understand? Snape said, his gaze finally left Harry's eyes, and he looked around. Why don't you write all this down? There was a rustle of groping for quill and parchment in the class. Mr. Fox, are you listening with closed earplugs? Snape looked at Gemini with a stern look. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood right now, a little bit crazy. I have learned almost the knowledge, and I have finished memorizing it, Professor. Gemini spread out a small notebook with a lot of notes densely memorized on it. Snape's gaze swept across the notebook, and he slowly said, "So, without the dung stone, what can play a certain role as a substitute?" "Bezoar, Professor. How much should the amount of life and death water be used?" "Less than an ounce." "Is the cry of mandela grass sweet?" "Everyone who heard it died, Professor." "How is it distinguished from poisonous eggplant?" "Do not distinguish, the same species. Toxicola is another name for mandela grass." "What are the main ingredients of the relief medicine?" "Moonstone powder and hellebore syrup." "What is the use of Baxian?" "Cure various bruises." Obviously there are some people, and his name is not unreasonable. Finally, Snape stopped asking questions, and for the first time there was a smile on his face, although the smile was a little stiff and a little ugly. Slytherin adds 5 points. As for you, Potter, because you contradict the teacher, Gryffindor deducts 5 points. In the potions classroom, a group of Slytherin students suddenly applauded. For the first time, they cheered for the evil star in their academy. "Please recommend." "Ask for a monthly pass." "Please give me a reward." "The results of this book have risen too slowly, give me some motivation." "Okay, I'm a novel writer. Now you can receive monthly tickets for signed works." "I don't think too many." End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Ask for Advice. Chapter 31 Asking for Advice. Even if Harry hates Snape no matter how much, but the potions class is not over, he still has to go on. Snape asked the students to make a simple potion for treating boils. Before Gemini could say that he could be a group, he saw Draco come up expectantly. "Yes, what else can I say? Can't drive people away, right? Dried nettle, broken snake teeth." To Gemini's surprise, Draco didn't make any mistakes, and his head was still very bright. Nice kid, but unfortunately he was taken astray by family education. "Leave the rest to me," Draco vowed. "Actually, I did it before school started when I was at home. Although it was under my mother's guidance, my mother was actually very good at potions." "Ah, thank you, the porcupine spurs may not be enough, I'll get some more." Gemini nodded, turned, and walked towards the potion cabinet. Snape, who had just criticized everyone except Gemini and Draco, walked to Draco and saw the proper potion above the flame and the slug that Malfoy had just steamed. He was satisfied. Nodded. "You should all look at Malfoy's method of steaming slugs, so that your obscure brain has a little stuffing." That said, old Snape. Gemini, who had just taken out the porcupine thorn, smiled and walked toward the seat. Just as Gemini passed by Neville, a potion with a strong pungent smell rose into the sky. The strong warning signs kept stimulating the back of Gemini's head. He turned his head abruptly. On the table beside him, the crucible in front of Neville had been burned into crooked metal blocks, and the green potion was about to be sprayed to Neville. "And my body." In an instant, the white spider silk stuck to Neville's back, and Gemini dragged Neville behind him, and the black cloak was thrown out by him and blocked in front of the splashing potion. However, to no avail, the black cloak burned several large holes in a second. Gemini jumped and hung from the ceiling, spewing spider silk into the cauldron with one hand, and flying spider silk with the other hand, hanging all the students nearby in succession. "Damn it, you are boiled by Wang Shui, right?" Seeing that the shot silk was continuously being dissolved by the potion, Gemini couldn't help taking a breath. Although he remembered that there was such a bridge, he did not expect it to be so exciting. "That potion is spewing in the fuck. Moron!" Noting the movement here, Snape roared, swiping the potion and spider silk on the ground with a flick of his wand. "I think you probably put the porcupine thorn in without removing the cauldron from the fire, did you?" On the ground, Snape roared and questioned Neville, who was hanging from the roof. This picture was a little bit of inexplicable joy. "Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add a porcupine thorn? Do you think he made a mistake and show you okay?" Gryffindor lost 5 points again because of you. In this regard, Harry said he was very embarrassed. Speaking, Snape looked at Gemini on the roof, calmed down a bit, and said, "Very well, come forward at the critical moment, Slytherin will add another 5 points." Looking at Neville's expression, it seemed that he would rather be sprayed with the potion so that he could be sent to the infirmary instead of staying in this terrible classroom. Finally, these 2 potions class with Snape's love and hate, favor and prejudice is over. The little lions of Gryffindor rushed out of the basement of the potions class as if fleeing the famine. Fox. Snape blankly stopped Gemini, who was about to pack up and leave. "Is there anything else, Professor?" Gemini asked. "Why didn't you use a magic wand just now?" "Reaction time, Professor, I don't have enough reaction time." Gemini smiled. The magic wand is the wizard's partner, but after all, it's just an extension of the wizard's magic will, not part of the wizard. Pull out the wand. It takes time. Do you think I didn't see your reaction speed? The other point is that the education I have received is people-oriented, and life is the most important thing. With my ability to respond, in that case, I can pull out my wand, but at the price, the people next to me will be the potion is all over, so I think the first thing to do is to save people, even though they don't have much contact with me. Snape gave Gemini a fixed look. "You don't look like someone who can do this kind of thing." "Yeah, I think too." Gemini smiled gently, "But Professor, the instinct of the body is the most true portrayal of the soul. For example, you just blocked Harry for the first time, even though you seem to be true I hate him." Snape suddenly narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. What do you want to say?" "It's just very interesting." Gemini looked at Snape with some curiosity. There are records of both Harry and Voldemort in the modern history of the magical world. The book is accompanied by Professor Dumbledore's words, "Love is the world the greatest magic." Then Professor, what kind of experience is it like to love someone? Gemini looked at his white palms and murmured, "There is no doubt that I have emotions, but maybe I have ignored them for too long. It is hard to imagine the kind that blooms in the strongest magical form." "Emotion, what kind of emotion is it?" "So is my dean, can you teach me?" "There is no such magic in the arms shop." This was the first thing that was not found in the arms store, but Dumbledore did not lie about this kind of thing, because the arms store admitted that there were such weapons. Snape looked at Gemini for a while. There was no anger as imagined, nor did he use the idea of panic on Gemini because he was prying through the secret. Because he is the Dean of Slytherin, and standing in front of him are students who ask him for advice. He just stood there was still no expression on his face, but his eyes without focus were very hollow, but with incomparable tenderness and pain. Yes, pain. After a long time, Snape finally spoke slowly, and he set his eyes on Demi's face again. "It's regret. It's despair. It's painful not wanting to live. I know it's pain, regret, despair, pain and wanting to live, but I still want to bear it." Snape said in a low tone, "I don't know what the love in Dumbledore's mouth is, nor what the love you are looking for, this is just my understanding of this magic. Now, the question is over, get out." Gemini disappeared in front of Snape's eyes with a shave, his legs flew up, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. There will be time to ponder over the problems in the future, but right now Snape's mood should be flammable and explosive, and the gentleman will not stand under the dangerous wall. When Gemini came to the auditorium, he was stopped by a group of Gryffindor cubs. "Gemini, I just really, thank you." Navi blushed and stammered. "If it weren't for you, we'd probably all be collapsed." Harry had some lingering fears, and he swore that he would never join Neville in the potions class anymore. Harry finished speaking, and the other lion cubs who had just been pulled away by Gemini rushed to thank Gemini. "You are welcome." Gemini waved his hand gently. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, on Gambling. Chapter 32 Gambling. It looks like you are kinder than I thought. A few minutes later, when Gemini was eating, Hermione sat next to him holding a heavy textbook. Gemini took up a napkin and wiped his mouth, and then said slowly, "For a man, especially me, kindness is an insulting word." "Why?" Hermione frowned, her face full of puzzlement. "If there is a girl who is not very good looking and has no talents, if she confesses to me, guess how would I reject her?" Gemini asked. Hermione shook her head, a little unclear. "I would say, you are a good girl with a kind heart, but we are not suitable." Hermione chuckled when she heard the words. The little girl's film was like a tumbler, smiling forward and backward. Gemini spread his hands innocently. "You can't let me tell her without my conscience. Actually, you are very good looking and excellent, right? I have never been good at lying." "Bah!" Hermione sipped softly, "You just like good looking." Gemini shook his head. "I don't deny this. Everyone loves beauty. I don't simply like good looks. Temperament, knowledge, and ability are also important. Good-looking skins are the same and interesting. The soul is 1 in 1,000. I don't mean that I hate that girl, I just think she is not worthy of me." Gemini shook his head. "From a moral point of view, this is called self-love." "Hey!" Hermione tilted her head non-committably. "Then what do you think of Parvati? She looks pretty." "I don't like Indian girls." Hermione opened her mouth in astonishment. "You actually, racial discrimination." Gemini shook his head. "It's just for aesthetic reasons, and besides, I hate those shallow people who pay attention to appearance." "You just said that you like good-looking ones." Hermione was puzzled. Gemini nodded, spread his hands, and said leisurely, "So, people will become what they once hated the most. This is a helpless thing on the road to growth." The voice fell, and Hermione on the side suddenly smiled into a fluffy ball. Her long fluffy hair swayed and her shoulders trembled. Across from Gemini, Draco looked at Hermione in disgust. His face was uncomfortable, but because Gemini was sitting there, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Hermione, it made him a little difficult to speak. There are many people like this on Slytherin's long table. Gryffindor and the Slytherin students have always been rivals, let alone Hermione from Muggle origin. Hermione also seemed to feel the bad eyes from all around, and did not chat with Gemini too much, and quickly left. "Do you have a good relationship with her?" Draco looked at Gemini with a puzzled face. "It's pretty good, it's a friend." Gemini nodded and continued to eat lunch. "You seem to have a big opinion of her." Draco looked at Gemini in disbelief. "She is a Muggle born and waiting for a wizard. Why should she be friends with you? And look at her like a fox." This statement is very interesting. Gemini ate the last piece of roasted potato on the plate, wiped his mouth with a lot of time, then put his hands on his chin, supported the handsome cheeks, and chuckled lightly. "You who pretend to be the best, but you are talking the most indecent words." Draco's face froze, but he didn't dare to refute. "From the time I knew the concept of pure blood in the magical world, I had a question." Gemini asked, "How did the first wizard be born?" "After that, I checked the relevant information and asked the old Tom at the Broken Cauldron Bar. There are many opinions about the origin of the wizard, but there are just a few. First, Muggles and magical creatures gave birth to offspring, so they inherited a certain amount of magic. For example, isn't it also common for mixed blood vivas now? Second, simply stand out from Muggles and awaken the magic. Third, suddenly appeared in the world." Gemini said with a sneer, ignoring Draco's pale face, spreading his hands and continuing, "Let's take the third type as well-documented information, and don't discuss whether these ancestor wizards are pure. The blood problem, but even so, another problem cannot be avoided. People with magical talents were rare at first, and if a tribe, ethnic group, or society wants to grow, it can't avoid absorbing the foreign population. Then the problem is, Mr. Malfoy." Gemini smiled and asked, where does the population come from? Malfoy sat on the stool blankly. He had never thought about this kind of problem. In the education he received, he was pure blood and was born noble and superior to other wizards. Gemini did not continue to discuss this topic. Values are mainly based on self-recognition, and talking too much is useless. Since you are so proud of your blood, how about we make a bet? What to bet on? Draco asked. Just bet on the final exam for our grade this year. Gemini laughed and said, I bet that no Slytherin freshman has a higher total score than Miss Granger. Of course, I don't count, how about it? Draco flushed suddenly, and he felt that he was humiliated by Gemini. What about a bet? There is a saying, Draco is very smart, magical talent and grades are quite good, he does not think he will lose to a Muggle-born girl. Well, it's too high, you might not be able to afford it, but it's too low and it humiliates your Malfoy family name. Gemini thought for a while and waved his hand, 50 gold glittering gallons beeping. LAs landed on the long table in front of him, and immediately attracted a large number of eyes from all around. How about 50 gallons? Gemini asked with a smile. 50 gallons, this is not a small amount. The top one is the income of the bottom workers in the wizarding world for a month. Even with the financial resources of the Malfoy family, this is equivalent to Malfoy's pocket money for more than a month. I bet. Almost without hesitation, Draco agreed to the bet. The movement of the two attracted the attention of other students in the auditorium. Soon, the bet was spread in the school, and there was a lot of noise. How can you gamble? After a while, Hermione found Gemini again and asked angrily, it's still 50 gallons. You only exchanged 500 gallons in total. With such a trick, you will soon become a pauper. What should you do in the next few years? I thought you were unhappy because I involved you. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you in advance. Gemini smiled gently, thank you very much for your concern, but don't worry about the money. I still have more than £700,000 in deposit. Even if the Garin in my hand is spent, I can continue to redeem it next year. £700,000. Hermione opened her small mouth in astonishment, where did you get so much money? I earned it from doing business. Gemini said concisely, so I apologize, if I win the bet, then the 1 Kanan will be given to you. Hermione hurriedly waved her hand, you trust me so much, I thank you it's too late, and lowered her head unconsciously, Hermione's little cheek was flushed, I heard you gambled with him because he said bad things about me, thank you. The voice fell, and Hermione quickly turned and ran away. Gemini looked at Hermione's back and smiled gently and said, I'm just explaining a fact. Thanks to readers Joachim for 10,000 rewards, Victor Liu's 10,000 rewards, Fish Corpse Kun's 2,000 rewards, Ignorant Star Catching 1,500 rewards, Xiao Fengqi's Waning Moon's 500 rewards, Reggie Gardner's 1,500 reward, Billowing Super Justice 1,500 rewards and other readers' rewards. Burp, I love you to death. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, as expected. Chapter 33 as expected. Draco did not alienate Gemini because of the gambling, and Slytherin's advocacy of the strong is no joke. Although he was annoyed that Gemini recognized a Muggle-born girl more, it also prompted Draco to be more anxious to prove himself in front of Gemini. In essence, Draco is a jealous boy, and his good background makes him feel that he is superior since he was a child. Such a person will always feel jealous when he meets someone better than himself. But Gemini is different. The dimensional difference in strength makes Draco unable to feel jealous at all. He is full of powerlessness, especially when the two go to class together every day, and see Gemini's understanding of various courses. Handy, Draco's powerlessness is even heavier. For Gemini, he can only look up. On the weekend, a notice was posted in Slytherin's common room saying that Slytherin's freshmen will take flight lessons with Gryffindor on next Thursday, and Draco will never return to Slytherin as soon as possible. Gemini in the lettering dormitory is here. The second week of the new semester is when the Quidditch teams of the various colleges are selected, and it is also when the freshmen start to learn to ride a broomstick. Gemini grew up in a Muggle orphanage. He has never rode a broom. Draco couldn't help himself with excitement. He realized that he finally had a better aspect than Gemini. Did you see Gemini? Happily stopped a few Ravenclaw girls, Draco asked. No. Several Ravenclaw girls turned pale, and avoided Draco far away. Generally speaking, in the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Gryffindor supports Hufflepuff, and Slytherin supports Ravenclaw. And if it is a game between Gryffindor and Slytherin, then Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw all support Gryffindor. This is Slytherin's position at Hogwarts, not to mention the very popular Draco asking where is the murderous Gemini, who wants to take care of him. Did you see Gemini? Do you know where Gemini is? Have you seen Gemini? If you see where Gemini is, please tell me, please. Draco didn't realize that his inquiry attitude was getting better and better. Stopping Hermione with a stiff face, Draco asked awkwardly, "Do you know where Gemini is? Excuse me." Oh. Hermione opened her small mouth. She wondered if Draco was possessed by someone he would say please. "I saw him in the library in the morning, and then he walked in the direction of Black Lake." Draco pulled his face and opened his mouth hard, but in the end he didn't say anything, just nodded stiffly and turned and left. Saying thank you to Hermione, it made him feel a little unacceptable, and it was already his limit to be able to tell. Half an hour later, by the Black Lake. Draco sat blankly on the big rock by the lake. In the distance, over the Black Lake, Gemini was flying on a broomstick. He sometimes laps on the lake, and sometimes soars into the sky. When he flew nearly 100 meters above the sky, Gemini jumped off the broomstick and fell quickly, and then a spider silk shot out during the fall, sticking to the broom in the sky, and then he pulled the spider silk swinging towards the sky. He finally turned over and stepped on the broom. Draco saw that even if Gemini stepped on the broomstick, it would be like stepping on the flat ground, so he would step on the broomstick, like surfing, sweeping across the lake at great speed. After a long time, Gemini finally noticed Draco sitting by the lake, falling from the sky. "I found this broomstick in a certain corner. If possible, please keep it secret for me." Gemini smiled gently. "Are you? Why?" Draco looked at Gemini with a skeptical expression on his face. "Is this the first time you fly?" "Yes, the first time." Gemini smiled. He worked as a takeaway for a while in his previous life. He felt that the broom was actually not much different from the motorcycle, and the agility of the broom was much better than that of the motorcycle. With a light touch, the broom can follow his instructions like a swipe of an arm. Coupled with the powerful dynamic vision and responsibility brought by the spider serum, he can play with the broom. Unfortunately, this thing doesn't use gasoline and does not need to change gears. I can't appreciate the power of the engine roaring in my ears. However, there are flying motorcycles in the weapons store, and there are special models that can be customized. If you have the opportunity to buy one in the future. Draco looked at Gemini and couldn't help swallowing. It was the first time he saw what genius is. "What's the matter with you looking for me?" "Ah, yes. Draco just woke up like a dream. Next Thursday we are going to take flight lessons with Gryffindor. Let me tell you." "Thank you for your reminder." Gemini nodded slightly. For freshmen, everyone is looking forward to the first flight class. In the past few days, every time Gemini was eating in the auditorium, he could hear a little wizard talking at the table. For example, "Draco," he said many times about riding a broomstick, and each time he ended up avoiding a Muggle helicopter in a thrilling manner. But when Gemini appeared, he would shut his mouth wisely. Finally, at 3:30 in the afternoon on Thursday, the students came to a flat lawn. This is where the first-year students learn flying lessons. However, it should be noted that there is a forbidden forest not far from the other side of the lawn. If you are not careful, you might fly into the forbidden forest. Go with. According to the legend, there are fire dragons in the depths of the forbidden forest. As for whether this legend is true or not, Gemini is not sure, because according to the wizard's secrecy laws, fire dragons in all European countries will be found by the local Ministry of Magic. The wizards took control and sent it to Romania. Africa was sent to Egypt, and Asia was sent to the Siberian plains of Russia. These places have institutions dedicated to sheltering and taming fire dragons. When the Gryffindor cubs also came to the field, Ms. Hooch, who was in charge of teaching flight lessons, also came. She has short grey hair and yellow eyes that are as sharp as a falcon. Okay, what are you all waiting for? She said sharply, everyone is standing next to a flying broomstick, hurry up, hurry up. Gemini looked at the broom near his feet. It was worn and old. Some branches were poked out, and Gemini looked disgusted. Extend your right hand, place it above the broomstick, and say, get up. Ms. Huochi said. Gemini reached out his hand, with an unquestionable command in his tone, get up. Swish! The broom suddenly flew into his hand. Few people like Gemini awakened the broom smoothly, but Harry and Draco did it. Opposite Gemini, Hermione's broom rolled lazily on the ground, as if to say, I just can't get up. What can you do with me, woman? After spending a long time, everyone finally awakened their broomsticks. Ms. Huochi walked through 2 rows of students, showing them how to ride the broomsticks without sliding off the top, constantly correcting the students' grip. Your grip is wrong, your arms are stretched so straight, do you want to break them? Ms. Hooch scolded Malfoy sharply, and Malfoy hurriedly adjusted his posture in a panic. I'm sorry, he just wanted to be handsome. Well, as soon as I whistle, you kick the ground with your legs, leave the ground, and kick hard. Ms. Hooch said, hold the broom firmly, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall back to the ground vertically. Listen to my whistle 3-2. A trembling cry came, Gemini turned his head to look, and Neville flew pale on the broomstick. Gemini. As expected, no need to panic. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Don't even think about it. Chapter 34 Don't even think about it. Come back, child. Ms. Huochi said loudly. However, her order did not have any effect. Neville went straight up, like a champagne cork sprayed out of the bottle. It was very fast, not as shown in the movie, so even if Gemini immediately the spider silk was shot, but he couldn't accurately pull him off. Fortunately, Neville flew fast and fell fast. He slid off the broom and fell straight down 20 feet in the air. On the ground, Gemini quickly took out his wand and pointed it at Neville. Yugatum Leviosa. Call. At a height of 5 meters above the ground, Neville's falling figure suddenly stopped in mid-air. Slowly brought Naito to the ground, and Ms. Huochi rushed towards her with a pale face. Neville's face was even whiter than hers. After all, he had experienced bungee jumping in the sky. The students gathered around, and Ms. Huochi pulled Neville to check it carefully. After confirming that he had not suffered any harm, she breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Gemini. Keen response, precise casting, Slytherin adds 10 points. A group of little snakes cheered immediately. The little lions of Gryffindor had no objection to this bonus. Neville looked at Gemini gratefully. Thank you, Gemini, you saved me again. Once. Gemini smiled helplessly. If you can, I also hope you will not give me this kind of opportunity. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't fly. Neville whispered. Shook his head, and Gemini gently said, I think you think too much. Everyone has magical powers in them. You can't do it without reason. Self-confidence accounts for a large part of the factor. Maybe you are right. Neville was frustrated. Okay, I'll send him to the school hospital for an examination first. None of you are allowed to move. Put the flying broomstick back in place, otherwise, you will be driven out of Hogwarts before you have time to say Quidditch. The gate is open. Ms. Huochi said, and left with Neville. Gemini is a little helpless, do you still have to check it? But think about it, after all, it is related to the health of the students, and it is normal to check it. Look at what I found. He held a transparent glass ball in his hand, gleaming in the sun. That is Neville's memory ball, which was mailed to him by his grandma this morning. Come here, Malfoy. Harry glared at Draco. Draco chuckled and looked at Harry jokingly. Just as he was about to say something, the memory ball in his hand suddenly dropped and flew, tracing an arc in mid-air, and falling into Gemini's hands. Don't do extra foolish things, Draco. Putting the transparent memory ball in the sun, looking at it with curiosity, Gemini whispered, don't let yourself look like a bad person. Draco turned away in embarrassment, and the little snakes who had laughed stopped laughing. In Slytherin, no one dares to touch Gemini's mold. Please also forward it to Neville. Give the memory ball to Harry, Gemini said. Thank you. Harry hurriedly took the memory ball. Successfully changed the original history, Gemini feels still very good, at least now Harry will not be assigned to the Gryffindor Quidditch team by exception. Although Gemini didn't really like the way the Slytherin students deal with things, he chose this college to make Snape disgusting, but in the end he was also a member of this college, and it made no sense to let Gryffindor take over. Got cheaper. After a while, Ms. Hooch returned with Neville and continued to teach them flying lessons. Fortunately, no one had any accidents this time. Since most of the students are riding broomsticks for the first time, Ms. Hooch stipulates that the flying height cannot exceed 20 feet, and she has been flying in mid-air, holding a magic wand with a guard face to prevent any student from accidentally getting out of the air. Falling, most of the time, her attention was on Neville. Fortunately, Neville may have listened to Gemini's words, and after stabilizing his emotions, nothing went wrong. The broken flying broomstick in the school made Gemini ride out of flowers. He stepped on the flying broomstick everywhere, and went around the castle several times. The other students who watched were full of envy. Can this thing fly while standing? Harry whispered to Ron. Impossible, no player can do such a thing. Ron looked at Gemini who was flying around with constipation. Gemini at this time made Ron, a child from a pure-blood family, feel like a muggle. Flying on a broomstick, even with Harry's Quidditch talent, it is difficult to do, let alone as easy as Gemini. In the end, Ms. Hooch couldn't stand Gemini, who broke her common sense, and told him to fly high and don't disturb the other students. I want to join the Quidditch team. After class, Gemini found Snape and spoke bluntly. Riding the broom twice in a row, it turns out that he likes this sport very much. It looks like a flight lesson made you bloated, Mr. Fox. Snape said behind the desk without looking up. I can stand on a broomstick and fly. Snape finally raised his head with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. After a few seconds, he finally slowly said, very well, you successfully convinced me. Nema's Quidditch movement has been around for 1,000 years, and I have never heard of anyone so brave. But when he thought of the way Gemini stepped on the roof before, Snape suddenly realized that he could really do this kind of thing. Super reaction, quick hand extension, terrifying physique, I don't know why he can stick himself wherever he wants, such a natural Quidditch hand dangling under his eyelids for so long, he didn't even realize it. 2. Yes, I agree. Snape said lightly, it just happened that the previous team captain was beaten and retired by you. It would be more appropriate for you to fill this position. Gemini just remembered that Marcus Flint was the last Slytherin captain. What else is there? Can I use the spider web launcher during the game? Gemini asked, showing the spider web launcher on his wrist. It is against the rules of the game if it is used to others, and it is not acceptable to use the ball. I see. Gemini nodded, meaning that it doesn't matter if he uses it. Seeing that Gemini was still standing there, Snape said impatiently, "What else? If conditions permit, can you support me with a light wheel 2000? Gemini asked. It's not that he can't afford a broom, it's mainly because he took out a firebolt at this time, which seemed a little hard to explain. Think about it, don't think about it. Snape was expressionless. Gemini squeezed his chin thoughtfully. Harry performed very well during the flight class. I heard that Professor McGonagall intends to recruit him to the Gryffindor team as a seeker. He didn't lie. Professor McGonagall's performance during the flight class was watched by Professor McGonagall. As for making an exception to allow Harry to join the team, Professor McGonagall is already considering it. The probability is estimated to be very high. He didn't catch the thrown memory ball in the air like the original book, but his talent still showed. Once Gemini can break into the team, then Harry's entry must be a certainty. This is not the end of the world line. In fact, Professor McGonagall was paying attention to Harry's performance in the second half of the flight class. After all, Harry's father was the most brilliant Quidditch player in the academy. Professor McGonagall has no reason to let his son go. Although it looks serious and impersonal, but in fact, Professor McGonagall is an crazy Quidditch fan. On weekdays, Professor McGonagall is very principled, but if in order to win the Quidditch Academy Cup, she can even temporarily give up her principle. In the original book, she won the championship for the team and eliminated the Gryffindor players more than once. Our transformation class homework. Do you think this will threaten me to give you one of the best broomsticks on the market? Don't even think about it, nasty kid. Snape scolded, don't be smart and think the world is revolving around you. Solve the broom matter by yourself. If you can't solve it, use your ridiculous spider silk to fly. Now, get out of me. We'll test the water push tomorrow, ask for collection, ask for monthly ticket, and recommend it. Big guys give me some strength, burp. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Please die for my glory. Chapter 35 Please die for my glory. Gemini finally bought a firebolt in the weapons store, which cost more than £1,000. As for how to explain the sudden addition of a broom, I won't explain it if I can't explain it. I'm Gemini, why do I need to explain it to others? Mastering occlumency and memory knitting, Gemini doesn't worry about taking the mind at all. It means that Veritaserum will spin in his body twice, and the effect can be more than 3 seconds. It's powerful. The powerful immunity brought by Spider Serum. The system allows Gemini to be immune to most poisons, not to mention that even poisons are not Veritaserum. And even if it couldn't explain it, it was just a broomstick. Dumbledore wouldn't bother him because of this, and even Snape would not. Friday, when the potions get out of class was over, a boy named Dryan Pusey approached Gemini. Get to know, Dryan Posey. Gemini Fox. Gemini shook hands with Darian friendly. Dryan looked down at the boy in front of him who reached his chest and smiled friendly, thanks to you, I have become the captain. Professor Snape has already told me about you. You know Quidditch? Hey! Gemini smiled gently, I understand a little bit, I want to be a seeker, can I? Of course. Dryan nodded. The seeker in that team. He will change positions. Dryan said indifferently. Gemini suddenly felt that these Slytherin little snakes were not useless, at least it was easy to talk to them. Compared with the students of other colleges, these little snakes are very good at being human. After lunch, Dryan carried a broom in one hand and a big box in the other, and brought Gemini to the flight class site. The training of the seeker only needs to pay attention to 2 things, avoiding the walking ball, and catching the golden snitch. Darian handed the broom to Gemini, riding my broom, let's practice it first. The golden snitch was released from the box by Dryan. As soon as he came out, he flew high in the air. Without a word, Gemini caught up with him on a broomstick. Darian's broomstick is a sweeping 6-star. Although it is not as fast as the Light Wheel 2000 on the market, its overall performance is barely comparable to the Lightwheel 1700, and the sweeping series of broomsticks have excellent turning performance, although the speed is high. It's a bit of a disadvantage, but the flexibility is not inferior to the Lightwheel series. This is the fastest broom Gemini has ever ridden, whether it's the school broom ratio or the broom he bought from the responsive house before. In less than a minute, Gemini grabbed the golden snitch and fell down. Dryan looked at Gemini in astonishment, not knowing what to say. He just watched Gemini fly up high in the sky, biting tightly behind the snitch, and then in a sharp turn, Gemini's arm waved and directly caught the golden snitch in his hand. Generally speaking, straight acceleration is the easiest time for seekers to catch the snitch, because at the speed of the golden snitch, if you turn suddenly, it is difficult to see clearly with the human's visual capture ability. Is my level okay? Gemini asked. Dryan thought for a few seconds, and looked at Gemini with a serious face. What do you think of the captain's position? Gemini. He finally declined Darian's suggestion. Now he just can fly, but he has no idea about Quidditch's tactics, and he has no interest in leading the team. He is interested in another thing right now. At dinner, Draco happily told Gemini about his heroic deeds. It's probably like this. After the flight get out of class yesterday, he and Harry had a quarrel, and then agreed to a duel in the prize showroom at night. After the appointment was made, Draco did not go. Instead, he told old Filch that Harry had returned to the prize showroom at night, and he played Harry a bit. Unfortunately, they are still in this school. Draco muttered regretfully, I thought Filch could catch them, that useless old trash. Gemini looked at the direction of Harry and the others, and saw him and Ron whispering about things. Gemini was thoughtful. At this time, they must have seen the three-headed dog, right? Don't you have anything to say? Draco was puzzled. What do you mean? Gemini was a little puzzled. Do you want me to express my opinion about you avoiding the duel? The voice fell, and Draco's face suddenly turned white. He suddenly realized what a stupid thing he had done. In the magical world, duels are sacred and serious. If two people suffer casualties due to a duel, then even the Ministry of Magic will not take care of it. This is something that has not changed in thousands of years. Not to mention the magical world, even today's civilized Muggle society, there were often duels a few decades ago. The eldest master of the Malfoy family had an appointment with someone to fight, but he did not go to the fight, but used despicable means to avoid the fight. If this matter spreads out, then the glory of the entire Malfoy family for thousands of years will be nailed to the pillar of shame because of his actions. This cowardly behavior will even be executed by the family hundreds of years ago. Slytherin can be mean and cunning, but in the face of a duel, even a scumbag like Voldemort would bow to Harry. Even in the era when the wind of duel is popular, even some women will pick up the sharp edge and start a duel against the male opponents who have tarnished their honor. Not to mention the male aristocrats, almost a little quarrel can trigger a life and death duel. In the wizarding world, Godric Gryffindor is even more a duel master. Whether his opponent is a muggle or a wizard, the Gryffindor sword made by his goblin is forged for the duel. For my glory, please go to death. This is a duel of gambling on glory and life and death. If his father knows about this incident, although he will not really kill him, it is estimated that a fat beating is inevitable because the Malfoy family is not only a family of wizards, but also has the inheritance of the Muggle royal family. Knighthood. It doesn't have to be so true, even if it is spread out, no one will take it seriously. After all, your age is placed here. With your current ability, I guess it is just throwing a fist on the bridge of the opponent's nose. Gemini held his chin and said casually, Harry and the others shouldn't be talking about it. The teacher knew about it when they wandered around at night, but points were deducted, and I guess they don't really understand what your behavior means. What, you are lucky. Malfoy's face is very ugly. For him who values family honor, this kind of thing makes him unacceptable. For whatever reason, avoiding war is avoiding war. This is a fact that cannot be changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Night Tour with Dumbledore. Chapter 36 Night Tour and Dumbledore. Early the next morning, Gemini heard something from Dryan, and Harry made an exception to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In fact, there is no need to listen to Darian, because at breakfast, a large group of owls sent Harry a long package containing the Lightwheel 2000 that Professor McGonagall gave him. Look at the Dean of the House. Look at you again, Snape. Gemini sighed secretly. Fortunately, I have a weapon shop and bought a firebolt early, so I don't have to envy Harry's Lightwheel 2000. What Gemini didn't know was that Professor McGonagall was hesitant about Harry joining the team at first, because when she was observing Harry, she also saw Gemini's flying skills. If Harry scored an exception team, then there is no reason to stop the bug-like Gemini from joining the team. Until yesterday, when she heard that Gemini had joined the team, she immediately patted the table to make Harry join the Gryffindor team, then used fluff fans all the way to London and ordered Harry at the Quidditch boutique. A Lightwheel 2000. The Dean of someone else's house. Gemini regretted not listening to the Sorting Hat. Even if he is assigned to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, it is estimated that Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout will not hesitate. But what else can he do? The college he chose, even if he kneels and prays, Dumbledore will not allow him to transfer. Fortunately, Snape still had a little conscience. He asked Prefect Davis to send Gemini a sticky note. The post-it says that Gemini will be in his office at 6 o'clock in the evening every weekend from now on, and Snape will train him on the silent charm. I don't want to see you screaming and screaming when you wield your magic wand again. It says on the sticky note. In Gemini's view, the silent curse is a benchmark for testing whether a wizard is qualified. Once the silent curse is mastered, the wizard's combat effectiveness will instantly soar. A thought can take much shorter time than a sentence. The time to shout a spell is enough for a wizard of Snape's level to release 3 silent spells. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when Gemini came to Snape's office, he was peeling a dead toad. The potion was boiling in the cauldron next to him, and white mist filled the room. To be honest, no matter what Snape's personality is, his potion level is really high. Watching Snape's smooth operation, it felt like he was appreciating an art. I think you should learn the disarming curse. Snape said without looking up, unleash the disarming curse on the dummy, and don't say anything. Gemini didn't talk nonsense, took out his wand directly from his arms, pointed it at the dummy at the other end of the room, concentrated his attention, and waved the wand. Swish! The wooden stick in the dummy's hand spun out and hit Snape's head. The smashed Snape's head dropped unconsciously. The atmosphere in the office freezes instantly. Gemini didn't dare to look at Snape's face, because he thought that face must look ugly now. Gemini sighed weakly, sorry, Professor, I never thought it would go so smoothly. Get out. Gemini escaped. He still felt incredible for a while when he came to the lobby on the first floor. Is the silent mantra so easy to learn? But after thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be an exaggeration. He has been injected with spider serum, and his thinking ability and concentration have been improved to a certain extent. In addition, he has absorbed part of Voldemort's soul power, and he has this kind of magic talent. Not surprising. Chanted a sentence of clear water like a spring silently in his heart, but the tip of the stick did not respond. Gemini knows, it seems that the success just now was only accidental. Although his talent is very good, but with his current state, even if he can successfully use the silent charm, it is not 100-shot, he still has to practice more. I was able to succeed in the office just now because I thought it was because of my concentration and some luck. But if you can succeed once, you can succeed the second time. Gemini plans to practice a few more times today. Wednesday, late at night. Gemini, as always, wandered in the dark castle. This is one of his few hobbies. Since entering school, the things that can make him feel fun, except for Quidditch, are night tours. Hogwarts Castle has stood for thousands of years on this land, and it contains the wisdom and secrets of dozens of generations. Gemini can always find fun here. For example, last Friday night, Gemini found an inconspicuous small room, which was empty, with only a table, a notebook, and a quill pen. The book is huge and thick. In contrast, the quill is much more ordinary. The thick and huge notebook was just spread out, quietly placed on the table, and the notebook was densely packed with names and dates. According to an old white-bearded grandfather passing by at that time, every little wizard born in the UK, including Scotland, will be caught by this pen of magical fluctuations, and then write his name on this notebook. In his last life, Gemini had heard of such a thing, but he did not expect that it was not in the Ministry of Magic, but in Hogwarts. The reason why Hogwarts enrollment will not be interfered by pure-blood supporters of the Ministry of Magic is because of this pen. Gemini also found his name in that book, and all the people on the same page as him are little wizards of his class. For example, Harry, his birthday is July 31st. For example, Hermione's birthday is September 19th. Suddenly, Gemini stopped flying and hung upside down from the roof of the shed. September 19th. It seems to be tomorrow. Today, September 18th, Wednesday, happens to be the day of Gryffindor astronomical observations, and Hermione should be at the observatory at this time. Ah, it looks like you should have the same problem as me, Mr. Fox. The old voice sounded from below, and Gemini looked down. An old man with a white beard with half-moon eyes was standing on the ground, looking at him cheerfully. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." Gemini groaned, turning over and falling from the roof. "I'm just fascinated by astronomical observations. I want to spend some time with the students of Gryffindor on astronomy class. This is not the way to the observatory." Dumbledore joked, "If Filch caught you, I think you will have it." "He couldn't catch me." Gemini smiled slyly, "He can't even see my shadow. Fortunately, you alone have this unique and powerful ability. I can't imagine what the Weasley twins would look like with this ability." Dumbledore said, couldn't help laughing, "Oh my god, it's scary, isn't it?" "That's..." Gemini laughed. "I can see that you regard exploring Hogwarts at night as a pleasure. Can you tell me what you have discovered in the past few days?" Dumbledore looked at Gemini gently and said, I'm planning to go to the kitchen and ask for some dessert with the elves. Would you like to join me?" "Kitchen?" Gemini thought for a while. "Just so, can I ask them to help make a cake?" Dumbledore nodded, "Of course. The jet lag fell last night, the update time has been adjusted a bit, please recommend, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a collection, so many people." End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Birthday Cake. Chapter 37 Birthday Cake. I found that when I itch the armor gentlemen on duty in the castle, the masks on their helmets click and click, so can I understand that they are laughing. Yes, tell you a secret, if you dance to them, they will fight with you. Dumbledore blinked. So are they intelligent creatures? Magic is a magical thing. It can't give life to an item, but it can give it wisdom. Dumbledore said kindly, so, in the magic world, the two words of wisdom and creatures have never been one. Of. What about the portrait? What's the matter with the portrait? Gemini asked curiously. I found that some portraits are very smart, some are very stupid. Oh, this is true. Dumbledore nodded. If you go to my office and take a look, you will find that the portraits of the principals in my office are almost indistinguishable from a living person. Gemini squeezed his chin and thought about it. In other words, the more magical the person, the closer his portrait will be to him. To be honest, you are a little bit envious of you. Dumbledore nodded. You have passed the award. Gemini smiled, so, every painting of the strong man will have the wisdom close to his own. It depends on his own wishes. Dumbledore said. I have a question, Professor. Gemini thought for a while and said, if you transfer a person's soul to his portrait, does that count as immortality in disguise? Dumbledore was slightly startled. It is not good magic to transfer the soul to the object, but I think even if it succeeds, what is the meaning of this kind of immortality? That's what I said. Gemini nodded. Fox, are you interested in immortality? Dumbledore's calm gaze fell on Gemini's face through the half-moon lens. Of course, who would think that he would live a long life? Gemini smiled gently, but to live simply to live, this kind of immortality is too much. The world is beautiful and vast, Professor, my journey lies in the stars and the sea. Gemini's eyes were clear and far away, and there was no distraction in the blue pupils. Maybe I really live forever, maybe I will die on the road, but these things actually don't matter. I never regretted being alive, so even I was crushed on this journey, and I think I can smile and say a worthwhile trip. Very thorough answer. Dumbledore looked at Gemini for a while in surprise, and then exclaimed with a little emotion, I am often proud of the students I teach. But to be honest, this is the first time that I am a student of a certain student. It's an honor to be a teacher, Fox. You have a reputation. Gemini smiled humbly. Actually, not really. Dumbledore blinked, then raised his head. His gaze fell on a picture of a huge fruit plate next to him. Here we are. Gemini looked around. From the position, it was directly below the castle auditorium. Dumbledore stretched out his old wrinkled palm and scratched a pear on the fruit plate. In a flash, the pear turned into a doorknob. Dumbledore opened the door and the two entered the kitchen. Good evening, Honorable Professor Dumbledore. Handsome Master Fox. As soon as the two walked into the kitchen, shrill voices rang in their ears. Beside them, a house elf wearing a white pillowcase bowed to the two. Is there anything Lolo can help you with? Immediately after that, a large group of house elves gathered around in a hustle and bustle, blinking big light bulb-like eyes and looking expectantly at the two of Gemini. Gemini pointed at himself blankly. Do you know me? Oh, no. Dumbledore suddenly laughed. From the beginning of school, they haven't found Fox your luggage until now. This has been worrying them for a long time, even though I have repeatedly emphasized that this is not their problem, but they have always been upset. Gemini laughed, and then I remembered that the dormitories of the 4 colleges were all cleaned by the elves, and the students' luggage and belongings were also cleaned by them. The thunder could not beat it every day. They haven't seen Fox's luggage since they enrolled in school. Dumbledore blinked. Can I just ask Fox where you live now? Anyone who asks, Professor. Gemini smiled. The requirement room is not a major secret. There is nothing unspoken. It can be seen from the piles of groceries like hills. Many students have been there, but not everyone has mastered the rules of the room. Oh. Dumbledore nodded clearly. It's no wonder. That's a good place. I can find everything I want there. If you are interested, I can entertain you there as a guest. Gemini groaned with a smile, completely treating the responsive house as his own territory. It looks like that place is like home to you, which is great. Aren't you angry? I won't go back to the dormitory. Gemini was puzzled. Dumbledore's temper was much better than he thought. To be honest, if I beat someone, I wouldn't dare to go back and live easily. Dumbledore nodded cheerfully, but as long as you can feel at home in Hogwarts, it doesn't matter if you live in a dorm. It's the same when you come and go to the house. In fact, if you don't say anything, I always thought you made a net in a warm place and then went to sleep. Thank you very much for your enlightenment, Professor. These are all trivial matters. Dumbledore said leisurely. As long as you don't get caught by professors and Filch, don't go to some dangerous places, Hogwarts will not refuse the curiosity of sincere students, such as the twins of the Weasley family. I used to meet every week. They, unfortunately, don't know when it will start. They seem to have mastered the way to avoid me. I still feel quite lost. Want a fruit syrup pie? Dumbledore said, and handed Gemini a piece of fruit syrup pie. Gemini took a bite of the pie and wrinkled his face. So sweet. When I'm old, I like to eat sweets. Dumbledore nodded, and put a piece of pie in his mouth. Well, actually, I also liked to eat when I was young. I didn't make excuses for my gluttony. Most British people can't refuse sweets, and syrup pie is light. When Filch celebrated his birthday a while ago, I tried his birthday cake. It was full of cream. It was about 10 centimeters thick. Gemini looked disgusted. It sounds disgusting. Yet, he didn't finish it either. Dumbledore said, don't you want cake? I think Ms. Lolo should be able to help you. Does Mr. Fox want a cake? Lolo tilted his head up, and his big bulb eyes looked at Gemini without blinking. Yes, trouble you, Miss Lolo. Gemini squatted down and smiled gently. If possible, I hope it's the kind of pancake cake, 3 layers of crispy pancakes, 1 layer of cake, between every 2 layers. Coated with different jams, wrapped in a layer of crispy chocolate, not too big, with some fruit on top. Yes, please also write a happy birthday to Miss Hermione Granger. So it was Miss Granger's birthday cake. Lolo's big eyes were shining, and he bowed again to Gemini. Her pointed nose hit the ground. Miss Granger is a very hard-working girl. It's Lolo's honor to make a birthday cake for Miss Granger. Then, a few minutes later, Gemini looked at the giant chocolate cake in front of him with a full face of astonishment. The chocolate cake is divided into 5 layers, and each layer is composed of 3 crispy pancakes and 1 layer of cake. The colorful fruits are dotted around the cake, which is exquisite and unwilling to destroy. Fuck, what is this? End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Attract Attention, Seeking a Monthly Pass. Chapter 38 Attracting Attention, Seeking a Monthly Pass. Oh, cherry tomatoes, dragon fruit, cherry sauce, crisp chocolate. Dumbledore looked at the big cake in front of him curiously, then turned to look at Gemini and said, if I can eat a bite, I am willing to not eat for 3 days. Of course you can eat. Gemini smiled helplessly, and looked at Lolo mildly. Thank you very much for your help. Oh, this is what Lolo should do. Lolo expressed his gratitude to Gemini with fear. Naturally, Gemini doesn't say too much. He still knows the temperament of these elves. Anyway, I have to thank you. While speaking, Gemini stood up, looked at the big cake in front of him and couldn't help sighing. Now, how can I deliver it? Will it be too sassy if the levitating curse is hit? Who would hit it? Dumbledore looked at Gemini. Would you like to try the way you pack your luggage? Do you even know this? Gemini looked at Dumbledore in surprise, and instantly activated a clumancy. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to spy on your secrets. Dumbledore waved his hand politely. Gemini helplessly spread his hands, but you still spied. I am a curious Gryffindor after all. Please apologize to Gryffindor immediately. Look. Godric Gryffindor is a big pot. As the police uncle said, don't do anything bad and rely on the Japanese. Gemini finally received the cake in the storage space and looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. It was already past 11. Normally, the end of the astronomy get out of class is not fixed. The weather is good tonight, and it should arrive. It was 11:30. Why don't you send it tomorrow? Gemini thought for a while. The principal took the students on a night tour and celebrated their birthdays on the observatory. It seems that the spread will affect your reputation. Dumbledore's light blue eyes blinked, and he frankly spread his hands. In fact, my reputation has long been in a mess. If I can eat the cake sooner, I don't mind it being worse. Gemini nodded. Well, since you have said so. Say good night to the elves, and Gemini and Dumbledore left the kitchen. Fox. Dumbledore said leisurely, are you and Miss Granger in love? No. Gemini looked at the gossiping old white-bearded man silently. Mr. Granger specially picked me up when school started. Miss Granger was also worried that I would not be able to catch the school bus. The world would like this. Not many people treat me, I should cherish their kindness. My parents are not around. It is the first time in my life to celebrate my birthday outside. I think Miss Granger must be in a bad mood. Gemini smiled gently. We should be friends for the time being. Now that I know that tomorrow is her birthday, I have to bless me if it is reasonable. Dumbledore gave Gemini a gracious look. I'm glad you have this idea, boy. A few minutes later, the two appeared at the observatory. Looking at the deserted observatory, Gemini and Dumbledore fell silent. After being silent for a while, Dumbledore suddenly pointed to the Gryffindor Tower in the distance. There is the Gryffindor Tower over there, and the female dormitory is on the left. How about you fly over with spider silk to pick her out? Shut up, old fellow. The ground is all your broken morals. Gemini is so surprised. Your old man can do whatever it takes to eat. Wow! Suddenly, a shelf behind him collapsed. Gemini turned his head, and the two red-haired twins fell out of the shelf in embarrassment. Hey, good evening, Professor Dumbledore and Gemini. The two hurriedly got up and smiled awkwardly. Ah! Fred, George, it's been a long time since I saw you in the evening. Dumbledore looked at the twins in front of him happily. What are you doing here? Because the first grade astronomy class ended very early today, we originally wanted to come here to set off fireworks, and we tried to draw out new styles. I just don't know what professor you are doing here. We only heard your idea of plotting to beat the girls' dormitory. Gryffindors still. Seeing the twins chattering, Dumbledore waved his hands with Yan Yu. Don't be so nervous, we both sneaked out. The twins breathed a sigh of relief, and then reached out to Gemini. Get to know, I am Fred, this is George, and we are both Weasley. Gemini Fox. Long admired the name. Thank you very much for helping us get through Marcus. We wanted to do this a long time ago. It looks like you guys are getting along well. Dumbledore sighed in a bit of melancholy. I really feel sad for Filch. Have you seen Hermione? Gemini asked. You are late, buddy. Fred shrugged. Professor Sinister was a little uncomfortable tonight, so the astronomy get out of class was a little earlier, and they had already gone back when we came out. That's really a shame. Gemini shrugged. Tomorrow is her birthday, I still want to help her celebrate her birthday at about 12 o'clock. Then you should be in a hurry. George smiled. Gemini was puzzled. Didn't she already go back to the bedroom? Fred stepped forward and took Gemini's shoulders. Hey, listen, no one will go to bed on time when the next day is her birthday, I guess she will be awake. Then we are going to the Gryffindor common room. Gemini asked. Of course not, unless the Quidditch match is won. Professor McGonagall will be crazy if he doesn't sleep at this night. George took out a small bundle of fireworks from his pocket. The Gryffindor Tower is over there. If we set off the fireworks here, we should be able to attract her attention. Then you do like Professor Dumbledore said, how about using spider silk? We haven't seen your spider silk yet. Speaking of spider silk, I also want to thank you for saving Ron in the potions class. He is our brother. Although we have been considering whether to deny our relationship. The two words are sung and the same. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. To Mr. Weasley's, the school rules do not allow fireworks to be set here. It's okay, Professor, anyway, our presence here already violates school rules. Dumbledore thought for a while, then nodded seriously. I think what you said is reasonable. Anyway, I already violated one school rule, and I don't care if I violated one more. This kind of thing still sounds reasonable, fart. Gemini feels that the three people in front of him are really unreliable, and they are really grouped by similarities. Hey? What seems to be wrong? Pop? The palm-sized flame elf flew a few times on the roof, and then exploded with a snap. Gemini covered her face sadly and almost laughed. You just want to attract her attention with this stuff. Fred and George turned away in melancholy. There is really no way, funding is a big problem. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for collection, ask for recommendation, ask for a conversation. Big people, how can the comment area of this book be so deserted? End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Happy Birthday. Chapter 39, Happy Birthday. Helplessly sighed, Gemini turned over and jumped down from the observatory. Dragged by the spider silk, several ups and downs came to the flat ground not far below the Gryffindor Tower. Hey, the web looks really good, how did you get it? Can he sell us some? The twins lay on the handrails of the observatory and looked curiously. I think, if you don't have the strong physique of Mr. Fox, the only end for you to use that thing is to break your neck. Dumbledore kindly persuaded. Not necessarily. Fred squeezed his chin seriously, maybe it will get stuck on the fence. Then string the eggs into a string. Oh my god, this sounds scary. I have already felt the cold in the lower part of the hip. The words of the twins made Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. He admired the twins very much. No matter what the circumstance, they can always bring laughter to others. At this time, Gemini was already full of fireworks on the flat ground. They were just some ordinary fireworks. The classification of this thing in the weapon store is logistics support. For example, fireworks will be set off when the war is won. Of course, this is not the most ridiculous thing, there are still white flags in the weapon store. Meanwhile, Gryffindor Tower, female dormitory. Hermione leaned against the bedside reading the book quietly by the dim light. She was holding a heavy magic book in her arms, her expression looked a little absent. It's her birthday after 12 o'clock. This is the first birthday in her life to spend outside and the first birthday without a birthday present. Fred is right. No one will go to bed on time when the next day is their birthday, at least young people will not. Closed the magic book distractedly, Hermione leaned against the bedside, quietly thinking about what happened in recent months. One morning she suddenly received a letter from Hogwarts, and was told that she was a little wizard. Then in the afternoon, Professor McGonagall suddenly visited and ran into Gemini in the garden. He was carrying a baseball stick and stepping on the miserable little fat man at his feet. Except for a good-looking face, he looked alike. Is a villain. The next day I went to Diagon Alley. There were sorcerers everywhere, and there were many interesting things. After that, he came to Hogwarts and was assigned to Gryffindor. After arriving here, she has to deal with everything alone when she leaves her parents. She regretted not buying an owl, otherwise she could still send a letter to her home. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Hermione's heart has always been panic. Because many of her classmates came from wizarding families, she was worried that she could not keep up with her studies, she was worried that she would make mistakes, and she was worried that she would be looked down upon by others, so she worked hard to make herself better. Hermione is proud, but also inferior. Peel off the outside of her excellent grades, and then you can see her uneasy and frightened heart. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant red light bloomed from outside the window, shining on Hermione's white face. Turned over and got out of the bed and came to the window, the red light burst, turning into a golden waterfall and hanging down from the air, the golden light instantly imprinted on Hermione's clear pupils. East wind leaves flowers and thousands of trees at night, and blows down, and stars like rain. The little girl has never experienced the profoundness of Chinese culture, but when faced with such beautiful fireworks, people all over the world should be in the same mood. Immediately afterwards, as if igniting a gunpowder barrel, dozens of different colors of light flew into the air, and clusters of fireworks completely enveloped the sky above Hogwarts Castle. Colorful and gorgeous fireworks are blooming in the sky, with a kind of magical beauty against the background of the old castle. Hermione stood in front of the window dreamily, with a tear in the corner of her eyes unconsciously. Parvati and Lavender, who were sleeping together, were awakened by the sound of fireworks. At this time, they were standing in front of another window, jumping with excitement. A spider silk stuck to the window, and then, a black figure appeared in front of the window. In response to Hermione's startled gaze, Gemini smiled and knocked on the window. "Gemini? How are you?" Hermione opened the window, and then she seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but open her mouth. "You set off the fireworks. Happy birthday, Miss Granger." Gemini smiled gently, and beckoned to the two Parvati with open mouths next to him. "Good evening, disturbing, do you want to come together?" Parvati and Lavender looked at each other and couldn't help but giggled. "No, we won't bother you. I wish you all a good time." Gemini nodded gently, and then a web of spider silk stuck to Hermione's pajamas. Gemini stretched out his hand, and wrapped the little girl's soft waist with one hand, and flew off the tower in Hermione's exclamation. Several ups and downs returned to the observatory. Fred and George suddenly cheered loudly, while Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, watching the fireworks still blooming in the sky from a long distance. "It's so good to be young." At this time, the towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were brightly lit, and the students got up one after another and watched the grand fireworks display around the window. In order to grab old Filch's attention, Gemini made a lot of fireworks, enough for a while. Professor Dumbledore, and Fred and George. Blushing and being put down by Gemini, Hermione looked at the three people in front of her in shock. "Good evening, Miss Granger." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "It's just 12 o'clock, then. Happy birthday." "Happy birthday, Miss Mastercard." The twins smiled. Looked at Gemini blankly. Hermione opened her mouth with some uncertainty. "Is there a tradition at Hogwarts to celebrate the birthday of freshmen?" "Naturally there is no." Dumbledore thought for a while, "but this is a good proposal. Do you want to modify the school rules, Professor?" Fred's eyes lit up. "We can help. I think it's better." Dumbledore kindly declined Fred's proposal. "I met Mr. Fox on the way to the night tour. He seemed to want to help you celebrate your birthday, so the two of us went to the kitchen. I got a birthday cake, but unfortunately, the astronomy class ended early today." Gemini waved his hand, and a huge birthday cake appeared in front of everyone. Hermione looked at Gemini in surprise. She didn't pay much attention to the cake. "How do you know my birthday?" Gemini shrugged. "There is a room at Hogwarts, where the names of all wizards born in England are recorded. I happened to see it." "Ha, we've been to that room too," Fred said happily. "We also want to try if we can change the name or something." As a result, George was severely poked on the back of his hand by that quill. "Hermione. Then, make a wish, Miss Granger." Dumbledore waved his hand, and a small lighted candle appeared directly above the cake. "Should we sing a birthday song for you?" George suggested. Gemini smiled. "Never mind the birthday song. Happy birthday to you." Gemini hasn't finished speaking. The three of Dumbledore have already sang. Gan. Nemas. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Make a Bed First. Chapter 40 Make a Bed First. Call. Blowed out the candle lightly, and a pure smile appeared on Hermione's white face. "What wish did you make?" George asked curiously. "Mum said that it won't work if you wish to say it." Hermione smiled slyly. "Let's cut the cake, Professor, I think you can't wait." "Oh ha ha ha! Am I so obvious?" Dumbledore laughed, and a table knife and several plates were turned into a wave of his hand to cut off the top layer of cake. "This most delicate and beautiful piece belongs to you, Miss Granger." Hermione took the cake from Dumbledore, and the second layer of cake was divided by Dumbledore. "After eating the cake, please remember to go to bed early. You have to go to class tomorrow." The amiable old white-bearded grandfather got his share of cake, left 2 large bottles of cherry juice for several people, and then left. No matter how much you get along with the students will not let go if you are there, and Dumbledore knows this very well. Professor Dumbledore can be called the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts. I don't think there is no reason. Looking at the direction Dumbledore left, Gemini smiled. After Dumbledore left, Fred and George were eating cakes, lying next to the railing of the observatory, and looking at Filch, who was frantic below, snickered. Hermione was wearing Gemini's cloak, her face was ruddy, and she sat on the stairs quietly eating chocolate cake. Violated the school rules a few nights ago. She saw the horror of the 3-headed dog and felt the fear when she violated the school rules. And this time is also a violation of school rules, but the little girl has no resistance to it, and her heart is full of warmth. Looking up at Gemini's handsome profile, Hermione blushed and lowered her head. He looks so good. Early the next morning, the entire Hogwarts was discussing the fireworks incident last night. Except for Slytherin in the 4 colleges, the other 3 colleges all saw the colorful fireworks display. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were seen from the tower, Hufflepuff was seen from the skylight. Only the Slytherin snakes, I didn't see anything. Did you guys do it? At breakfast, Harry stared at the twins curiously and asked. It's not. But we are witnesses. So who set off the fireworks? Ron asked. Confidentiality, you know? Confidentiality. Fred spread his hands. Some things can be said, but some things can't be said. Nonsense. Don't trouble us. But you can ask Miss Know-How, she might know. George grinned. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione blushed and lowered her head to eat breakfast in silence. Hermione, are you okay? Harry blinked. Oh, I'm fine. Hermione whispered. Ron was puzzled. Your face looks ugly. Are you sick? The fork in Hermione's hand was about to bend, so she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Use you to talk more. On the other side, the Slytherin long table. Draco looked at Gemini with some uncertainty. The fireworks last night. Gemini interrupted him gently. Fireworks? What fireworks? Draco. The look you want to cover up, looks really arrogant. The whole school in Nema knows about the fireworks incident last night. Why are you playing here with me? Hurry up and eat, keep ample energy, and there will be flight lessons today. Last night's fireworks display did not bring any changes to Hogwarts today. The most is that the students gossip in their spare time is a bit more informative, and the old Filch's whole person is in a state of violent eyes. Staring at every little wizard who enters and exits the auditorium, trying to find something on their faces. In the potions office on weekends, Gemini practiced the patron saint under the guidance of Snape. Call God to guard. A piece of white light. Hush and guard. It's still the same. Call God to guard. No progress. Chiji. The law protector appeared. Blue veins burst on Gemini's forehead, but there is no use for eggs, should it be used or not. If you can spend the time of the fireworks on practicing the spell, I think you should have mastered it by this time. Snape had a gleeful smile on his face. Professor, is there a problem with this spell? I think there is a problem with your head. Sighed, Gemini turned around and left. I will adjust my state. If you dare to leave this door, just pack your luggage and go home. Gemini. Why is this person not reasonable? I have understood the principle of the Patronus mantra. I think the reason why I have not been able to use it successfully is because I don't have enough happy memories. Gemini spread out. The sarcasm on Snape's face was even worse. Isn't it happy enough to set off the fireworks? I heard that the fireworks that night can be clearly seen in Hogsmeade. Gemini sighed. Professor, can you use it successfully? Nature is capable. Can you please give me a demonstration? No. Gemini squeezed his chin. Professor. Okay. It is said that the patron saint curse can reflect the state of a person's heart. Gemini's mouth curled up slightly, smiling like a little fox. What is your patron saint? Snape did not speak, but wrote and drew in his notebook. I guess it must not be a bat. You can be even more outrageous in the past, guess. A ball of paper slammed on Gemini's forehead. If you don't need it today, you don't have to go back to sleep. Let's be with the dead toad here. Snape surveyed. Gemini thought for a while, nodded happily, and then formed a net in the corner. Snape's face went dark. What are you doing? As you can see, I plan to make a bed first. Snape. Damn, I have never seen such a student like this after teaching for so many years. Watch, I only cast it once. Snape glanced irritably at Gemini, and flicked his wand. Call God to protect you. A dazzling silver light gleamed in the potions classroom. Amidst the white light, a beautiful figure flashed in the room. It's beautiful. Gemini murmured, although I didn't see it clearly, but forget it, Professor, what happy things did you think of when you used this spell? None of your business. I want to be a reference or something. Snape wanted to scold him a few words. After thinking about it, he still said blankly, how did you feel when you set off the fireworks the other day? Why didn't you think about that stupid Granger girl? Is it necessary? We have a good relationship, but it shouldn't be enough for me to use her to successfully use the spell. And Professor, Miss Granger is not stupid. Although she is of Muggle origin, her grades are better than all other pure-blood students. Gemini said, smiling gently, I probably feel it. She is worried that she is worse than others because of her Muggle origin, but she has been studying very hard. At least so far, I haven't been in the same grade. Have you seen a better girl than her? Have you ever seen a professor? A Muggle-born girl like her, but a very good girl. For an instant, not knowing which nerve touched Snape, he stood up, strode over to Gemini, and violently picked him up. Then, he opened the door and threw Gemini out. The whole process went smoothly, all in one go. Standing in front of the potions office, Gemini was helplessly spreading his hands. He sometimes felt that Snape was unlucky. For example, when facing Harry and the three of them. Harry has green eyes like Lily. Ron has the same red hair as Lily. Hermione is from Muggle like Lily, and she is talented and has good grades. How painful is Snape every time he sees them three. The most terrible thing is that Harry is still 90% alike his dad. But there's one thing to say. For Snape's private teaching of defense against the dark arts, Gemini is still very grateful to him. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't use the Patronus charm, he wouldn't be so exciting. Neb. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Shock Bullet. Chapter 41 Shocking Bomb. Eve of Halloween, early in the morning. When Gemini appeared in the hallway, he smelled a rich smell of roasted pumpkin. It's like always having turkey for Christmas and dumplings for Chinese New Year. In the UK, roasted pumpkin and Halloween are always the best match. Gemini guessed that in the Hogwarts kitchen at this time, Lolo must be busy with her friends. Halloween is no better than usual. For wizards, Halloween is a big holiday, and for the ghosts in the castle, it is a big holiday. No one is more exciting than the ghosts scurrying in the corridors at this time. In the spell class, when Gemini floated a feather empty-handed, Professor Flitwick readily added 10 points to Slytherin. This is the first time they learn the levitating curse, but it is not the first time that Gemini has used this spell. In the first flight lesson, he used this spell to save Neville, who had fallen from a high altitude. For the current Gemini, it is already possible to use the levitation charm without a rod. Coming to the magic world, what makes Gemini feel speechless most is that casting without a wand is not a sophisticated technique. The use of magic wands is a leap forward in the Wizarding Society. This sentence is not just a casual comment. Originally, Gemini thought that casting without a wand should be a very high-end ability, but after asking Snape, he was taunted by the opponent. The magic wand is a medium that can strengthen the wizard's magic to the greatest extent and reduce unnecessary loss of magic power. Without the magic wand, you can't even use the fluorescent flashing. At least 70% of the magic spells cannot be used. According to Snape, the so-called wandless spell casting is a primitive control of the magic power of the wizard, but it is very limited. This is why even powerful wizards still use magic wands. Wandless spell casting is really that powerful, Voldemort's extremely arrogant character should say, "Old magic wand? I don't need a magic wand." Of course, it's not useless to cast spells without a wand. For example, it can exercise the control of its own magic power, or it can be used to assist in spell casting. For powerful wizards, it can increase combat power to a certain extent. Zi. Crabbe's wand sparked from the tip and lit Gore's sleeve. Gemini put his chin in one hand and flicked the wand in the other, extinguishing the burning flames. In this class, I'm wasting time and staying in the same room with these two idiots. Just affects the mood. For Gemini, the only function of this class is to remind him that at the dinner tonight, there will be a giant monster dragging a stick around the castle. According to today's course, Gryffindor's curse class is over. At this time, Hermione should be crying in the girls' bathroom. Go and bring her out when get out of class is over. Although she should be in no danger according to the normal plot development, it is the result of luck and coincidence. Gemini can't guarantee that it will be because of her appearance. What butterfly effect does it bring? Now, Mr. Granger's favor for taking him on the road is also counted. Finally, the curse get out of class is over. Gemini made sure one thing after running several floors and asking several girls. Hermione was not in the bathroom. He realized that he had neglected one thing. Even if Hermione was in the girls' bathroom when the incident happened, who would stay in the toilet all afternoon? It should have been a while before the dinner party to find Hermione, but there are still more than 2 hours left. Women are so troublesome. But as the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, just solve the person who raised the problem. Hermione is not easy to find, but Professor Quirrell is still easy to find. The defense against the dark arts get out of class in the 3rd grade has just ended, and he has just returned to the office. From the time point of view, it will take a while before he can find the trolls. There were still many students wandering in the corridors. At this time, Quirrell was sitting behind his desk and devoted himself to correcting the assignments submitted by the students. Even in his office, Quirrell did not disguise himself. Although his acting skills are indeed a little clumsy in the eyes of those who care, this does not prevent him from being intoxicated. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of glass cracking, a slap-sized tin can was thrown into the office, and Quirrell was shocked. He screamed. After the initial shock, he had determined that this was a prank by the students. In order to prevent the students from discovering his unknown side, Quirrell quickly adjusted his expression and changed his face. Portrayed into the image of a frightened coward teacher. Oh my God, what is this? Chi Luo forced to endure the irritability in his heart, and looked at the small iron can that was thrown to his feet tremblingly. At this time, if he used the spell, it would not be in line with his cowardly stammering. He can only maintain this cowardly mask. Followed by boom. Accompanied by the deafening sonic boom, a dazzling white light flashed across the office. What? Gemini outside the window heard Professor Quirrell's scream. The voice was full of horror, despair, and shock, and Gemini could hear it. This emotional scream came from Professor Quirrell's heart completely. The shock bomb is a good thing. Judging from the distance between Quirrell and this shock bomb, at least until tomorrow, his ears don't think about it, and his eyes are probably going to take a while. The real shock bombs are not like in the game. It flashes, sounds, shakes the head to ease it. Quietly leaned on the window and looked into the office. At this time, Quirrell was frantic, groping with both hands to escape the office. There was a muffled sound. A dung egg hit the back of Kolo's headscarf. The densely packed dung eggs, like bullets from a machine gun, shot in from outside the window, breaking Professor Kolo's body. "Ah, help! Help!" Seeing Professor Quirrell screaming and running out of the classroom, Gemini also jumped from the castle wall, and disappeared behind a certain window of the castle in a few leaps. He didn't plan to let Quirrell go. Elegant and beautiful Myrtle girl. Gemini found the crying Myrtle in an empty girl's bathroom. "Oh, my lovely fox!" Myrtle smiled and looked at Gemini's handsome face. "What's the matter with you looking for me?" "There is something I want to tell you. Professor Quirrell has admired you for a long time, but due to his identity, he has not been able to speak. After all, he is still alive." Gemini said gently, "You know, he has always been very timid and inferior. He can only hide in a corner alone and feel sad. I think his appearance is too pitiful. I will tell you." Myrtle suddenly let out a weird scream, which scared Gemini to step back unconsciously. "My poor Quirrell, he has always admired me." Myrtle's silver-white spirit body turned pale, and Gemini felt that it should be a manifestation of ghosts blushing. Yeah." Gemini nodded, "I guess he will hide in a corner crying again tonight. Please be with him." "I will." Myrtle's voice was full of firm belief. "Also, please don't tell Professor Quirrell that I told you. His fragile heart will definitely embarrass him." "I know." Myrtle turned into a silver light and shadow, and rushed out of the girl's bathroom. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Scared to Death. Chapter 42, Scared to Death. Gemini doesn't know if Myrtle can entangle Quirrell, but it's okay, he happened to run into Peppy's wandering in the castle. "Good afternoon, Mr. Pippy." With a gentle smile on his face, Gemini said hello to Pippy. "Oh, Gemini left and right separation, Gemini and separation mantra sound alike. Sounds like a nice jingle." Gemini laughed and said, "I hope you can be so happy every day." "Ha, I am happy, of course I am happy every day." Boom buzz buzzy Peppy Ghost turned a few times in mid-air, and stuck his tongue out at Demi. "Speaking of which, I just thought of a very interesting thing." Gemini smiled and raised a finger. "As the king of Hogwarts prankster, Mr. Peppy, must know a lot of interesting secrets, right?" "Oh, despicable baby fox." Peppy Ghost's small black eyes stared straight at Gemini. "What if you want to play tricks on me? Even if I know, I won't tell you." "You're misunderstood, I didn't want to do what you said." Gemini spread his hands. "I just bet with the Weasley twins. They said that under Professor Quirrell's turban is the Mediterranean, and I guess it's bald." "You know him? What's under the headscarf?" Peppy Ghost was taken aback for a moment, floating in the air with some bewilderment. "It looks like you don't even know." Gemini sighed, "Forget it, anyway, they have already gone to find out. It is true that the two of them are more professional for pranks or something." "No!" Peppy screamed, as if he had been offended, "You wait for me. I will show you who is the king of pranksters. Besides, I bet there are pustules under his headscarf." Swish! In a blink of an eye, Peppy Ghost disappeared at the end of the corridor. Crying Myrtle and Pippy, who likes to play pranks, Gemini thinks it should be strange enough for a headache. After a while, Gemini finally found out the location of Hermione from Parvati. Clang clang clang. A knock on the door sounded. "Hermione, are you in there?" With a bang, the compartment door in front of her opened. Hermione flushed her eyes and looked at Gemini in astonishment. "Gemini? What are you doing here? This is the girls' bathroom." "I know." Gemini nodded gently, "but it's okay. When I came in, the girls ran out screaming and won't disturb others." Hermione opened her mouth when she heard the words, "Your thinking must be something abnormal." "Just kidding, there was no one else when I came in. The dinner is about to begin." Everyone should be in the auditorium by now. Gemini smiled and waved her hand. Hermione was relieved. She didn't want the owner of this handsome face to be a pervert. You go first, I'm not too hungry. Hermione seemed to think of something sad, her eyes dimmed. Not too hungry. Gemini looked at the cubicle behind Hermione. Are you full? That's not it. Hermione flushed angrily, sure enough. There must be something wrong with your head. Oh my god. This is the girls' bathroom. It's the bathroom. Okay. Gemini shrugged, I thought it was the food in the auditorium that didn't suit your appetite. I want to eat something curious. The voice fell, and a small hand was pinched to Gemini's waist. He took a breath of pain because of the pain. Hermione squeezed her face and looked at Gemini angrily. After a few seconds, she burst out laughing. It looks like you are in a much better mood. Gemini smiled and groaned, let's go to dinner. I hope Crabbe and Gorefools didn't touch my baked potatoes. Do you like to eat baked potatoes? Hermione asked, looking at Gemini's profile intently. Yes. Gemini smiled and pushed open the door of the girls' bathroom. The smell of roasted potatoes, the soft and glutinous taste. You can also choose to add salt and pepper, or black pepper according to your taste. As a staple food, it's simply perfect vomit. The words were not finished, a violent stench rushed into the nose, and Gemini directly supported the door and retched. It seems that a smell of smelly socks mixed with the smell of a toilet that I don't know how long it has not been used to rush straight into the nose, and he burst into tears on the spot, and the aggressive smell almost overturned Gemini's sky spirit cover. Boom boom boom. At the end of the corridor, heavy footsteps sounded, and Gemini looked at the moonlit shadow on the corner in astonishment. That's a monster. Is still two ends. What's the situation? Gemini pinched his nose with a look of astonishment. Hermione obviously smelled the smell beside her, rolling her eyes disgustingly. Face. Screams rang out in the corridor, and Pippi flew over in front of Gemini. Quirrell has a face on the back of his head. Aw, scared the ghost. Gemini opened his mouth, his face full of astonishment. No way. Cairo's turban was taken off by Pippi. Thinking of this, Gemini was stunned. Fuck, is it so sloppy? At this time, what happened to the two giant monsters in the corridor? Gemini also reacted. It was nothing more than that Quirrell saw that the incident was revealed, and the giant monster was released for the first time. He wanted to be caught off guard and took the magic away at this time. Stone. But it's okay. At this time, he shouldn't know how to pass the three-headed dog. Snoring. A low gasp came from the other side of the corridor. Gemini turned his head stiffly, and met three pairs of eyes. It's really a three-headed dog from hell. Gemini's face turned dark. Originally, I just wanted to let Pippi Ghost take Quirrell for a while, but he didn't expect that this guy would be so capable, so he took off Quirrell's headscarf. Does it mean that there is no magical guardian on the turban? Is it exposed so easily? In fact, Quirrell didn't expect this to happen. Who was so good to pick someone's headscarf? The cowardly professor is also a professor. At Hogwarts, the authority of the professor is very heavy. Even the lawless Peppy will give the professors a certain degree of respect. He never goes to the classroom to mess around when the students are in class. However, although Peepagui will give some respect to the professors, it does not mean that he will not play pranks on the professors, such as taking off their headscarves. This is something that neither Quirrell nor Gemini could have imagined. Gemini could clearly see that Quirrell should have broken the jar at this time. His behavior has changed from stealing the Philosopher's Stone to taking the Philosopher's Stone. The purpose of the two is the same, but the process is completely the same. Different. Normally, Quirrell's plan should be to steal the Philosopher's Stone without attracting Dumbledore's attention. And now suddenly it was caused by Pippi. Voldemort on the back of his head was exposed, and Quirrell could only break the jar and forcibly seize the Philosopher's Stone. But this is not all good for Quirrell. The three-headed dog that had made him helpless, now he can safely lead it away. This rough-skinned three-headed dog is as resistant to spells as a dragon, and it has kept Quirrell at a loss. If it is taken away, it will cause riots. Dumbledore will notice him for the first time. But don't worry about it now, he has been completely exposed. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. Let my recommendation and monthly pass ranking go up. At the beginning of each month, every 300 monthly pass will increase by 1 more. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Do you want to listen to a lullaby baby? Chapter 43, Do you want to listen to a lullaby baby? Leading a three-headed dog away is much easier than passing by it, and Gemini has no doubt that Quirrell has this ability. So what is the protection of the Philosopher's Stone now? The Devil's Net, the Flying Key, Wizard Chess, Snape's Potions and the Mirror of Eris. No, if I remember correctly, the magic mirror seems to have moved in after Christmas, that is to say, now the Philosopher's Stone does not have the strongest protection. It's bad. Gemini still has some thoughts about the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it is a treasure that can turn stones into gold. Now let's not say what it is. The Philosopher's Stone will really be taken away by Voldemort if it is not done well, and once the Philosopher's Stone is taken away by Voldemort, he can reshape his body. This is certainly not the worst thing. Right now, there are 2 giant monsters and a three-headed dog staring at themselves. What kind of fairy plot is this special? Gemini sighed helplessly. He just wanted to change what was going to happen a little bit. He didn't expect to develop into this ghostly appearance. Hermione's face was pale beside her, her eyes were full of fear, and her body was trembling constantly. Miss Granger. Okay. I have something to ask you. Gemini turned around and held Hermione's shoulders, staring at her seriously, and quickly said, I will help you break through the 2 giant monsters. You must do the fastest run to the auditorium at speed and inform Professor Dumbledore that Quirrell wants to go through the trapdoor. Hermione opened her mouth with a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but Gemini didn't give her time to speak, so she just wrapped her in her arms with one hand. Immediately afterwards, Gemini turned around, and a spider thread shot on the head between the 3 dogs. The 3 dogs were immediately enraged and charged towards Gemini from the other end of the corridor. 3 angry roars penetrated. Gemini's eardrums reached his mind. This picture looks really exciting. Gemini leaped up, 2 spider threads shot out, blurring the faces of the 2 giants, and then a leap over the 2 giants' heads, releasing Hermione. Down. Now hurry up and find Dumbledore. Hermione looked at Gemini with a worried face. I want to help you. You can't help me. Gemini stared sharply. The only thing you can do is to find Dumbledore quickly and let the students avoid this place. You can only support me here. Immediately. Leave here. Hermione glanced at Gemini aggrievedly. Gemini had never been so fierce to her. Fortunately, she also knew the priorities, turned around and ran away quickly. Although the little girl is a bit reckless, she is still very smart, knowing what is most important at the moment. Seeing Hermione ran away quickly, Gemini a few spider webs sealed the corridor behind him, then he turned around and lowered the center of gravity of his body, as if he was planning to hunt a spider. His eyes were on the monster and the 3 heads. The dog swept across. Tisk tusk, look at this rough skin, I guess my spell will not have much effect on you. At this time, there are 4 creatures in this corridor. Judging from its size alone, the 3-headed dog is undoubtedly at the top of the food chain. The 2 giants originally wanted to avoid it, but Gemini didn't give it to them. This opportunity. He attracted the hatred of the 3-headed dog, and then passed the 2 giant monsters. When the 3-headed dog rushed towards him, he immediately fought with the 2 giant monsters. According to the truth, the giant monsters should be in the upper half of the food chain in the magical creatures, especially the 2 giant monsters are the mountain monsters, which are the largest and most aggressive of the giant monsters. But even so, the size of only a dozen feet is still a bit insufficient to look at the three-headed dog that Hagrid raised. Two thick, trunk-like sticks hit the heads of the three-headed dogs on the left and right sides. Although the effect was mediocre, they were still very successful. As a provocative mockery, the three-headed dogs went crazy. The deafening bark, the screaming roar of the giant monster, two different voices echoed continuously in the corridor. With a mouth full, one of the monster's head was bitten off by the left head of the three-headed dog, and the blood above its huge body gushed out like a fountain. Gemini was a little dumbfounded. Snape was able to keep that leg even after a bite of this thing, indicating that the guy still had two brushes. The other giant monster also seemed to be frightened by this picture. Although the giant monster's head was stupidly unable to make it understand what was in front of him, his instinct as a creature still drove him to escape here. Then Gemini saw that the monster broke away from the three big furry paws and rushed in his direction. Boom boom boom. Gemini felt as if a tank was rushing towards him. The huge stick slammed into Gemini's head with a swipe. Gemini lowered his head abruptly and flashed past the smashed stick. Two spider silks flew on the giant monster's legs, which were thicker than an elephant. Immediately afterwards, he soared into the air, flying against the wall, and the spider silk flew out without money, wrapping the giant monster all over the spider silk. But in these short seconds, a huge dog poked its head over and bit Gemini in one bite. "I guess you can bite off most of my body in one bite." Gemini quickly drew away the sharp teeth and jumped to the roof of the shed. Then he jumped down and aimed at the little monster's head. The leg fell down fiercely. Several tons of power unreservedly smashed on the little head of the giant monster, smashing its Tianling cover on the spot. The weakness of the giant monster is that stupid little head. Although it has extremely high magic resistance skin and developed limbs, the head of the giant monster is actually very fragile. It is still the Killua teaching. "Very well, now both giants are dead, how about you and I truce?" Gemini dodged the fallen giant corpse and looked at the three-headed dog with a smile. "Hulyalu, ho! The dog's bark should be barking, but I understand what you mean." Gemini smiled and said, "Is it because I look tender meat?" The black three-headed dog rushed towards Gemini. Its huge body blocked the entire corridor, causing the street fighting that Gemini was best at now to become his constraint. One head on the left. One head on the right. Of course I won't forget the middle one. Three cobwebs successively muzzled the nose and mouth of the three heads, but this delay was only temporary. Gemini took advantage of this opportunity to widen the distance between the three-headed dog. After the three-headed dog broke the web with its paws, it saw Gemini at the end of the corridor. Gemini looked at it with a smile, and threw a few grenades. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions blasted in the corridor, and the violent fire and smoke engulfed the wailing and roar of the three-headed dog. But soon, the three-headed dog rushed out of the flames under the fire and blood. Its eyes flashed red, and it rushed toward Gemini fiercely. That gesture was really a bit of a response. The way out of hell. The explosion of the grenade caused only a little fleshy wound. Gemini looked at the three-headed dog that ran away and couldn't help but laugh. He found that if he didn't use tools, he really didn't have the means to hurt the three-headed dog at present, so there was no need to think about the magic wand. This thing, his magic resistance is ridiculously high, and a few tons of power does not have any advantage when facing a three-headed dog. Is it anxious to sing a lullaby to you now? Go to sleep, my dear. Boom. Gemini was slapped into the wall with a paw. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Does anyone say it? Chapter 44. Is it true? It's not that Gemini has no means to kill a three-headed dog, but if it is to kill a dog and cost him tens of thousands of pounds to buy an anti-sniper, he feels that it is really not worth it. After all, even if he can't touch these three-headed dogs, with his inhuman physique, these three-headed dogs can't help him. However, when he smashed the wall, Gemini suddenly realized that he was wrong. Although the power of the two is similar, the defense power is obviously not the same level. As the saying goes, I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. Although Gemini won't make a single mistake to cool off, but with such powerful claws, he is a little confused. Although there is no injury, it still hurts enough. A little embarrassed to climb up from the ruins, Gemini's eyes flashed with excitement. It may sound a bit perverted to say that, but he did feel excited during the battle with the three-headed dog. Heart beating fiercely, blood is accelerating, Gemini likes the feeling of blood boiling during battle. Raising his hand to tear off the tattered robe and jacket, Gemini grinned, revealing his white teeth. Come here. The black giant dog quickly approached and opened his mouth wide towards Gemini, and a foul-smelling exhalation rushed towards his face. Shave. As if teleporting, Gemini's figure disappeared in place, avoiding the attack of the three dog heads, and then, he slammed a fist on the rightmost head. The three-headed dog reacted very quickly. After being punched, he turned around and took a bite towards Gemini. Thunderbolt explodes. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and Gemini blasted the eyes on the far right of his head. With a cry of mourning, Gemini kept moving, retracting the wand into the storage space, leaping up, and riding on the back of the three-headed dog. Then, two long swords appeared in his hand, biting the head on the left. Before coming over, he pierced the long sword into the eyes of the middle head. Shaved off the left head again, and Gemini stuck a cobweb on that head. Amidst his angry roar, two long swords pierced its only two eyes. At this point, the three-headed dog is completely blind with 6 eyes. The three-headed dog is screaming. It seems to have anticipated its own destiny, but it is still physically strong and can use its sense of smell to find enemies. It will drag Gemini to before dying. The three blood bowls bite towards Gemini together with big mouths. Gemini lowered his waist, backflips, and a set of movements flowed smoothly. 3 high-explosive grenades were thrown into 3 big mouths. As soon as the distance between the two was opened, an explosion sounded, and the three-headed dog struggling to rush forward for 2 steps, but soon fell to the ground, and the 3 huge dogs' heads dropped weakly. 3 grenades exploded in its 3 throats, completely annihilating its vitality. At this time, the corridor was already in a mess. 2 giant monsters and a 3-headed dog corpse blocked the corridor full of rubble, which looked particularly magnificent. Gemini was dressed coarsely and sat on the ground. The effort just now consumed a lot of his energy, especially when he suffered a paw from a 3-headed dog. In less than a minute, there was finally a sound of footsteps at the end of the corridor. Professor McGonagall ran quickly with a pale face. A large number of professors followed, except for Snape and Dumbledore, almost all the teachers. All arrived here. Oh! As soon as he saw the 3-headed dog's corpse, Professor McGonagall paused and covered his mouth. Gemini! Hermione's little girl jumped out from behind Professor McGonagall, stepped forward and hugged Gemini, couldn't help but whimpered, "Sorry, are you okay? Why do you say sorry? Did you do anything to sorry me?" Gemini smiled gently, and then he suddenly frowned. "Crabbe and Goyle moved my baked potato." "No, it's not, Hermione was a little bit incoherent when asked by him, and stammered, I mean, it's because of me that you encounter this kind of thing." "That's okay, I'm sorry." Gemini waved his hand indifferently. "What the is going on?" Professor McGonagall looked at the mess behind Gemini with a pale face, and then looked at Fawkes with stern eyes. "Mr. Fawkes, are these all your masterpieces? Listen to this tone. Could it be that you want me to lose money?" Gemini hesitated for a moment. "They did it first, Professor. I didn't ask you this." "Oh my God! Fortunately, nothing happened to you, how dare you?" Professor McGonagall said with a trembling tone, and stepped forward to grab Gemini and check it around. After finding that he was indeed not injured, he gently hugged Gemini. "Miss Granger has already told us that you saved her and stopped these monsters. Professor McGonagall looked at Gemini's handsome face with satisfaction. Formidable strength, extraordinary courage, with a first-year student killed a three-headed dog and 2 trolls. You won 50 points for Slytherin. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this. Quirrell sighed. Professor Dumbledore has passed, that bastard, he can't get away. Professor McGonagall's tone seemed to eat people. After a while, the Slytherin common room. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the whole room, Gemini gulped his mouth to eat. A small mouth was stuffed with roast potatoes and steak. He hadn't eaten dinner, and had a life-and-death struggle with the three-headed dog. He was really hungry now. Due to the unexpected incident tonight, the students were temporarily evacuated back to their respective dormitories, and the dinner was delivered directly to the common room. Therefore, Gemini, who has not returned for 800 years, can only come here to eat today. So, did you really stop a three-headed dog and 2 giant monsters? Draco looked at Gemini in admiration. For the time being, I stopped it. Gemini tore a piece of beef jerky. Draco and his mother mailed him the beef jerky, which is very expensive in the UK. How did you do it? Draco looked at Gemini's eyes in admiration. How did you stop them? The voice fell, and the little snakes around also raised their ears, wanting to know the answer from Gemini. Kill them all, and naturally stop them. Draco. What you said is so reasonable, I am so speechless. How did you score 99 on the test? Just answer a multiple-choice question incorrectly. You listen. Does anyone say it? A figure squeezed out from the crowd. Marcus looked at Gemini with a pale face. Behind him were the senior students who had participated in the besieging Gemini. Gemini, I'm really sorry for the previous thing. Marcus lowered his head. If I can get your forgiveness, I'm willing to pay any price. Gemini. Looking around, he discovered that most of the little snakes in Slytherin were looking at him in awe, and the stars surrounded the sofa he was sitting on. So, what is the situation like carrying a handle on campus? Ask for a monthly pass, ask for collection, ask for a reward, ask for recommendation. Big readers of the starting point can already vote for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Cooking and Politics. Chapter 45, Cooking and Politics. Quirrell was caught in Azkaban. After all, he was abandoned by Voldemort. Before Dumbledore arrived, Voldemort escaped from his body and fled away. What makes Quirrell most broken is that there is nothing in the innermost part of the many levels, and Dumbledore has not put the Philosopher's Stone in it. In this regard, Gemini was not very surprised. Judging from Dumbledore's urine quality, as long as he didn't make a move, he felt unsafe for 100 levels outside. Shock. In the face of 2 giants and a three-headed dog, this 11-year-old boy actually did such a thing. 2 days later, the Daily Prophet reported the incident in detail, and the title of the article was similar to what the editors had. Read a Skeeter? That's all right. The bottom line of this woman's ethics is like that of Xiaobian. Outstanding achievements, great strength, handsome appearance, and mysterious life experience. This boy has too many similarities with that unspeakable person, and he has done a lot when he was only 11 years old. A feat that adult wizards can't accomplish. The whole Slytherin is his utterance from a Ravenclaw girl who did not want to be named. Many people have expressed strong concerns about Mr. Fox's leadership and outstanding personality. We don't know if Dumbledore will inadvertently cultivate a dangerous person again. Snapped. A newspaper was smashed on the marble bench next to Gemini. Hermione was full of anger. She's a rumors. Gemini squeezed his chin and glanced in the newspaper. Outstanding, powerful, handsome. I think the evaluation is very pertinent. Hermione. When you work together, you just see her praise you, right? Gemini smiled mildly, not caring about Hermione's fight. Leaning leisurely on the back of the chair, Gemini looked at a small beetle on the wall and said softly with his chin supported. She's actually right. Although I don't want to do anything subjectively, Slytherin can indeed be regarded as my word. I cough and everyone will see it, even though I have repeatedly emphasized that I don't like it. So, but they don't seem to listen. Speaking, Gemini looked at Hermione mildly. There is nothing wrong with the evaluation Miss Skeeter gave me. As long as it is not groundless rumors, I can accept it. Hermione looked at Gemini anxiously, but this has a big impact on your reputation. Some people are destined to become strong, and the strong never care about the opinions of the weak. Gemini smiled nonchalantly. This sharp-spoken reporter can live unharmed until now. He won't just rely on it. The cleverness who flies around like a little bug also has a judgment of danger. She knows deeply what kind of people she can provoke and what kind of people she can't provoke. Professor Dumbledore is principled and has a sense of justice, so she can criticize Dumbledore unscrupulously, because she knows that no matter how bad her words are, Dumbledore will not do anything to her. But think about it, does she dare to report on Voldemort? Gemini smiled slyly. Although I won't be like Voldemort, I won't live to old age with stupid kindness. The world is not black and white, bad people can't die well, good people can't live well, no one can live purely. Guess what kind of people live the most comfortable life? Hermione thought for a while, then hesitated. Is it bad or not? The biggest fist. Gemini laughed in Hermione's white eyes. The person who is not bound by the rules and the law is the most comfortable. To achieve this goal, the person either owns the right or has the power that the right cannot restrict. At this time, the right will serve the person, so in the final analysis, the essence of right is violence. Gemini said, spreading his hands, Rita Skeeter described me as perfect. In fact, I am a more violent person. If you don't believe me, look at Marcus. If you really take me annoyed, it's just a small bug, I won't care. The voice fell, and the little beetle on the wall flew away tremblingly. Rita Skeeter is not a fool, otherwise she wouldn't be able to learn the extremely advanced transformation art of animagus. Became an inconspicuous beetle to get fierce material. She was so proficient that she played, but from Gemini's words, her little tricks had been seen through by the teenager. Gemini's remark just now was obviously addressed to her. Gemini just pointed to her nose and told her that although she is not a bad person, she is not a good person. Doing too much Gemini will really kill her. By the way, how did you know that it was Quirrell? Hermione asked suddenly. Harry and Ron had always thought it was Professor Snape. Yes. Gemini smiled and spread his hands. Their suspicions are not unreasonable. No one can see that he is not a good person, and he is always aimed at Harry. But what you can see, Dumbledore 100, how can a multi-year-old person fail to see it? But even so, he still chose to believe in Professor Snape, which proves that he must have some factor that allows Dumbledore to trust him unconditionally. Gemini said, smiling and raising a finger, but this kind of factor will definitely not be interest-binding. Relying on interest to maintain the relationship is the least reliable, so I guess, maybe it is the emotional aspect. Snape. Professor. It's Professor Snape, or you can call him Mr. Gemini emphasized, I don't comment on his character, but there is no doubt that he is a very competent professor. As I said before, Snape may have a character problem, but his professionalism as a teacher is still very strong. And one more thing is that he is loyal to Dumbledore. Stupid people use their own senses to define others. I always rely on factual evidence. Gemini spread his hands. Hermione rolled her eyes when she heard the words, he is not against you. What you said is so light. Marcus also targeted me. You see, I forgive him. He was sincere when he confessed to me last night. Gemini laughed. Hermione. You are the devil. In fact, Gemini is not very satisfied with the outcome of this incident. Even though Quirrell was arrested, the Ministry of Magic refused to listen to the testimony of Dumbledore and Snape, and firmly believed Quirrell was a thief with a problematic head. As for Pippi and Snape, who can serve as witnesses, according to the Ministry of Magic, one of the two is not even a ghost, and the other has the stain of being a Death Eater. The testimony is not enough to be believed. In short, the Ministry of Magic at this time is a point of view, resolutely denying the fact that Voldemort is still alive. Although this kind of political tactics may seem ridiculous and outrageous, Gemini is not surprised. Decades later, the United Kingdom's first linked herd immunity has all been done. In contrast, the Ministry of Magic and other idiots. The behavior can be considered witty, at least they haven't caused panic and turmoil in the magical world, have they? Gemini has lived in the UK for so many years, and he has a good understanding of the UK. It now appears that there are two things that the British are not good at: cooking and politics. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Victory. Chapter 46, Victory in Competition. In the second month of school, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was sent to Azkaban. A slight intervention in the plot caused such a serious deviation, and Gemini had a deep understanding of the butterfly effect. The impact of things does not stop there, such as Hagrid. He has not been in a good mood these days. One is because Luwei, his three-headed dog, was killed by Gemini, and the other is because his three-headed dog almost hurt Gemini, Hagrid. In recent days, he has been sad and self-blaming. After sincerely apologizing to Gemini, he has been locked in a small room to reflect on himself. Furthermore, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class began to be replaced by Snape, and Snape's original potions class was divided into some time for Professor Sprout. Although Sprout taught the bishop herbal medicine, it was medicine also has a lot of accomplishments. Originally, Gemini thought that Snape was very busy teaching 7 grades alone, and it was impossible to have time to substitute the students for Defense Against the Dark Arts, but it turned out that he underestimated Snape's enthusiasm for Defense Against the Dark Arts class. After Quirrell was sent to the ASCA class, the first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class became a big class, which was taught by the 4 colleges together, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts in the upper grades was replaced by Professor Flitwick. After sharing it, I'm also busy. The Hogwarts class schedule that I saw in the forum post in my previous life is full, but it is not the case. At Hogwarts, there are not many class hours in the first grade. There are at most 3 classes a day, and each class is 2 hours. Defense Against the Dark Arts only has 1 class per week. In the upper grades, there are many more elective courses, such as divination, Muggle studies, and so on. One teacher can still be busy teaching for 7 school years, but it is a bit difficult to substitute for lessons. If there is no Professor Sprout and with Professor McGonagall's help, Snape and Professor Flitwick couldn't spare the time to substitute Defense Against the Dark Arts. In addition, although there are not many class hours per day, homework is desperate. At Hogwarts, homework is handed in once a week, calculated by size. After entering November, the weather became very cold, and the mountains around the school looked grey and covered with snow and ice. Various homework and cold weather made the students more anxious, but this state did not last long, and a news made the students active again. The Quidditch season has begun. The first game was Gryffindor vs Slytherin, and the second game was Hufflepuff vs Ravenclaw. In other words, Gemini will soon enter the Quidditch arena as a seeker. Come on, Master Fox. We firmly believe that you will usher in the final victory. Gemini, you must be better than Harry Potter. Slytherin's little snakes are talking super nicely, and regardless of whether Gemini is embarrassed or not, they just blow. The Quidditch match had more than 700 fouls, and they all appeared in a World Cup match in 1473. Heck, what happened in that match? Early on Wednesday morning, Gemini was eating grilled fish fillets while flipping through the magical Quidditch ball. I heard that the first referee's death happened after the game that year. Draco said, but then this kind of thing didn't happen very much. The Ministry of Magic is very strict in this regard. Being a referee is really hard enough. Gemini smiled. Wow! A sound of flapping wings sounded overhead. On the skylight of the auditorium, a large group of owls flew in groups and dropped packages for their little masters. Several long-eared owls attracted the attention of Gemini, and those long-eared owls carried the same package together, a long box. No need to think about it, 80% of it is a flying broomstick. Which lucky guy is this again? Gemini rested his chin and looked curiously. Then, 6 long-eared owls swooped down, dropped the package in front of Gemini, and directly knocked over his plate with grilled fish fillets. For me. Gemini was suddenly surprised. Judging from the address and name marked on the package, there is no doubt that this item was mailed to Gemini. Gemini opened the box, and as expected, there was a flying broom inside. It is a brand new Lightwheel 2000, red lacquer, smooth branches, and it also comes with a broom maintenance box and a sticky note. If you can't win the championship, you should pay it back slowly. Sev Snape. Swallowed awkwardly, and Gemini's mood was very complicated at this time. On the one hand, I am very grateful to Snape for his donation, and on the other hand, I can't help but feel by Snape's awkward character. How can I euphemistically tell him that I have a faster and better flying broomstick? Thinking about it, Gemini thinks it's better to forget it. As long as the game wins, Snape probably won't care about these details. Finally, Saturday. Today is the day when Gryffindor and Slytherin compete. At around 10:30 in the morning, the stands of the entire Quidditch stadium were already overcrowded. On the entire stand, only a quarter is the green zone, and the remaining 3/4 are all the red ocean. It feels like an away game. In the locker room, Gemini put on a green Slytherin uniform. It's normal. Darian laughed. When we played against Gryffindor, the stands were red, and when we were playing against Ravenclaw, the stands were blue, against Hufflepuff. At that time, the stands are yellow. For us, their support is not important at all. Victory is our ultimate goal. Gemini smiled. It looks like you are very confident. Absolutely not. Darian shrugged. Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw are easy to say, but in the face of Gryffindor. Although I hate those restless guys, but to be honest, the difference between our two teams, the gap is not small. Gemini nodded, his eyes swept across the other stupid faces in the team. I can see it. Darian sighed. The lineup of their team is perfect, especially the cooperation of the 3 female chasers. You should really look at it. That is an art. Why are the girls in our courtyard so cute? Anyway, do your best. Gemini stretched out. Within the rules, play rough, such as fake moves in Transylvania. If the difference in strength is really too big, let's all return to defense, and I will end the game as soon as possible. Gemini's words have a kind of command meaning in it, but no one has any objections. Whether it is from Quidditch technology or personal combat power, Gemini has the capital to completely dominate this team. Took out the Lightwheel 2000 with his hand, and Gemini handed it to Darian. Ride this during the game. Darian was surprised. How can this be? You are the Seeker. The core of our battle is based on you. I'll ride this. Gemini took out the firebolt from the storage space. Darian opened his mouth, trying to say something, but in the end he closed his mouth. Although it is not clear what broom Gemini took out, the top-level workmanship still shows it's extraordinary. Another point is that Darian is not too daring to defy Gemini's will. Finally, under the spotlight, Gemini walked out of the locker room carrying a firebolt. 3 chasers, 2 batsmen, and a goalkeeper lined up in 2 rows behind him. There was a lot of cheers in the stadium stands, although most of the cheers were given to the opposite side. Gemini saw that in the opposite Gryffindor team, Harry was standing anxiously beside Wood. Miss Hooch stood in the center of the court, holding her flying broomstick in her hand, waiting for the players from both sides to take their place. Listen, I hope everyone will participate in the competition fairly and honestly. Miss Huochi looked at everyone with an eagle-like gaze. Now, please ride on the flying broomstick. Gemini didn't ride his light wheel 2000? Harry mounted the broom and stared scorchingly at the firebolt under Gemini. He didn't know what broomstick it was, but his instinct made him care about it. Before he could think about it, a golden light flew up. It was the golden snitch, which had been released. Then, 2 wandering flew high in the sky, and the ghost flying ball was thrown high by Ms. Hooch. In the next second, Ms. Huochi blew the whistle, and in the blink of an eye, 15 broomsticks rose into the sky. High up into the sky the game began. Ghost flying ball was immediately snatched by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. What a good chaser that girl is, and she looks very charming. On the teacher's stand, the twins' close friend Lee Jordan is commenting on the game. He is a black boy with a broken mouth and sharp complaints. He is the commentator of the Hogwarts Quidditch game. Jordan! Professor McGonagall shouted solemnly. I'm sorry, Professor. Jordan stopped wisely. Suddenly, his eyes were startled. Oh my God, what is that? Slytherin Seeker Gemini Fox is flying at an unreasonable speed. What kind of broom is that? The speed is so far away from Harry Potter's Light Wheel 2000 that he spotted the golden snitch. He actually bitten behind the golden snitch at the beginning of the game. Oh my God, what kind of look did he look like? Gryffindor's batsmen Fred and George used a double combo. It was really a fierce wandering ball. The wandering ball flew towards Gemini's head. He didn't have any reaction. It was too "Are you focused? I guess he might make the sloth hug the tree and avoid this." Boom! Oh Merlin's rusty briefs! He blasted the wandering ball with his bare hands. How did he do it? Is this guy really human? I guess his ancestor must have married the fire dragon. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's stern voice sounded again. Is this considered a foul? Well, Ms. Huochi said that the game continues. The spare roaming ball is lifted off. At this moment, Harry is hanging tightly behind Gemini. No one thought that the seekers of both sides would start chasing at the beginning of this game. The distance between Harry and Gemini is constantly widening. During this time, Angelina passed the interception of Dryan Pusey and scored the first goal of the game. Gemini is closer to the golden snitch. The golden snitch is turning sharply. Can he caught the gold snitch? 1 minute after the start of the game, Gemini caught the golden snitch, and Slytherin won the game at 150:10. In the next moment, Slytherin's cheers resounded throughout the audience. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, if you can't get it, you'll be ruined. Chapter 47 is ruined if you don't get it. After the game, Harry was not well. A feeling of sorry for the people and sorry for the audience spontaneously arises. Harry's head is low and he is completely afraid to look at other people's eyes. He is really afraid of seeing disappointment in those people's eyes. Don't be sad, Harry, you are flying well. Wood, who was in a bad mood, comforted Harry, who was also in a bad mood. But I still lost. In terms of technology and broomstick, I am worse than Gemini. Harry felt dejected. Oh, that's all right. Fred waved his hand in a humble mood. You are not the one who is less skilled than him. He can fly without a broom, let alone riding a broom. We all know your skills. That guy's existence is a foul. You don't blame you for this. It's the same for Charlie. George spread his hands. Although everyone was comforted by everyone, Harry still couldn't adjust his mood. On the Quidditch field, a group of Slytherin snakes surrounded Gemini in a group, chatting in excitement, and Draco exclaimed with a proud look, I'll just say that between you it's not just a little bit of poor strength. As he said, he looked at Harry triumphantly. He looked triumphantly like the snitch he had caught. For winning the game, Gemini is naturally very happy, although he is not as proud as Draco. In the second weekend of Slytherin's victory over Gryffindor, Hufflepuff defeated Ravenclaw in the game. However, Ravenclaw's Kitty Hawks were not too disappointed. Their new seeker, Chuzhong, is just a second-year girl. Although Quidditch is very talented, it's better than Hufflepuff's. Derek was still close. At this point, the first Quidditch season of this semester is over, and the final match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff will be held after the final exam in June of the following year. Where did your broom come from? I picked it up. For Snape's question after the game, Gemini replied. Fortunately, Snape didn't embarrass him too much. After all, he had previously said not to buy a broom for Gemini, and they made a better one. At this time, it was obviously a bit unreasonable to blame Gemini if he didn't tell him. Not to mention the ridiculous speed of the broomstick, Gemini won the game, so Snape didn't bother with Gemini about the broomstick. The days after the game gradually became flat. Apart from the weekly Quidditch training and night tours, nothing can make Gemini's heart turmoil, unless Slytherin seniors came together to make trouble for him. Might make him a little excited. But it's a pity that the Slytherin students can't wait to offer Gemini. A long period of peaceful days will also be boring, and Gemini finally remembered his old profession at this time. Actually, from the beginning, Gemini knew very well that coming to Hogwarts would definitely affect his own money. There is no other reason. The population of the magical world is too small, and the economic market is too small. Searching the entire British magical world, there are few people who can eat more than tens of millions of pounds. Families like Malfoy may be able to get it, but it's not that Gemini looks down on them. In the final analysis, these pure-blood families are nothing more than a foundation, and there is no good way to make money. The reason why he came to Hogwarts is that, on the one hand, Gemini has no room for rejection, on the other hand, it is to realize his dream of the past life. This is Hogwarts. It's bragging to say that you don't want to come here to go to school. There is a saying, after coming here, it did affect Gemini's fortune. Although he is not in a hurry for so many years, the feeling of collision between ideals and money really makes Gemini feel a little uncomfortable. So almost. I want to buy the Philosopher's Stone, can you make a price? It was another night of night travel, and Gemini once again met Dumbledore, who was also awake. Oh haha! I guessed you would be interested in that thing. Dumbledore said cheerfully, Mr. Fox, how much do you think it is worth? A stone with magical power, no matter what magical power it has, it is still a stone in essence. Gemini squeezed his chin and thought about it for a long while. 10 nat, there can be no more. Dumbledore seemed to be taken aback by this shameless answer. He looked at Gemini in surprise, and then slowly said, Minerva told me that you are a very profitable child. I didn't believe it before. Now I believe it. I think even the vampires in Eastern Europe would be ashamed and angry when they see you. Gemini shrugged, thanks for the praise. But it's a pity, child, that is not my property after all. Dumbledore said kindly, it belongs to my old friend, and we have decided to destroy it. The last Philosopher's Stone in human history, should it be regarded as the cultural heritage of wizards? Gemini sighed, in a sense, you are a crime. The existence of the Philosopher's Stone will arouse people's greed. If it can really die out in history, it would be a good thing. Dumbledore said slowly. It's a pity, that's a precious baby. Gemini sighed in a daze, if you give it to me, it will save a lot of things. Dumbledore blinked, it seems that you don't care about its ability to make the elixir, but you care about the external objects. Who wouldn't care? Gemini spread his hands. It's just an elixir, not a real longevity. Just look at the appearance of Nicole LeMay in the movie His Bones Are Brittle. I guess the elixir of life should only greatly extend people's lifespan. It will definitely not be true immortality, so I pay more attention to the point of stone becoming gold. After all, money is not everything, but no money is absolutely impossible. Gemini spread his hands, with money, I want to buy what I want. I don't really agree with this idea of yours, Fox. Dumbledore felt that as the principal, he had an obligation to correct Gemini's erroneous thinking. Love, time, health, these are all things that can't be bought with money. That's right. Gemini smiled, but you are secretly changing the concept. Can't I have these while I have money? I don't have these and I don't have money, wouldn't it be even worse? Dumbledore. Money can satisfy most human desires, and when the desires are satisfied, even if they are unhappy, they will at least produce positive emotions such as happiness. In this case, you have to say that you are unhappy. That person is not insatiable. It's just hypocritical, no matter what, it's not a good thing. Gemini said with a chuckle, so, I hate those guys who sit on basehan and yell that they are not happy every day. What regrets creating Ali, what does not know the beauty of his wife? What do you say you pretend to be? Donate if you regret it. If you don't know his wife's beauty, then you can force him to be ugly. Will you see if he screams at that time? Dumbledore was pleased and helpless. I am gratified that Gemini has a clear mind and will not go down the crooked road like Voldemort. What is helpless is because his mind is so clear, it is estimated that he will not go to the right path. Gemini was not disappointed because Dumbledore planned to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, which is not to say that he looked away. It's mainly because he can't get it, and others don't want to get this ugly psychology. If you can't get it off, you'll be ruined. GGGGG. Of course, this ugly psychology is nothing more than self-comfort. In addition to this kind of psychology, it is more of a kind of open-mindedness. It is true that Gemini likes money, but he likes more of the sense of accomplishment when making money. And the merchandise in the weapons store, pure wealth does not attract him much. So although the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, it was a pity for him, but if it was destroyed, it would be destroyed. It would be nice to enjoy campus life in Hogwarts quietly. I am a dividing line. About the price of Harry Potter at the time. First of all, Harry Potter's background is in the early 90s, so if you feel that the price is unreasonable, you must first consider the current era. In the early 1990s, my dad's salary was more than $700 a month, which was very high in our small place, but it was only about £50 at the exchange rate of pound sterling at the time. In the previous article, the price of the Broken Kettle bar was priced at 10, which included breakfast and dinner a day, which was about 50 yuan in RMB, which was already very high in terms of domestic prices at that time. At that time, a good guest house was only 20 or 30 yuan. Money, a hotel of $50 or $60 is already a very good condition. Even if it's in the UK, with a century-old shop environment like the Broken Cauldron Bar, the convenience of magic by the wizards, 10 Westcoes is not a lot at all. In the third book of the original book, Among the Prisoners of Azkaban, Harry's ride on the night bus costs 14 psyches, plus 3 psyches for sandwiches and hot cocoa. The price of goods is high at first glance, but if you look closely at the place names that appear in that section, you will find one thing. Harry's journey from Privet Road to the Broken Cauldron Bar is not a direct route. In just a short time, the night bus ran a full circle around the UK. Bitme is fast in a fighter jet. Who has ever been on a plane that costs £5? So in fact, I have carefully measured the prices in the magic world market in this book according to the economic situation at the time and the purpose of the items. Even if it is a little cheaper, it will not deviate too much. The other is the protagonist's price of weapons. For example, the spider serum before, the protagonist bid £20 million, some people think it is cheaper. In fact, not only do you think it's cheap, but I also think that if this thing is sold for 2 billion now, someone will definitely buy it. But first of all, you have to know one thing, as a commodity, if it cannot be sold, then it has no value at all. The only value of commodity is the money obtained after the sale. Was sold to Reed for 20 million, because he could only put out 20 million, he was going to sell the kidney, and at most he could get an extra apple. After measuring the other party's economic strength, it still has to come up with a price that the other party can't afford. At first glance, it seems quite appropriate, but it is certainly impossible to do such a thing in less than 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. The purpose of the protagonist is to make money, not to pretend. Many used things are set too high, how many can afford them? The spider serum is only a few £1,000s in the weapon shop. He only makes 20,000 yuan, let alone 20 million. P.S. The spider serum was initially estimated to be too cheap. At that time, I wanted the protagonist to have a certain amount of combat effectiveness in the early stage. It was not thoughtful to consider, but it didn't matter. Just treat it as a novice benefit. There will be serum items that will adjust the price later. Finally, it's about the fact that some people think it's too easy for the protagonist to hang up, and they can easily earn tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In fact, it is not. Let's talk about the magic world first. The thin population base and the small market environment prove that they cannot master too much wealth, and it is not necessarily that pure-blood families have money, nor does it necessarily mean that they are rich in tens of millions of gallons, which is unrealistic. Maybe there are, but there are certainly not many. So in terms of volume, it is impossible for the protagonist to make dozens of millions of orders in the magic world, and can sell at most a curious product, such as Armstrong cyclotron jet Armstrong guns. The second is the Muggle society. With the protagonist, it is impossible to sell arms on a large scale. I had this idea before, but it was greatly passed by my editor Penglay. The main reason was that I was worried that the river crab, and the protagonist, would not be able to interact with the government. There are transactions, no matter which country it is from, it just doesn't work. I can only say that the water here is deep, everyone knows everything. The last point, I think I should make it very clear. Although Gemini is not very emotional and pays more attention to interests, he is essentially a principled, bottom line, and a person who sticks to it. Until now, no readers have expressed dislike for Gemini's character, which proves that the characterization of my character is quite successful, at least very pleasing. And the reason why everyone likes him is not because he has a gentlemanly demeanor, a sense of humor, and at the same time has a bottom line and principles. The protagonist went up and puffed and killed a few Muggle rich men, and then he was a good guy on the spot. It's cool. Come and take a look. Isn't it boring? Therefore, even if the hanging is relatively large, due to various restrictions and reductions, the protagonist may have a strong strength in the first half, but it is only relative to ordinary people. Don't worry about strength issues, I will maintain a good balance. State. Above, just sauce. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Christmas Gifts. Chapter 48 Christmas Gifts. Hogwarts in December, covered in snow. The heavy snow like goose feathers and the ancient towering castle look from a distance, as if it were a beautiful picture of winter. Gemini's life fell into peace once again, without triggering any messy plots, so he lived a peaceful campus life. On the last Saturday near Christmas, Gemini came to Hogsmeade. The snow on the ground hadn't reached his knees. Gemini was holding a hot and sour noodle cup noodles and sucking and eating, and wandering around the streets in the village of Hogsmeade. Today's lunch at Hogwarts is toast bread, beetroot salad, the drink is milk tea, all sweets. Even Gemini, who has become accustomed to the British eating habits, is a bit unacceptable this time. He was a firm spicy party in his previous life, and being able to eat low-tasting British food is already the limit he can bear. In fact, British cuisine is not as outrageous as the rumours. There are many traditional British dishes that actually taste very good. For example, Gemini's favourite baked potato is called jack potato in Britain. Although it is a baked potato, it is actually baked. Very particular, and there are many ways to eat. However, there are not many types of British dishes, and eating over and over will make it tasteless. Unlike in China, a Chongqing will not be too tired to eat for a lifetime. So today, I can't blame Gemini for his hypocrisy. Not to mention the British food that a firm spicy party has eaten for so many years, This time I just fed sweets directly, and no one can bear it. Fortunately, there are still some things like chili pepper, black pepper, and mustard in the UK. Although it is not spicy, it can be eaten as much as possible. Otherwise, Gemini might have to consider emigrating to France. Ha! After drinking the last sip of the soup, Gemini threw the cup noodle bucket into the trash can next to him. Snape at the door of the Davies and Ben's store next to him seemed blind, completely ignoring this and did not go out. Licensing also went to Hogsmeade's chaotic first-year students. Students in the first and second grades are not allowed to go out during school. Even students in the third grade and above need a guardian to sign if they want to play in Hogsmeade on weekends. So, Gemini's behavior can be said to be rampant. Two silhouettes, one tall and one short, crossed by, and neither Gemini nor Snape greeted each other. It doesn't matter if Snape opens one eye to him. It would be too arrogant if he stepped forward to say hello. Basically it is no different from provocation. In fact, it's not just Snape. Just now Gemini happened to run into Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. Professor Flitwick looked up at the sky. Today's snow is so beautiful. Professor Sprout raised his head cheerfully, yes, yet. Then the two walked past Gemini. After staying in Hogwarts for a long time, you will find that this is a very warm place. For example, Professor Flitwick always likes to buy sweets to share with students, and every time he gives Gemini a few more, so Gemini has never told him that he actually doesn't like to eat sweets. For example, the new dishes released every time in the Hogwarts kitchen are almost all researched by Professor Sprout. She has also invited Gemini to participate in her small tea party on weekends several times. I heard that most of them are girls. There are many more delicious. Professor's tolerance for Gemini is not without reason, because in the morning, they saw Gemini and Professor McGonagall applying to come to Hogsmeade to buy some Christmas gifts. Then he was rightly rejected by Professor McGonagall. In the end, Professor McGonagall warned Gemini again and again, saying that she was very busy lately and that she had to correct her homework in the office today. Gemini was not allowed to run around. If she was at dinner, if he didn't see Gemini, he would feel better. In fact, Professor McGonagall, who was supposed to correct his homework in the office, was sitting in the box on the second floor of the three-broom bar, drinking afternoon tea leisurely. She had seen Gemini outside through the window a long time ago. As the vice principal of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall has always been a very serious person, because in her capacity, all students must be treated equally. If she agrees to let Demi come out, it means that she will not. It's good to refuse other students' requests, which is very detrimental to her management. But if it was Gemini's stealing behavior, it's okay. Anyway, don't worry about the child's safety. She noticed it when examining the bodies of the trolls and the three-headed dog. He kicked Gemini the head of the monster. The skull of the giant monster's corpse is still printed with the prints of Gemini's heels. How do I sell the sight glass? In the Davies and Ben's store, Gemini looked at the beautifully packaged speculum on the shelf. This is a shop that specializes in selling magic equipment. You can buy all kinds of magic equipment here, such as celestial models, dark magic defense equipment, and even Quidditch maintenance supplies. 12-gallon. The bearded boss said gruffly, if it's a Christmas gift, I can pack it for you and mail it out for free. Although the speculum in the weapon store only sells for 10 gallons, Gemini still didn't buy it from the weapon store. It's best to buy something like gifts from the store. It's more ritual. Anyway, he's not so bad. Too money. Gemini paid for the sight glass. Where is the child sent to? Hogwarts, Severus Snape. Did you buy it for your dean? The bearded boss swept his eyes on Gemini's green scarf, although it's a bit talkative, but even if you give him a gift, he won't have a good face. Ha, you are right. Gemini was helpless. Snape didn't care about his attitude, but he had to show his gratitude for having kept him a small stove for so long. He took a copper crucible from the shelf on the side and handed it to the bearded boss, Add another crucible. Thanks for your patronage, a total of 15 gallons and 5 sykes. The bearded store manager smiled openly. What more? The famous Mr. Fox. Wand maintenance kit, you want the latest model, can you send me 2 more bottles of maintenance liquid? Ah! Of course it can be a child. The bearded store manager took out an exquisite gift box from the shelf on the side, took out 2 more bottles of maintenance liquid and put it in. The so-called maintenance liquid is actually a lubricating oil-like substance boiled with pine tar oil, which can polish the wand. For those dueling masters, the wand maintenance gift box is their favorite thing. This is also a Christmas gift. Please also send me to Professor Flitwick. As you wish. The bearded store manager smiled more and more brightly. Are you going to give each of the 4 deans a Christmas gift? Yeah. Gemini nodded. The deans take good care of me. Teachers take care of students are justified children. You have already spent a lot of money. The store manager Beard suggested, perhaps you can buy something cheap, but generally no students will come to me to buy things. Gemini shook his head, I don't take the goodwill of others as justified. I have nothing to do with them, so no matter what the purpose is, it is their duty to take care of me, and it is their duty not to take care of me. They can ignore it. But I cannot, because I am the one being taken care of. This is my principle of life. Ha! The bearded boss laughed, the principle of life. That's right. I know that Rita Skeeter doesn't have any good thoughts every day. You are different from what the newspaper says. I admire you very much. Can you give me a 50% discount? But there is definitely no groundlessness in the newspaper. Gemini. What about sincerity between people? Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Cautious. Chapter 49 Caution. As the bearded boss refused to give himself a 50% discount, Gemini eventually left the Davies and Bands store. Of course, it's mainly because there is nothing I want to buy. All the way to the Fenja brand wizard clothing store, Gemini bought a dark green lady's robe here. This is a gift for Professor McGonagall. Although Gryffindor's representative color is red, in places like Britain and Ireland, people actually prefer green, especially in terms of clothing. Every professor has a few green robes. A robe, Gemini spent 30 gallons. Compared with Mrs. Morkan's shop, the price of Fenja can be said to be very uncomfortable. But there is no way. After all, people are taking the high-end route. There are chain stores in London and Paris, and the price of brand goods is normal. Gemini heard that the store was planning to look for Guydro Lockhart as an endorsement recently, and he was very happy about that. About the end of the 2nd grade, their price should be discounted in half. The gift for Professor Sprout, Gemini, has already been bought. A few days ago, he ordered a batch of books from Lihen bookstore. According to Gemini's idea, it was originally to give Professor Sprout some herbal care items, but then he was lucky enough to eat a meal made by Professor Sprout, and he changed his mind. If he hadn't taught at Hogwarts, Professor Sprout would surely become the leading chef in the wizarding world. Before, Gemini had the honor of attending a tea party of Professor Sprout. It was not so much a tea party, but a self-service food party. They were all senior girls who liked to cook. Noticed that Gemini was a little uncomfortable. After scanning what Gemini was eating, Professor Sprout used tomatoes, peppers, beef and other ingredients to make a spicy beef spaghetti on the spot. It tastes a bit like big plate chicken. The delicious Gemini's brain is trembling. The most important point is that there is no such practice in pasta. In other words, Professor Sprout unlocked part of his taste code simply by relying on several snacks that Gemini ate. In my last life, I remember a clip from a certain TV series. A girl made a witch soup that the guests could not stop using the taste of the customer's order. Gemini originally thought it was too exaggerated, but now it seems that the TV series is really not exaggerated. Is it too late for me to transfer to Hufflepuff, Professor? I'm sorry, it's too late for the kid. Gemini still remembers that Professor Sprout smiled narrowly. Good deeds are from others. So Gemini's gift to her was food recipes from all over the world. Afterwards, Gemini bought several boxes of candies and chocolates from Duke of Honey and mailed them to Dumbledore and the Holy Cross Welfare Institute respectively, leaving 2 boxes of them to be given to the elves in the kitchen. How can I sell this quill? When Renju Feather Pen Shop, this is a stationery shop in the wizarding world. Gemini asked, pointing to a quill in the window. The quill is about 15 inches long, the first half of the metal pen tube is about 2 inches long, and the second half is a huge flame-like feather with a very gorgeous color. 40 gallons. 14 gallons. It's 40. Not 14. The clerk emphasized with a throat. Gemini shook his head, it's too expensive. Although he doesn't care about spending more money, a quill pen selling 40 gallons is too ridiculous. The lifespan of the quill pen itself is short, and the ordinary quill pen is less than 5 nat. Although this pen has a metal barrel, it's as durable as a fountain pen, but it's not 40 gallons. In fact, this pen itself is not sold to students. The clerk said, this is made by Phoenix Feather. The lowest market price for this thing is more than 20 gallons. Generally no one will buy it. It's also an ornament, and the price is too high. Phoenix feathers. Gemini pinched his chin and looked at the fiery red quill. This thing is really expensive. As the top material for the core of the magic wand, if it is not for the new students to buy the magic wand, it is impossible to sell it so cheaply. It is more expensive to use for other purposes. I heard that in places like Iceland in the Soviet Union, 1 phoenix feathers can even be sold for 50 gallons because the ghost place is too cold, there is no phoenix. So, this quill pen in the showcase can be said to be very luxurious, and most people would not use it to make a quill pen. Phoenix feathers can be used to make wands, refine potions, or dispel evil curses. If it is the most wasteful and meaningless behavior, then it must be made into a quill. If you think it's too expensive, you can take a look at the others. Griffin, eagle, and horse, bird and snake. They are all exquisite, and the most expensive is only 5 gallons. The clerk said, pointing to the side shelf, it's also very good to use as a gift. Gemini shook his head, not to say that these quill pens are not good looking, but are afraid of contrast in everything. The flame-like phoenix quill pen looks so good. Forget it, 40 is 40. Gemini bought this quill pen after all. Although it's good to choose gifts, if you bargain the price or try to make them cheaper when buying gifts, you will feel like they have been discounted. It feels weird and has a sense of disobedience. After all, Gemini's 2 lifetimes combined were only 30 years old. Most of the time he was still a child. Men are not good at shopping, let alone boys. The girl went shopping in the mall and it was like walking through the 8 strokes. The boy went into the mall and went straight to the one he saw at first sight, and then I wanted the black one. A creature that expects a pair of pants to be washed and worn for years to understand the meaning of shopping is unrealistic. Afterwards, Gemini bought a bunch of interesting small objects in the Yoko Joke store as Christmas gifts for Draco and the twins. At this point, his trip to Hogsmeade should be over. Finally, Christmas comes quietly. Early in the morning, Gemini looked at the pile of gifts as high as a hill next to the bed, lost in thought. After Halloween, he has moved back to the dormitory from the responsive house, so the gifts are naturally delivered to the dormitory. It's just that Gemini didn't expect that he would receive so many gifts. Picking up a gift box, Gemini glanced at the postcard on it. Marcus Flint? So why did he give me a Christmas present? Gemini couldn't understand a little bit, a curse. With a trace of guard, Gemini put the gift box on the table, and then, leaving a distance, took out his wand and pointed it at the box. Relax. The ribbon on the gift box was torn apart by an inexplicable force. Then, the box opened, revealing the contents inside. That is a Quidditch maintenance box. Are there any elves cleaning the room nearby? Please come over if you have. Opened the door, Gemini shouted. This Dogecoin is too cautious. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Little Fairy with Teeth. Chapter 50 The Little Fairy with Grinding Teeth. My respected Master Fox. The spoon has responded to your call. With a crisp sound, an elf appeared in front of Gemini. As soon as the elf appeared, he immediately bowed to Gemini's humble waist. Hello, Mr. Spoon. Gemini crouched down with a smile. Can you do me a favor? As you wish, even if you die for you, the spoon will not hesitate. The spoon hangs his head, his tone is full of determination and fanaticism. Master Fox is powerful and beautiful. It is the honor of the spoon to give everything for you. Gemini blinked awkwardly. This is still a conviction elf. I just want to ask, do you little elves have any means to detect evil spells? Gemini smiled gently. In fact, I received too many Christmas gifts, and some gift-giving people still told me. There have been conflicts, I'm not sure if they will curse me. Please rest assured, Master Fox. The spoon remained humble and bowed. We will sort out the Christmas gifts that every student at Hogwarts receives, and we will check them during the sorting process. Last night Spoon and Lolo checked Master Gemini's gift 3 times, and there was no gift with a curse. If you are dissatisfied with Spoon's work, Spoon is willing to chop off your head and present it to you. No, what do I want your head to do? Gemini quickly waved his hand. He thinks the elf is too fanatical and not very good, a bit weird and scary. With so many gifts from students, everyone has to check 3 times. Thank you for your hard work. Gemini said gently. No, only Master Fox's gift was checked 3 times. Spoon raised his head and looked at Gemini with a feverish look. Spoon knew Master Fox had offended many people, so Spoon and Lolo paid special attention to those people. A gift from here. Gemini. Is my reputation stink like this? Anyway, thank you all. Gemini smiled, and 2 big boxes of candies appeared between the waves. It just so happened that I was going to send it to you tonight, but since you're here, I just take it. Let's go back. Master Fox. The spoon raised his head in confusion. Is this the ingredients? It's a Christmas gift. Gemini said gently, I always run to trouble you guys to help me eat at night. Just take it as a little bit of my heart. I wanted to put it in socks, but considering that you might it was a bit unacceptable, so I changed to colored wrapping paper, 237 copies in total. The total number of students and teachers at Hogwarts is no more than 1,000 people, but there are more than 200 elves. The original Hogwarts did not have so many elves. According to legend, some kind little badgers initially took in the elves who were abused and expelled by the wizards, and then they have reproduced in Hogwarts from generation to generation. Although they are called slave creatures, the elves at Hogwarts can be said to be the ones with the best living conditions. For example, the pillowcases on their bodies are very clean, and they also have their own dormitories. So in a sense, Hogwarts is not only the home of the students, but also their home. Woo, wow! Almost instantly, the tears from the spoon fell. Benevolent and charitable blessing, Master Fox, would like to give a spoon a Christmas gift, woo! Gemini. So the difficulty in communicating with these elves is here. This creature is too humble to live, even the most normal ethics will make them grateful. The slave thoughts deeply imprinted in their minds continue from generation to generation. Although Gemini won't save them from fire and water, he doesn't feel comfortable with their service. He doesn't have that big face yet, so even if it's the verbal gratitude is also a kind of respect. To be precise, Gemini is not only respecting them, but also respecting himself. While he respects the fruits of the elves' labor, he also respects his etiquette and upbringing. The spoon was grateful to Gemini again, and then he withdrew with 2 big boxes. For the elf, the most worthy thing to show off was to have the owner serve him while he was completely unaware of his existence. It's meticulous, so the elves actually don't like to appear in front of people. After the spoon left, Gemini looked at the hill-like gift pile beside him with a beaming smile. His eyes seemed to glow with golden light. After a while, Gemini looked at the piles of snacks and fell silent. "Why do you eat so much?" Picking up a box of chocolate frogs, Gemini sighed, "It's all sweets." Hermione gave him a full box of chocolate frogs, and Dumbledore gave him a Bibido-flavored bean gift bag. He said that based on his many years of experience, there must be a smell of footskin inside. He strongly recommends Gemini have a taste. Snape gave him a bottle of enhancer. "This thing is a good thing. It can enhance the effect of other potions. For example, the effect of the blessing potion is 12 hours, but with this bottle of enhancer, it can even extend its effect to more than 15 hours. This thing is not cheap, such a small bottle can sell for 15 gallons. Actually, Snape was able to give a gift, which surprised Gemini very much. After all, he just pitted him with a Lightwheel 2000. But thinking that someone is also a potion master, and a properly invisible rich man, Gemini is relieved. Neville gave Gemini a pot of succulents. It seems that his herbal talent has begun to show. This kind of succulents is produced in the Taklamakan Desert in northwestern China and in Egypt. It looks like ordinary succulents. It's so different, it's lotus-shaped, but there is a mouth with sharp teeth in the middle, which bites people. The biggest feature of this plant is that it can properly absorb the excess moisture in the air, keep the dry humidity of the room at a moderate level, and basically do not need to water it. Even in the desert, a drizzle can be enough for half a year. Let it survive tenaciously, and it can live very well in a rainy country like the United Kingdom. The only downside is that this thing sometimes grinds teeth. Is really a little fairy with teeth. Draco gave Gemini a top hat, the kind worn by Kaito Kid, but it was black. Gemini said he liked it very much and put it on directly. Looked in the mirror, and she was still handsome. The remaining gifts are just some personal gifts, such as snacks, stationery, and decorations. Gemini wrote down all the names of the people who gave the gifts, and plans to return them one by one in the coming year. Half an hour later, Gemini was eating breakfast leisurely in the auditorium. There are still many students staying at school for Christmas. There are about dozens of people on the 4 long tables, scattered all over the auditorium. However, at this time, everyone's eyes stayed on the table in front of Gemini. In front of Gemini is a tower made up of various delicacies. In a large brass plate, 5 or 6 roasted potatoes form a circle. In the middle are 2 roasted pigeons, and the pigeons are brushed with sweet chili sauce. The taste is very attractive. There is a small pillar in the middle of the copper plate, and a small tray is supported on the top. In the small tray is a piece of Wellington steak, next to it is a small piece of foie gras, with a few large cherries as decoration. Next to this double-decker gourmet tower, there is also a bunch of elderflower dew bubbling water quietly placed. No need to think about it, this is definitely a masterpiece of little elves. Why is his breakfast different from ours? Gryffindor's long table. Ron looked at the large tray in front of Gemini, swallowed with a grumble, and the croissant on the plate was suddenly not fragrant. Woo woo woo. Someone in the author group is showing the silver league that I received. I really want a leader, even if it's just an ordinary leader. Whoever reader is good, let's give alms, I'm a novel writer. The burp burp. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Ask for Advice. Chapter 51 Asking for Advice. One special thing happened at Christmas in 1991: the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The ruble plummeted into waste paper overnight. Although Gemini knew this would happen, he did nothing after all. It's not that I don't want to do it, but I can't do anything. Although he really wanted to play the currency situation after the collapse of the Soviet Union, he made a lot of money, but after learning more about the financial situation in the magic world, he wisely gave up this idea. Gringotts is a wizarding world bank established by fairies, but it does not mean that there are only fairies in Gringotts. It is impossible for the Ministry of Magic of various countries to leave such sensitive issues of human economy to the insatiable fairies to deal with, so ancient in fact, a large part of the Ling Pavilion is composed of wizards, and the positions held by these wizards in the Ling Pavilion are not very low. Only when the course of arithmetic and divination meets the graduation criteria can you be eligible to work in Gringotts, but qualifications alone are not enough. If you want to be admitted to Gringotts, you generally have to achieve an O test score. In other words, this Wizarding World Bank has a large group of wizards with divination ability. Gemini wouldn't be naive to think that Sybil Trelawney is the only person in the entire magical world who has the ability to divination and predict. Divination is different from prophecy. Divination is to see the future, and prediction is to set the future. Compared with the rare ability of prediction, divination is easier for most people to master. And the divination of wizards is magical. When a wizard calms down and uses arithmetic divination, he can conceal a corner of the future, and there are a large number of such wizards in Gringotts. In fact, the disintegration of the Soviet Union has already had a lot of movement in Muggle society, and it is not as abrupt as it felt in the previous life. After the end of the Eastern European incident in the past 2 years, Ukraine and other countries have been seeking to leave the Soviet Union. Not surprisingly, it is impossible for Gringotts, who pays close attention to the economic markets of Muggle wizards in various countries, to fail to prepare. So, if Gemini wants to borrow a large amount of rubles from Gringotts, and wait for the collapse of the Soviet Union, the ruble depreciates and then pays it back. Even if he is not sent to Azkaban, it is estimated that he will be on the Gringotts blacklist. However, after the Muggle currency is exchanged into gold, it is still possible to exchange the Galonian currency, but the price of the gold purchase by the fairies is a bit dark. The disintegration of the Soviet Union has gone out of business. Even in the magic world, it has caused a lot of trouble. Of course, it has no impact on the United Kingdom. Flipping through the Daily Prophet that recorded the collapse of the Soviet Union, Gemini ate the last piece of foie gras on the plate. Just before flipping through the newspaper, he ate 6 jack potatoes, 6 turkey legs, 2 roast pigeons, 2 Wellington steaks and some foie gras. The food on the 2 layers of plates was cleaned up by him. His appetite is worthy of his strength. At the long Gryffindor table, Ron whispered, "Trolls can't eat these, can't they? So it's normal for him to defeat trolls. We're dead if he hears it." Harry reminded in a low voice, "You shouldn't be more resistant to beatings than a troll. Perhaps we can ask him to teach us." Ron thought for a while and proposed. Fred and George said he was very good at talking. Harry was a little puzzled. "Teach us, what? I guess he must know martial arts magic." Ron said solemnly, seeing Harry look puzzled, and explained, "Martial arts magic is the most suitable magic for fighting. It is a fighting method that uses both fighting and magic at the same time." Durmstrang taught this. Darmstrand. One of the 3 major magic schools in Europe. It only accepts pure-blood wizards. It is said that it teaches dark magic and has a bad reputation. Ron explained briefly, even if he doesn't know how to martial arts magic, his strength will not be bad. As long as we can learn a little fur, we can beat Malfoy all over the floor. Harry reminded, he should have a better relationship with Malfoy than with us. That's not necessarily true. Ron said, at least he is not as pure-blooded as Malfoy. Everyone knows that he has a good relationship with Hermione. Harry thought for a while, and felt that Ron was right. But he still feels a little uncomfortable. After all, he just lost to Demi in the Quidditch game a while ago. And to be honest, Harry has a little sour jealousy in his heart for Gemini, who is super good at appearance and can hit with his fists. Then he suddenly felt sick with his jealousy. "Can Voldemort fight trolls in 1st grade?" Harry asked suddenly. Ron was shocked when he heard the name, looked around and then whispered, "It should be impossible." All-powerful wizards have emerged after graduation, even Dumbledore. That's why if he wants to learn magic from him, at least he must be much more reliable than Quirrell. Look at the back of his head, at least he doesn't have a face. You're right, Ron. Harry nodded, perhaps we should learn this from him. Now Snape is giving a substitute lesson on defense against the dark arts. We can't learn anything at all. When this year is over, this year's defense against the dark arts class is basically blank. He still feels that Snape is a nasty lewd. So you guys want to learn defense against the dark arts from me? A few minutes later, Gemini looked at the two Harry who had found him because of some unknown. And martial arts magic. Ron added. Martial arts magic? What is that? Ron. But I probably understand what you mean. It's nothing more than feeling that I am weak and I can't learn any useful defense skills, so I want to learn from me. Gemini smiled with his chin. It's almost like that. Harry opened his mouth in embarrassment. Can you? Of course you can, why not, everyone is classmates. Gemini nodded naturally, so what do you want to learn? The way to defeat the troll. Harry smiled with joy. There is still a way to defeat the three-headed dog. Ron added. I know a way to treat delusions. Why? Didn't you just do it? Harry asked unwillingly. With a click, Gemini took out a small iron lump from his arms. Harry saw what was in Gemini's hand and hurriedly pulled Ron back 2 steps. If you don't want to teach, just forget it, don't threaten me with death. Harry stared at Gemini with a guarded face. Ha! Gemini smiled helplessly, I am the three-headed dog killed with this thing. Ron's eyes lit up when he heard the words, cool. Is this a magic device? Muggle weapons are very powerful. Gemini asked suddenly, do you have any regrets? Yeah, there are quite a few, such as when will the Chadley artillery team achieve greater success? Ron nodded. Using this, you will no longer have regrets, it can solve your regrets. Gemini spread his hands. Cool. I won't breathe anymore. Harry said abruptly, it can also solve your life. Ron. Gemini shook his head, it still depends on how to use it. Harry was a little surprised, is there any other use for this thing? Of course. Gemini nodded, for example, you can use it for the Chadley artillery. Harry. Ron. Good guys, I don't need your stuff, it's still a pity for others to use your stuff, they just become history. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Not Happy at All. Chapter 52 Not Happy at All. Harry looked at Gemini unwillingly, you rely on these things to stop the monster and the three-headed dog. Suddenly he felt that I can do it with me. In his mind, a stupid monster rushed towards him, and then he went up with a sliding shovel. Of course, there is a little bit of my personal strength. Gemini nodded gently. Harry seriously suspected that he was a little bit hydrated. He had seen the three-headed dog, and he might not be able to run away if he changed it to himself. So you are actually very strong, right? Ron asked. Gemini nodded, it's not that I am bragging. In a face-to-face battle with me, most wizards can't even draw out their wands. If you want to learn defense against the dark arts from me, I can teach you now, do you want to learn it? Gemini asked gently. Learn. Harry and Ron's eyes were full of excitement. And then. Potion office. Snape's eyes swept across the faces of Harry and Harry behind Gemini, with the sarcasm in the corners of his mouth. Look who is here, the famous Mr. Potter. Harry and Ron's style of painting has become a stick figure. Judging from the expression on their faces, Gemini could imagine their inner despair. Harry opened his mouth blankly, you didn't tell us that you were practicing here. It's okay, now you know. Gemini shrugged, I found 2 companions for practicing the spell, Professor. Are you sure you are a companion, not a target or something? Snape snorted, I guess they can hold on for 5 seconds in front of you? Maybe I should be bolder. Excuse me, Professor, we will go back now. Harry turned and was about to leave. As soon as he turned around, Snape's nasty voice slowly sounded behind Harry. Look, like your arrogant father, he is as timid as a mouse, stupid and blind at the sight of the wind. You are not allowed to insult my father. Harry suddenly turned around like a dynamite barrel that had been lit, and roared at Snape. Are you blaming me for not describing it adequately? Snape gave Harry an arrogant look. Want me to describe it in detail? My father is not what you said. Your father is like that. Snape lazily dragged his tone. Your opponent is standing there, but you don't even have the courage to pull out the wand. From this point of view, you are not as stupid as you are. Father. That. Gemini sighed. How about calming down the two of you? I heard that there were 100 turkeys at today's banquet. Will the two of them have such a big chemical reaction when they touch one another? Gemini turned his head and glanced at Harry. He had already pulled out his wand. This is decent, although you don't look much smarter than a giant wielding a stick. Snape snorted. Well, that's all. Gemini took out his wand, dexterously turned it between his fingers a few times, and walked to the other end of the room to face Harry and nod slightly. Ron leaned against the door tremblingly, hesitating whether to sneak out in the mess. Let's get started, Snape said while sitting behind his desk. Grin. Harry raised his hand as a curse. A red light shot towards Gemini, and Gemini shook it casually, breaking the curse. All petrochemicals. Tarantella dance. Harry used almost all defense against the dark arts he knew, but none of them could successfully hit Gemini, and they were all blocked by Gemini. Immediately afterwards, Gemini's wand was picked up, and the wand in Harry's hand suddenly flew away and fell into Gemini's hand. It's so amazing, I successfully used several spells. Snape's mocking laughter rang out, and Harry immediately glared at him. It's been at least 5 seconds. Yes, because he never attacked you at all. Snape sneered, it's so weak and pitiful. After all, my defense against the dark arts teaching ability is limited and I can't teach anything. Harry immediately replied, Gemini has been learning from you for a long time. I think he is self-righteous. Snape snorted when he heard the words, do you think he can beat you because I opened a small stove for him? If you have time to read more self-defense guides, instead of immersing yourself in your own reputation, at least you should have learned a disarming spell by yourself. Snape lifted his chin and stared at Harry, but it is expected, just like your stupid father, arrogant and arrogant. In the potions office, Harry and Snape quarreled endlessly. At the corner of the wall, Gemini took out a box of BB Duo beans from his arms, opened it, and handed it to Ron. Would you like some? Thank you. Ron picked up a bean and stuffed it into his mouth with a strange expression on his face. This tastes so strange, a bit salty, a bit like dried fish, with a bit of fishy smell. Why does it smell like Percy's stinky feet? This was given to me by Dumbledore. He said it would definitely smell like the skin of the feet. It should be the one you ate. Ron's face turned pale. Suddenly, Gemini's face flushed red, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. What did you eat? Hissed Devil Pepper. Gemini's Pac-Man work, Harry and Snape's quarrel finally ended. Of course, the loser of this battle is naturally Harry, who did his part to get 5 points deducted by Snape. After, Harry seemed to be on the bar with Snape, and without mentioning the word leave, followed Gemini to practice the spell in the potions office. Finally, the whole morning passed quietly. It's Christmas banquet time. The Christmas banquet at Hogwarts is held at noon. At this time, in the auditorium hall, the long tables of the 4 colleges have been removed, and even the seats of teachers have been replaced by a bunch of clumps. In the delicate flowers, there are fairies flying around in the flowers, singing moving songs. There are a dozen huge Christmas trees lined up on both sides of the auditorium, and in the center are several large round tables, each of which is filled with delicious food. There are really 100 turkeys. Gemini's eyes lit up. Steaks are piled like mountains. Ron swallowed. Do you like turkey? I don't like it. That thing is woody and unpalatable. Chinese food can't save it. Gemini shook his head, but it looks good on the table. I am very happy when I look at it. Why should I eat it? I'm not happy at all. Harry looked a little lost. I knew I would spend the morning with Snape in the potions office on Christmas. He would rather go back to Privet Road to spend Christmas with the Dursleys. The most terrible thing is that he was taunted by Snape all morning, deducting a total of 15 points for Gryffindor. Ron reminded, he doesn't leave your dad in 3 words. I guess he must hate your dad, but it involves you. I guess so. Harry said with a sad face, if there is any way to make him close that stinky mouth, it will be fine. Gemini turned his head when he heard the words, you can try the sun blue powder and the wormwood infusion. Quickly spare me. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, I'm not the kind of picky eater. Chapter 53 I'm not the kind of picky eater. Chinese food is a very tolerant system. There are various methods of cooking, steaming, stewing and frying, and various styles of the 8 major cuisines. Generally speaking, most of the ingredients can be cooked in Chinese cuisine, and if you can't find this in Chinese food there is only one reason for the practice of growing ingredients. 2. This thing is so unpalatable that Chinese food can't save its taste. Turkey is such a magical thing. When he ate turkey for the first time in his life, Gemini was novel and curious about turkey. After taking a bite, what goes to Nima is so terrible. In fact, it's not unpalatable, but the turkey is big and difficult to taste. The meat is dry and firewood, and the key is more expensive than chicken. Although it can make a good taste if it is done well, it is not exaggerated to the extent that Chinese food can't save it, such as chopped meat into diced meat and stir-fried. But because the turkey is too big, it takes a lot of work, and the gain is not worth the loss. And now 100 turkeys. What should I do at this time? Take a picture and send it to Moments. Dumbledore was already sitting on the main seat of the round table in the front, next to Professor McGonagall and a group of teachers. Hagrid was also sitting there. It was like an ordinary family banquet. There were no speeches. The atmosphere was more casual than the opening banquet. The students started the banquet in 2s and 3s at the big round tables. Gemini's table is at the round table of the teachers. On his left hand is a group of Slytherin snakes, and on his right hand is a group of Harry, Ron and Weasley twin lions. Fortunately, the hostile atmosphere of the 2 houses did not spread to Christmas on weekdays. Perhaps today is the only day where the 2 houses can temporarily truce. Boom! Fred and Harry opened a magic firecracker, and for an instant, the sound of a cannon-like explosion sounded in their ears, thick blue smoke gushing out, and a dozen white mice bounced from the firecrackers. Came out. Mouse, alive! Professor McGonagall stared at him. Look, there is a navy hat. Ron caught an object falling from mid-air. I'll do it too. Gemini picked up a firecracker and stretched out his hand. Boom! The black smoke filled, dozens of bats flew away in all directions, and a magic wand fell in the sky. Gemini picked up the magic wand and waved it casually. The next second, the wand turned into a plastic salted fish. Professor McGonagall, do you want to eat fish? Gemini turned around and shook the plastic salted fish in his hand toward Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall took out his magic wand and pointed it at Gemini, instantly turning his black hair into Death Barbie powder. Now you finally look like a child, Mr. Fox. Professor McGonagall looked at Gemini and laughed, and the twin brothers on the side leaned forward and closed with laughter. With a wave of the magic wand, the wine glass in front of him turned into a small mirror. Gemini took a picture in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. It looks good. It's not bad, more charming than Angelina. Fred and George laughed. Would you like pudding, Master Fox? On the left, a senior Slytherin girl handed a piece of red Christmas pudding. Her name was Audria Fairy. She was a third-grade Slytherin girl with a tall and figure, a fair and beautiful face and a long black head. Straight hair. She looked at Gemini with gentle and obsessive eyes, and Gemini suspected that this woman might be a copper alchemist. Thank you, I don't. As soon as the voice fell, Percy screamed out of pain next to the twins. He ate a silver sicer from the pudding and almost broke his tooth. I'm not the kind of picky eater. Gemini snatched the pudding that the girl had handed over. After eating it all, he didn't see SIK. What is the largest denomination? Gemini asked loudly. Only SIK, children. Dumbledore said cheerfully. The voice fell, and the twins and Ron seemed crazy, fighting for the pudding in front of them. Siko was already a fortune for them. Eat slowly, children. Dumbledore said kindly, wearing a certain flower hat on his head, if you accidentally eat the coin. I don't think you would want to be reprimanded by Mrs. Pomfrey on Christmas Day. This is the first time I know that there are coins in the Christmas pudding. Gemini scratched his head. This custom is the same as putting coins in dumplings during the New Year. Those who eat coins will have good luck in the New Year. However, the pudding of the Holy Cross Welfare Institute never put coins. I think it may be because of the lack of widowhood and unevenness. It is not that Gemini is talking badly behind his back, but in terms of his years in the orphanage, there are many children are a little distorted in their hearts, and they can't see the good of others. In fact, if it weren't for Gemini's combat effectiveness, it would be too strong. A child like him who can always come up with weird things can hardly guarantee that he will not be bullied. There are so many turkeys, we only have dozens of people, how can we finish it? Harry looked at the mountain of turkeys on the table with melancholy. I hope it's not what I thought. Gemini shrugged, it should be what you think. What? Harry sighed sadly. Although turkey is standard on the Christmas banquet, considering its huge size, it is impossible for an average family to finish a meal. The turkey meat left over from the Christmas banquet becomes the staple food for the next few days, and this is no exception. Turkey sandwiches, turkey burgers, etc. And Hogwarts at this time 100 turkeys. Looking at the turkey at the banquet that almost no one has ever moved, Gemini sighed, actually, the wings and thighs are quite delicious. Waiting for a snowball fight, Gemini. George leaned over. Are there any seductive ladies? No. What did you tell me to do without you? Fred looked at Gemini with a smirk and said, be careful when we tell you these remarks to Miss Know-It-All. Gemini looked inexplicable, does it have anything to do with me? Fred and George looked at each other, without saying anything. Speaking of it, although Hermione's attitude towards Gemini is unusual, Gemini's attitude towards Hermione is actually quite ordinary, no different from other people. Oh my God, we thought you had a good impression of her. George was surprised, that kind of sour and innocent emotion. Hey! When I think of the sourness, only Fred is by my side. Isn't it terrible? Gemini nodded, of course a good impression is a little bit. That's it. Fred laughed. I have a crush on many girls. Gemini said, pointing to Audria who was sitting next to him, for example, this Miss Welfare. Beside Gemini, Audria heard the words, and a flush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Even though Gemini is only 11 years old now, his face is still terrible to pick up, not to mention that the entire Slytherin students admire him. In fact, after all, I have a good impression of good-looking girls. It is human nature to love beauty. Gemini said, spreading her hands, look, most of the Slytherin girls are more temperamental, such as Miss Welfare, who looks inelegant, but also very temperamental. Ravenclaw's girls are beautiful. Smart and lively, the Hufflepuff girls cook delicious food and have a gentle personality. The girls in Gryffindor hurt very much when hitting someone. Fred added. Damn, absolutely. Gemini gave him a thumbs up. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, My Belongings. Chapter 54 My Property. Gemini has come out for a snowball fight after all, and it was framed by Fred and George. At this time, there were already a lot of students outside the castle, and they were basically kicked out for snowball fights by these two people. Even the quieter-looking Audrey ran out because of Gemini. Gather in piles. Gemini stretched out both hands, and the white snow on the clearing in front of him suddenly fluttered up and gathered into a pile in front of Gemini. Immediately after, Gemini lifted one hand up, and the snowdrifts on the ground began to gather and deform, and eventually turned into a dozen round snowballs floating behind him. Look at my 6 Gemini. In response to the twins' horrified gaze, Gemini waved his hand, 1,000 bullets. Puff 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 puff. A series of snowballs chased behind the twins, crackling and smashing, and occasionally one slammed into the neckline, and the cold touch stimulated the two yelling. This snowball can still play like this. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, their faces in shock. The next snowball fight will become a high-end game. The transfiguration technique that Gemini used when he just squeezed the snowball was just the basis of the basics, and it was not too difficult for Harry and Ron. Soon, when the students realized this style of play, hundreds of snowballs flew up in the courtyard, and gunfire flew in the courtyard for a while. Before, everyone was still in the courtyard, but now they simply find a shelter to hide. Whoever dares to stick out his head will be swallowed by snowballs in the first place. A snowball fight is more extreme than the northeastern. Ice escape the technique of the igloo. Gemini patted the ground with both hands, and the snow swept over him, and a simple igloo was piled up around him, followed by Audrey's first. Time came in. Master Fox, I'll help you. The other senior students did the same, and quickly piled up igloos. Only Harry and Ron stared at them. Their transfiguration technique could not do this. In desperation, the two could only rush to the twins' igloo with the overwhelming snowballs. Before reaching the door, they were knocked to the ground by 2 big snowballs flying out of the igloo. The next second, the man was swallowed by the crackling falling snowballs, and Ron's screams could still be heard faintly. Both of them can deal with their own brothers. Gemini hated the twins' behavior, and expressing a strong condemnation for gloating. Hey? What about these igloos? Satisfied Professor Flitwick walked out of the castle with slightly drunken steps, and was swallowed by snowballs in the sky in the next second. Even the professors dare to start, these guys are crazy. Gemini muttered to himself while lying on the small window, smoothly making a few snowballs on Professor Flitwick. If you don't do this, you don't feel a little gregarious? Poor Professor Flitwick fell in the snowdrift and grunted. It must be the Weasley twins who took the lead. Audrey's voice was cold. You are right. Gemini nodded in agreement. At Hogwarts, if you don't know who made a prank, then there are 2 targets to suspect first, one is Peppy Ghost and the other is twins. These 2 people are considered a goal. What should I do now? They seem to fall in love with this feeling of fire coverage. Gemini opened a small window on the igloo and looked out. The little igloos have already begun to attack each other, and occasionally 1 or 2 space-based weapons the size of a millstone can be seen falling from the sky, bringing justice to the weaker little igloos. The snowball fight ended in the roar of Professor McGonagall. When Gemini was trying to get into the castle from a certain window with Audrey on his back, he saw Professor McGonagall yelling at the twins, who looked like an angry lioness. Next to her was a wet Fli. Professor Way. Suddenly, Gemini heard the twins' words, Gryffindor's girl hurts to hit someone. Always feel. Professor McGonagall will bite their heads off. Gemini got into the window and came to an abandoned empty classroom. There was no one in the classroom, except for an old and magnificent large mirror. The frame looked gorgeous, as if it was plated with gold, and there were two paws under the mirror, supported by the shaped feet. A line engraved on the top of the frame, Aristrarua ubikafrua iten wojas. Gemini looked at the mirror with some surprise, took out his wand and tapped it on himself and Audria. The heat steamed up on both of them. The clothes that had been soggy just because of the snowball fight were quickly dried, and the body was warm. "Thank you, Master Fox," Audria whispered. "You're welcome." Gemini waved his hand. "Look at what I found." The mirror of Eris. Eris. Audria was puzzled. "It's a mirror that can show people's inner desires. I have taken them before." Gemini smiled. "There is not much use value. It is more interesting than practical. Reverse the above sentence and read it. What is shown is not your mirror image, but your inner desire. There is no dust on the frame. It seems that it should have been moved here recently. But Chilaway entered Azkaban, and Voldemort should have slipped back to Albania. What is the use of moving this mirror out? Also, this thing has always been placed in the responsive house, that is my site, so this should be considered my property, right? Don't move my belongings out casually. Smelly old man." Desire. Audria stood in front of the mirror with some curiosity, and looked into the mirror. The next second, her gaze suddenly froze, her breathing became unconsciously hurried, and a strange blush appeared on her face. "What did you see?" Gemini asked with interest. Audria turned her head and glanced at Gemini, her eyes blurred as if to drip. "I see, the future Lord Fox, you are handsome and powerful, and I have become your most loyal follower, your lord. Rewarding me." Gemini blinked his eyes. He thinks Adria must have seen more than that. "So what am I rewarding you?" Audria took a step forward and took Gemini's hand and gently placed Gemini's hand on her full chest. "I am the eldest daughter of a welfare family of the 28th tribe of pure blood. As long as an adult you nod, I am willing to be a slave and a servant, and always follow you behind, even if it is a family dedicated to welfare." This kind of Slytherin dialogue, although Gemini can't understand it, it's not surprising. It seems to be Slytherin's habit to be inflamed, such as Crabbe and Gore. Although they are Draco's followers, they have always wanted to be close to Gemini. To be an exaggeration, Gemini throws a bone out, and they can bring the bones back. "I don't need a servant." "Of course, I didn't treat you as a servant. Thank you very much for taking care of you today, but please forgive me for rejecting it. If I need to serve, I will probably find a house elf." Gemini calmly refused her request. "Adria, I only ask you one question, you have to answer me seriously. Please tell me." Audria lowered her head somewhat disappointed. "Since I have rejected you," Gemini said, and glanced at the position of the palm, "then I won't have this treatment anymore. Damn, my heart hurts. Why do creatures like humans have meaningless adherence to principles and bottom lines?" Adria seemed to be shocked by this question. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses and smile again. The smile was beautiful. "Of course you can, as long as you want to, my lord, anytime, anywhere, Audria, I can." Audria leaned over to Gemini, whispering softly in his ear. The heat was blowing at the base of Gemini's ears, making his heart itchy. No wonder children are looking forward to growing up soon. It turns out that children think so much. Taking a deep breath, Gemini tried to calm his excitement. At this time, an old white-bearded grandpa passing by suddenly cleared his throat, and Gemini was so scared that he jumped 3 feet high, and flew directly to the roof of the shed, yelling incoherently. "It's rare to see you so gaff, Gemini." Dumbledore gazed at Gemini on the roof cheerfully. "I don't seem to be here at the right time." For an instant, Gemini was not well. Is this the scene of the death of the legendary society? Destroy it, hurry up. The dividing line of love. Explain here. In fact, some of the details of the magic world that you have seen in this book are not the second setting of this book, such as Gringotts standards for recruiting human wizards. What you see is either the information on the Harry Potter wiki, or the most appropriate and appropriate information I found on Baidu Encyclopedia, most of which are officially recognized. To be honest, the time for me to check the information of this book is 3 times longer than the codeword time. The details on the original work are easy to find, and the official settings are the most difficult to deal with. In fact, because of my obsessive-compulsive disorder and a certain degree of moral and cleanliness, although I can write fan fiction happily, I can't accept such things as changing the original setting, such as the previous Poisoned Eggs book, which was released as soon as it hit the shelves. I can't bear it anymore. If it weren't for my dad's wish to put a gun on the back of my head and let me finish the meal, then the book might not be finished. Because what I want to write is a fan, if the original setting changes too much, then the is not a fan. So please feel at ease when you read it. Under normal circumstances, I will not add 2 settings at will. Even if there is a real conflict and no official endorsement is found, I will try my best to deduce a comparison based on the original work and the social background at the time. Reasonable and reliable setting explanation. Above, just sauce. P.S. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection, a lot of people. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Let's Have a Party. Chapter 55, Let's Have a Party. For a long time, Gemini calmed down, and jumped off the roof of the shed casually, and cleared his throat forcibly calmly. So, you brought my mirror out. Your mirror. Dumbledore's blue eyes blinked. Look, you said I can treat the responsive house as a home, right? That's right. Then what's in my house is my property, right? Dumbledore tilted his head and thought for a while. I always feel like something is wrong. There is nothing wrong, the logic is reasonable and clear, this mirror is my property. Gemini spread his hands and said without embarrassment. Adria nodded, yes, this is the property of Master Fox. Dumbledore. As soon as it comes to property, the child's gentlemanly demeanor immediately becomes this ugly face. Well, you are right. This is indeed your property. I am sorry about moving your property privately. Dumbledore nodded cheerfully. Since you have said so, I will not pursue this matter. Gemini stood in front of the heiress's mirror and waved his hand. But I'm curious, Gemini, what do you see in that mirror? Dumbledore's deep blue eyes blinked and asked curiously. I saw that I was so powerful, immortal, wealthy, and powerful, and my wives and concubines in groups. Gemini turned around leisurely, his eyes swept across the mirror. In the mirror, he also turned around, maintaining a synchronized posture with him, even his expression was exactly the same. At least it was like that when I took the photo last time. Gemini said, spreading his hands, Professor, how about you? Me? Dumbledore said with a smile, I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Dumbledore's eyes were deep and far-reaching, the socks are never enough to wear. Christmas comes and goes. I haven't received a pair of socks. People insist on sending me books. I gave you a big box of candies. Yes, I noticed it early, Gemini. Dumbledore blinked mischievously. You are different from other children, and you can always see answers that are different from others. Thank you. Candy, I like it very much. Is this a compliment? There is no doubt that this is compliment. Dumbledore nodded. Next time I will consider sending you a stack of woolen socks. Gemini sighed, so, next time you use the phantom mantra to sway, can you pay attention to the atmosphere? Ha, I will pay attention. Dumbledore smiled, but I still have to remind you, Gemini, it is not shameful to develop prematurely, if you pay attention to the occasion. I beg you to shut your mouth quickly. Gemini's face flushed with shame, and Audria on the side was also flushed. Well, we won't discuss this topic anymore. Dumbledore shrugged innocently. Should I help you send the mirror back? I think you should have seen it. This mirror shows nothing but the illusion that makes us empty and painful. Does not bring us any substantial benefits. You are right, but I don't need to trouble you anymore. Gemini said, took out a huge hammer from his arms, turned around and hit the mirror with a hammer. A crisp sound of cracking sounded in the empty classroom, and Dumbledore and Audrey were shocked by Gemini's actions. A giant hammer weighing more than 100 kilograms hit the mirror. A few hammers smashed the heiress's magic mirror, and the broken mirror was scattered all over the ground. Waving his hand, he collected the wreckage of the mirror into the storage space. In the horrified gaze of the two, Gemini put away the hammer and stretched out his hand to sort out the bangs that were a little messy because of the excessive movement. Don't look at me like that. The mirror is mine. I can handle it whatever I want. Speaking, Gemini looked at Dumbledore with a smile. There are only two things to do for Christmas, the banquet and the preparation for the banquet. Dumbledore was a little at a loss, but the Christmas party is over. It's not enough for another one, I'll organize it. Gemini shrugged, call Fred and George, how about we partying all night? The location is set in the Gryffindor lounge. You can sort it out. Bring the cap over, its wrap is quite sensational. Dumbledore opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but Gemini did not give him a chance to speak. Very good, then we'll make a deal. We will see you in the Gryffindor Tower at 7:30 in the evening, Miss Welfare, let's go. Gemini quickly finished speaking, and pulled up Audrey all the way out of the classroom. Master Fox. Okay. Audrey followed Gemini, thinking, is Professor Dumbledore looking at that mirror? Gemini glanced at Audrey with a serious gaze. Do you think a wizard as powerful as him would be addicted to the illusion of Eris's mirror? Adria hurriedly lowered her head. I'm very sorry, my lord, I shouldn't offend. Yes, he was looking at that mirror. Gemini shrugged and laughed. Haha. What? Don't be so serious. Gemini walked in front in a leisurely pace. Otherwise, why did he move the mirror out? Makeup. Although I smashed his mirrors so self-talkingly, it's not very good. That's Master Fox's property. Audrey said firmly. I like your identification, but I just want to change the subject, don't take it seriously. Gemini haha smiled. I don't know how many years ago the mirror was at Hogwarts, it can't be regarded as such. My belongings. Audrey opened her mouth, then you just. Christmas should be spent with family. If you don't have family, you should spend it with friends. It's too sad to spend Christmas in the mirror. Gemini smiled gently. Anyway, everyone has nothing to do tonight. Take care of the empty nest elderly. The two came all the way to the kitchen. As soon as Gemini entered the kitchen, they were surrounded by a large group of elves. Master Fox. Merry Christmas. What can Nishizawa help you with? Dodge. Don't look at Master Fox's handsome face in front of a spoon. Go away, go away. Don't disturb Master Fox. Lolo shouted screaming. Gemini smiled gently. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Master Fox. The cheers of the elves are unified this time. Wait for a banquet in the Gryffindor Tower. Can I ask you to make something delicious? Gemini put his hands together. Thank you very much. Please rest assured and wait. Lolo will use all his craftsmanship to serve you. Then the two of Gemini were pushed out by a group of elves. Don't let the oil fume stain Master Fox's robe. This was said by the spoon. Gemini stood in front of the fruit portrait outside the kitchen door, his back looking a little sad. I haven't said what I want to eat. Master Fox. Okay. Audrey whispered, I will make spaghetti with cream and bacon. No thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, I don't pick it. Chapter 56 I don't pick. Who can explain to me why the Slytherin troll boy appeared in the Gryffindor lounge? Also suggested to us that we would have a Christmas party. In the Gryffindor bedroom, the twins stared at each other with big eyes. Gemini and Ron played wizard chess, and raised their heads upon hearing the words, "Ah, I came in through the window." Who asked you about this? Fred held his arms in a posture of indictment. George looked angrily. In the afternoon, you left us and sneaked away by yourself. As a result, we were scolded by Professor McGonagall. Traitor! Fred and George said in unison. Don't mind, look at Harry and Ron. Gemini spread his hands. The two of them didn't sneak away. Yes. Gemini nodded, I left the two of them, and they were scolded with you. Isn't it easier to think about it? Although it sounds like that, I always feel that you look down on our IQ. Fred rolled his eyes. George clutched his nose and exaggerated, your shameless look is really Slytherin's style. Get away from us. You will get your stench. Click. Gemini grinned and smashed a chess piece. The chess piece screamed and shattered a table. Upon seeing this, the chess pieces on the chessboard screamed and hid. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. You mean George? Yes, Fred, this is not the first time we have been scolded. Beside Gemini, the Black King chess piece mournfully pieced together the corpse crushed by Gemini. Oh, my queen. Fortunately, wizard chess has the ability to automatically recover. Its queen finally came alive, but these chess pieces refused to obey Gemini's command, so Gemini had to get up and help Audrey and the twins dress up together. Gryffindor Lounge. Why set the party in the Gryffindor Lounge? Harry helped Gemini move the sofa and couldn't help asking. If you have been to the Slytherin Lounge, you will know that a place with a strong Gothic style is really not suitable for parties. Gemini lifted the sofa in one hand, and propped up a solid wood coffee table in the other. I've been in the Ravenclaw Tower once. The environment of that place, how to say it? It feels too elegant and a place with no atmosphere. Hufflepuff's lounge is pretty good, but I don't know anyone from their college. Besides, when Professor Dumbledore will come, I think he should prefer the college he graduated from. Gemini said, laughing. After all, the old man relied on Gryffindor to comfort me when he did bad things. It makes no sense to dislike the Gryffindor Tower. Are there few people? Fred thought for a while. Gryffindor has not many students staying at school this year, plus we only have a dozen. Then call the other colleges too, the more people get more lively. Gemini moved a sofa and looked at Audrey. Audrey, you can help me ask other Slytherin stays. Are you a school student? Yes, my lord. Adria turned and walked out of the lounge. I'll go to Hufflepuff to ask. Ron said, and followed out. I'm going to Ravenclaw. Percy flushed suddenly and hurried out. He doesn't look good. Gemini looked at Percy's back and muttered. Fred and George laughed. The prefect of Ravenclaw is the idiot Percy's dream lover. I stayed at school for Christmas this year. Did you not notice? Percy's eyes were always on at noon. Look at Pinello. Pinello Crivat. What a beautiful girl. Percy is in love with her. But we guess Pinello must look down on him. If that girl is not blind. Gemini looked at the twins who sang and nodded, then he is so pitiful. What can I say? If time goes back, Percy will probably carefully consider whether to drown these two people in the water when they were just born. About 10 minutes later, the door of the lounge opened, and Ron, who looked like a chicken, brought in a large group of Hufflepuff badgers. The little badgers looked around curiously. Gryffindor's Lounge. This is my first time here. Good evening, Ernie. Gemini greeted him and looked behind the little badgers. Professor Sprout, good evening. Oh, good evening, Fox. Professor Sprout said cheerfully, as amiable as ever. Ron sniffed on his body with a bitter face. I knocked on the wrong wooden barrel and was sprayed with vinegar. Seymour had previously vowed to tell me that it was the wooden barrel on the far right, and he would look good when he returned. It's just vinegar. Last time Fred was sprayed with peppermint sauce. He looked much more energetic. George laughed. We were having afternoon tea just now, and I brought you refreshments. Speaking, Professor Sprout waved his magic wand, and plates of exquisite snacks appeared on the table in the lounge. Soon, Professor Flitwick also brought the students from Ravenclaw to the lounge, and some students were still holding huge toads. So Professor, are you all spending Christmas with the students? Gemini asked curiously. Yes, every year. Professor Flitwick said with a smile, I was still directing them to sing just now. Look, the dean of the family. Considerately accompany the students who can't go home at Christmas. Look at you again, Snape. In Gemini's mind, he imagined Snape gently and considerately spending Christmas with a group of snakes. Oh! What's wrong, Fox, what's wrong with you? Professor Flitwick said in a panic. Gemini hurriedly waved his hand, sorry for being rude, only morning sickness, a small problem. Professor Flitwick. Is there any nice piece for us to play, Professor? Fred smiled and approached Professor Flitwick. I really want to listen. Gemini nodded, I actually like music. Really? Professor Flitwick said with joy, if you like music, how about joining the school's singing class? What type do you like? Hogwarts students can organize clubs, like various clubs in Japanese middle schools. You can report to the professors before forming. When Professor Slughorn was at Hogwarts, the most famous club in the school was the Slug Club. Later when Slughorn returned to teach, the club was reorganized. But right now, except for the Quidditch teams of the 4 colleges, the biggest club in the school is the singing class organized by Professor Flitwick. What kind of? Gemini thought for a while squeezing his chin, I like to play the violin. Long hair, tall, and beautiful ones. It's best to wear stockings. I'm asking what kind of music you like. Professor Flitwick was very angry at Gemini's speech. If the music sounds nice, I won't pick it. Gemini spread his hands. Professor Flitwick turned angrily and went to chat with Professor Sprout. Gemini, why does someone always say that Hermione is the heroine? Do I seem to be such an easily satisfied person? I am the common property of beautiful women. In addition, who would give the author a reward, vote for a monthly recommendation ticket or something, that year will not be able to pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Merry Christmas. Chapter 57 Merry Christmas. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary yanthame. Remember metunu holivus theer. Shansuasatrulaviofmeen. At 7:30 in the evening, when Dumbledore came to the Gryffindor lounge wearing a sorting hat, the banquet had already begun. Professor Flitwick directs a chorus of Ravenclaw's Kitty Hawks, Hagrid dances awkwardly with Professor McGonagall, and Fred's partner is George. The ethereal singing of the Ravenclaw girls echoed in the lounge, and Gemini hummed softly with them. This song is called Scarborough Fair. It is a very old song in Britain. The lyrics can be traced back to the 13th century, and the song was born even earlier. It can be said that in the entire UK, except for dumps and idiots, no one is alive can sing this song. Beyond Gemini's expectation, not only Dumbledore, but even Snape came to the Christmas party. Although he was dragged over by Dumbledore, and he didn't seem very gregarious, he didn't seem to dislike the atmosphere. He was sitting alone eating pudding at this time. Actually, I was thinking about a question a long time ago. The sorting hat was placed next to Gemini by Dumbledore, twisting the pleats to speak. What? Why do wizards spend Christmas? The tip of the sorting hat was crooked. Look, you are wizards. They used to be tied to pillars and burned to death by muggles. This is a good question. Gemini nodded, actually I don't understand it either. The sorting hat laughed, I always think you are very smart, so I asked you. I asked Dumbledore this question, and he actually asked me, is there any problem? Gemini laughed. He could probably imagine Dumbledore's innocent dementia. Actually, with my personality, it is difficult to understand why people believe in sex. Even if I stayed in the church-run orphanage for 11 years, I still don't understand. In the same way, my knowledge of the magical world is also very limited. Gemini smiled gently, but whether it's a wizard or a muggle, whether it's a dark, yellow, or white skin, whether it's Eastern or Western, I want to spend the holidays with people close to me. It shouldn't be any different. So I think that things like holidays should have nothing to do with faith. Actually, I don't understand it very well. Although I understand what you mean, I am just a hat after all. The Sorting Hat said in a naive way. Obviously you asked me if I was okay. Gemini smiled helplessly. I feel that you and Dumbledore are the same kind of people. The Sorting Hat mumbled. Are you insulting me? The Sorting Hat was shocked. You heard all this? Professor Dumbledore, his head is not normal. Gemini said with his arms folded, but I am different, I am not normal everywhere. Actually, the abnormality of my body is not only my head. Dumbledore's tall figure appeared next to Gemini at some unknown time. If you understand me carefully, you will find that my urinary system has also begun to be abnormal. I thought you had discovered it a long time ago. Fox, after all I always meet you at night. Gemini's face darkened faintly. Where did I find it? Don't say such misleading words, it sounds abnormal. Then let's talk about you and Miss Welfare. Let's discuss your urinary system. Dumbledore smiled happily, and patted his thigh with the beat of the music, looking contented. I thank you very much, Gemini. Okay. Actually, I saw my family in the Mirror of Eris. Dumbledore looked at the candle on the wall as if it would bloom in the next second. Oh. Gemini lazily leaned on the armrest of the soft chair. Audrey sat aside, took off his shoes, hugged his legs in her arms, and rubbed soft fingers on his calves. Pinch. In the beginning, Gemini refused, as the saying goes, Gentle Township is the grave of heroes. And under Audrey's gentle and fiery offensive, Gemini himself is still dead. He wants to bury himself in the hero's grave. Humans, there is nothing wrong with living real. Before this, I could see them in the mirror every year. I'm really very sorry. Gemini whispered, it's the hand of the mirror that moved first. It shines on me. Dumbledore laughed at the words. Sure enough, you are a very funny child, in fact I want to thank you. Although the mirror allows me to see my family again, as I said, it will only cause people pain. Dumbledore said as he picked out the bibido beans on the table. Pick and choose, but the banquet can bring happiness to people. Gemini are always the most free spirits, but in many cases, they are also very warm. Dumbledore's old face was full of kindness. Hearing this, Gemini spread his hands, and a small flame in his palm burned warmly, and it floated quietly on Gemini's palm. The flame gives humans the warmth of perception, and the emotions give the warmth of the human heart. Gemini stared at the small flame and muttered, I have joy, anger, sorrow, but I still can't feel emotions. The firelight reflected on Gemini's white cheeks, beating slightly. But although there is no way to empathize, but it is not annoying. Gemini smiled gently. The first time I looked in the mirror was on the second night of school. I saw a lot of things, but not just wealth, honors, and beauties. I didn't know what I got at Hogwarts. What? But when I appeared in front of the Mirror of Eris again this afternoon, it became an ordinary mirror. I must have got what I wanted most, although I didn't feel it. Gemini closed his palms. Dumbledore's gaze unconsciously glanced at Adria. It's not what you think, smelly old man. Gemini's face went dark. I haven't said anything yet. You don't have to say anything. A friend is hard to find, you know me. If I can, I hope I don't understand. In the lounge, the party atmosphere is getting hotter. Professor Flitwick is playing the guitar. It is an electric guitar. Although there is no wire connected to it, the sound effect of the electric guitar pops up. It looks like the faucet of the broken kettle bar. I don't know the principle. Professor Flitwick is rocking on the high platform where the table is set up. The twins danced happily below, unable to see whether they were shaking or rolling. Professor McGonagall scattered the meticulous hair bun of the past and danced fast-paced among the students. I don't know when, all the teachers who were still in the school ran over. It seems that in this castle, no one can resist the temptation to party. This is the happiest Christmas I have had in these years. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to be a little sparkling. Aha! Gemini put on her shoes and took Audria's hand. Let's go dance. I don't want to see the old man with the white beard crying by my side. Can you dance, Audria? Naturally it will. What a coincidence, I won't. I teach you. Gemini turned his head and glanced at Dumbledore. Do you think of dancing too, Professor? Ah, dance. Dumbledore wiped the corner of his eye. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Gemini, Happy New Year, everyone. Because of New Year's reasons, today is a little bit more. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Liwo Curse. Chapter 58, Fire Curse. A few days passed by, and soon, the Christmas holiday was over. When Hermione returned to school and saw Gemini, she stepped forward and gave Gemini a big hug. Thank you for the quill pen. Hermione let go of Gemini, her face flushed with shame. It must be expensive, right? It's not expensive, it's made of chicken feathers, only a NAT. Gemini spread out. I don't believe it. One gnat is afraid that he can't even afford a pen nib. Hermione groaned, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. That nib is gold. Really? I thought it was brass. Gemini was surprised. Beside Gemini, Audria's gaze looking at Hermione was gloomy to the extreme. If her gaze could be turned into a weapon, at this time Hermione was afraid that she would have been poked in a lot of holes. In the face of Gemini, Audria put her own identity very low, but that would not be the case with Hermione. The eldest daughter of the pure-blood family, with beautiful appearance and excellent grades. At this time, Hermione looked like an ugly little in Audria. And I guess it's a phoenix feather. Wrong, it's the turkey. Gemini spread his hands. I made 100 turkeys in the kitchen at Christmas and plucked the feathers all over the floor. I picked the one with the brightest color. Turkey feathers are black. Hermione looked at Gemini amusedly, and then snorted, seemingly dissatisfied that Gemini coaxed her like this. That's the pen you picked, don't you know? That quill pen can be used as a magic wand. Is there any other usage? Gemini's eyes widened. If it's a phoenix feather or a metal pen holder, it can be used in place of a magic wand. Audria whispered, her small white fist squeezed tightly. The moment Hermione took out the quill, her eyes were all famous. Wand cores and long sticks made of metal can be used in martial arts magic. Durmstrang has this special wand, but not much. Medieval Egypt also has a history of using metal to make magic wands. Compared to wood, metal is indeed not suitable for making magic wands, and it is almost impossible to see now. Although she is going to be jealous, Audria still earnestly spread this knowledge to Gemini. That's it. Gemini nodded. It cost a lot of money, right? Hermione asked in a low voice, her cheek a little ruddy. 4 gallons. You don't really have a word of truth in your mouth, Mr. Lyle. The little girl rolled her eyes, then burst into a laugh, and then ran away in a hurry, seemingly because she was too shy. Audria looked at Hermione's back, her eyes gloomy and whispered something. Gemini didn't hear what she said, but from the perspective of her mouth, it shouldn't be a good thing. Why do you want to give her such an expensive gift? Audria looked at Gemini in confusion. Just think it's suitable, so I gave it. Gemini said, speaking of which, I'm sorry, Audrey, I didn't know you well before, and I didn't give it to you. I will pick one for you next year. A little gift. I'm very satisfied as long as I stay with Master Fox. Audrey whispered, although you refused my gift, Audrey will always follow you behind. Gemini scratched his hair, did you give me a gift? I said, I want to dedicate myself to you. Gemini. Co-authored this as a Christmas gift. Originally I wanted to give you everything from the welfare family that I inherited, but I don't think those trivial things are worthy of you. Audrey saw Demi's eyes become more and more fierce, so I also gave it out. Gemini opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The days after Christmas soon calmed down. As a first-year Hogwarts student, Gemini's life did not have too many turmoil. For Gemini, the most important thing every day is still practicing the patron saint. If I remember correctly, you have practiced this spell for a little half a year, but you still haven't mastered it. In the potions office, Snape sat behind his desk and glanced at Gemini lightly. After such a long time, the pig has given birth to a second child. 9, 10, 11, 12. Gemini shook his fingers and counted. The pig is 5 months pregnant before the second child is born. Snape was taken aback by Gemini's remarks, so you can't use the patron saint because you are watching pregnant pigs. I used to read a miscellaneous book called Postpartum Care of Sows. Gemini spread his hand, and put his wand back into his arms. Is there no other way to fight against Dementors? The patron saint is the only way to fight against Dementors. Snape said concisely. So people like Voldemort can also use a patron saint? Gemini asked curiously, does that guy have the emotion to use a patron saint? I guess it shouldn't, after all, even I can't use it. But in that case, wouldn't the Ministry of Magic send a team of Dementors to kill him? Snape was silent for a while when he heard the words, and then slowly said, to be precise, the patron saint is the only way to fight against the Dementors except black magic. Dementors were born in the darkest and most filthy places. They breed like fungi and consume all human positive emotions, happiness. As long as you have the psychology of fear, it will inevitably become their rations. That's why we'll be called the most evil and scariest magical creature in the world. Snape said lightly, but in the end, they are just magical creatures. It is said that that thing is immortal. Gemini asked curiously, can it still be considered a living thing? If it is really immortal, then the Dark Lord still pursues immortality, as long as he turns himself into a Dementor. Snape couldn't help but sneered, even the Phoenix is not truly immortal. Please teach me other ways to fight against Dementors. Gemini bowed to Snape without hesitation. Get out. Snape was irritated by his shameless appearance. As long as I am the dean of this college, you don't want to learn any dark magic from me. You said before that if I was assigned to Slytherin. Shut up. You rude and stupid brat. Gemini was interrupted by Snape before he finished speaking, and he jumped angrily. Oh. Gemini sighed helplessly, it seems that when I encounter Dementors in the future, I can only hide away, or I can keep others in front. I'm so charming, someone will come for me. Dead. Yet, like Miss Welfare, that girl is so off for you. Snape said calmly. Also like Harry Potter. Gemini murmured, holding his cheek, seemingly a little troubled, he is actually quite brave, I think he will help me, it's a pity, those nice green eyes, what kind of emotions will you show before you die? Snape's face twitched for a moment. Ah, that's right. Gemini squeezed his chin and thought for a while, anyone who has been sucked by a Dementor will not die, but will live forever without a godly eyes. The air fell silent, and Snape suddenly looked at Gemini's eyes. Gemini emptied his brain in an instant, and Snape returned without success. Dementors can perceive human emotions, so occlumency is a good method. If you want to be more secure, animagus. Snape said lightly, if the two are used together, it will make the camera the ghost can't perceive your existence at all. This is just avoidance, not confrontation, Professor. Gemini shook his head. I want a way to fight the Dementors. The fierce fire curse can completely destroy the Dementors, but I can't teach you that, even I don't have the courage to use it. Snape said slowly, don't even think about studying by yourself. If you let me know that you don't sleep at night, you ran to the bookshelf on the third floor of the penultimate row and took the copy of The Fire from Hell, there is something good about you. And don't expect Dumbledore to guide you. I understand the Professor. Go away. Good. Chapter 21 of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Mysterious Room. After wasting a lot of time nagging about apparition concerns, Ron was painfully writing a particularly difficult paper to Snape. Harry and Hermione have finished writing. Harry waited to get a low score because he was inconsistent with Snape on the best way to deal with Dementors. But Harry didn't care. For him now, the memory of getting Slughorn was the most important thing. The above clip shows that Dementors have other ways to fight. Because I'm worried that there will be human Kong in this book, so I cut out a paragraph of the original work here. And Dementors grow in wet and decayed places like fungi, so I think the fierce fire that burns everything should be able to fight the Dementors. After all, fungi are afraid of flames and dryness. Let's change it for the time being. Yesterday, when the code words were fired from the window, I was dragged out to play by my friends again at night. I couldn't concentrate at all and wasted a lot of time. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Animagus. Chapter 59 Animagus. At night, when Gemini appeared in the restricted area, he met an old white-beard passing by. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Ah, good evening, Fox. Dumbledore flipped through a book by the dim oil lamp. Is exactly what Gemini was looking for in Fire from Hell. Severus said to me, you seem to want to learn how to manipulate fierceness. Dumbledore's blue eyes looked at Gemini. With all due respect, this spell is still too early for you now. A little bit more, and I personally don't encourage students to learn this dangerous black magic. But I can't summon the patron saint, Professor. Gemini reluctantly spread his hands. If I can, I still hope to master it, so don't you want to teach me? Of course not. Dumbledore looked at Gemini with joy. As a teacher, I have no reason to reject students' desire to study. If you must learn, of course I can teach you. This is reasonable. What it should be. Ha! Gemini blinked his eyes. Thank you so much, but I don't understand, to be honest. Dumbledore smiled. Do you understand why I want to teach you? Yes. There is no good or bad power, Gemini. Dumbledore looked at Gemini gently, but people do. Dumbledore said, closing the book in his hand, and said gently, I still remember that I was just a transfiguration professor. At that time, there was a boy who was as amazing and brilliant as you in the school, and he showed it when he first entered the school. Turning his head away, he is gentle, polite, and looks just like you. In fact, you two have a lot of similarities. They are also Slytherins. They are equally handsome and extraordinary, with a gentleman's demeanor, and their gentle appearance hides fatal danger. They are powerful and have many followers, even the two of you. All of his life experiences are similar to a certain extent. Dumbledore looked at Gemini's face and fell into the memory unconsciously. At that time, all the teachers except me were very optimistic about him, thinking that he would have a great achievement in the future. In fact, he was indeed a great achievement. Achievement, if not good or bad. Hearing this, Gemini fell silent. I think you should have guessed it too, he is the later Voldemort, who attached to Quirrell's head not long ago. Dumbledore smiled cheerfully. Seeing the ugly look on Gemini's face, Dumbledore said gently, I don't mean that you will be like him in the future, Gemini. No one can define the future of others without authorization. If you think I am insinuating, then you don't have to. I don't care about that, Professor. Gemini frowned. Of course, you two also have completely different outlooks on life. It's not this. Gemini interrupted Dumbledore's words impatiently, and his tone gradually became unkind. The same handsome and extraordinary? You make it clear, which one of us is more handsome? Dumbledore's language dysfunction was disturbed for a while, and then he slowly said, You. Ha, I knew it. Gemini once again showed a gentle smile. Go on. Dumbledore opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but for a long time he couldn't hold back a word. There is nothing to say, the emotions are not coherent. The old voice has a hint of honesty, and it sounds a bit bitter. Of course we are different, Professor. Gemini took a book from the shelf and looked at the title. Eternal Horcrux. Gemini simply flipped through 2 pages, chuckled, and threw it aside. I'm handsomer than him, handsomer than him. Gemini was full of spirits, confident and proud. Dumbledore. Speaking, Gemini's eyes were a little hollow, as if thinking of something terrible. And I would rather die than stick to the back of people's head half dead. Dumbledore. Speaking of which, how did Quirrell sleep? Professor, do you know? I don't know. Dumbledore was also amused by the off-track topic, but if I have the opportunity in the future, I will ask someone to ask in Azkaban. So, you told me so much tonight, you just want to tell me to use the power you have correctly? Gemini asked curiously, tilting his head. Ah, it was originally like this. Dumbledore's face was complicated, but the topic was inexplicably off track. It's okay to go wrong. Gemini smiled. Personally, I don't like listening to such long talks. I think so. Dumbledore nodded. Professor, when do we start to learn the fiery curse? Gemini asked. I can make an unbreakable vow with you that I will never use the fiery curse on innocent people. How about it? It doesn't need to be like this at all, Gemini, I believe you. Dumbledore looked at Gemini with a grin. Everyone is eager for power, but I appreciate Voldemort's concealment and disguise. Your magnanimous posture, or, shameless. The last sentence is completely redundant. Gemini laughed. You are not afraid of me becoming a Dark Lord or something. I tell you, my talent is much better than the one stuck on the back of Quirrell's head. He he he. Dumbledore laughed. Isn't that interesting? The thought of you rubbing Voldemort on the ground repeatedly, is that right? I can't wait any more. Gemini was surprised by Dumbledore's answer. Don't look at me like that. Dumbledore said gently, for a teacher, there is nothing more proud of than teaching a good student, even if you set off the wave of the times and are called the devil. IMHO, you wanted to kill Voldemort, right? Gemini was a little unsure whether the man in front of him was Dumbledore. There is no doubt about this. I want to kill him in my dreams now. Dumbledore nodded, but it's not because he is the Dark Lord. As Dumbledore said, he picked up the book that Gemini had just flipped through and put it back on the shelf. When Voldemort was in school, he was a handsome boy, but I will see him again more than a decade later. When he was almost no one. I know he has gone on a crooked road, but I didn't kill him. In fact, I have been trying to persuade him to return to the right path. At least at that time, he can still communicate. Dumbledore said with some regret, it's a pity that he didn't listen to me, perhaps because his soul splits too many times, and he has done a lot of evil magic experiments. He made himself inhuman and ghost. Yes, he has completely lost his reason as a human being, evil and crazy, and I decided to kill him at that time. Unfortunately, it is too late. He already has the means to make me unable to kill him easily. I have to say that Voldemort is indeed the only genius I have seen in my life in terms of magical talent alone. Then, shook his head regretfully. If you want to learn the fierce fire spell, I can teach you, Gemini. Dumbledore looked at Gemini with a calm look, but I hope you will remember me every time you use it. Teachings. Although you may find it annoying. You just said that as a teacher, the greatest pride is to cultivate an outstanding student. Gemini nodded gently. As a student, the greatest fortune is to meet a sincere and selfless teacher, the professor. I assure you that I will remember your teachings. For Dumbledore, Gemini is respected from the heart. This old white-bearded grandfather's age is more than 10 years longer than his 2 lifetime ages multiplied by 3, even if not in terms of knowledge, etc., from the point of view of his age who can still live and dance at night. Can already be regarded as auspicious, not to mention that he is also known as the greatest principal ever at Hogwarts. Very well, you are much better than I was when I was a teenager. Dumbledore looked at Gemini gently and nodded with satisfaction. Although saying this at this time may make you unhappy, but I think right now you are not suitable for learning the fierce fire curse. So you plan to teach me something else first? Gemini asked. That's right. Dumbledore nodded and motioned for Gemini to follow him and leave the restricted area all the way. The two passed through the rows of bookshelves. Dumbledore came to the area of transfiguration, picked out a book and handed it to Gemini. In my opinion, for you now, this should be the most suitable for you. Gemini reached out and took the thick book, his eyes swept across the cover. Animagus. Animagus is a very advanced transformation art. Mastering Animagus can greatly enhance the control of his own magic power. Another point is that I hope you can before you learn to fight against Dementors. Learn how to avoid it first. Dumbledore blinked. Actually, I wanted to ask before, are you so obsessed with fighting the Dementors, do you want to prepare for the future? So I am already Azkaban's reserve for you. Gemini's face turned black. Just take care of your business, you should reflect on yourself. Reflect on what? Dumbledore was puzzled. Most of the people who live in the Azka class are students taught by Hogwarts. Dumbledore. At this moment, his brain was running at high speed, thinking hard about how to refute Gemini. A few seconds later, Dumbledore sighed sadly. For Gemini's words, he couldn't find any room for refutation. Look, Professor Dumbledore's teaching level. Gemini spread out her hands, with a hint of yuppie in her exaggeration. So many students have gone to Azkaban for further studies. Dumbledore looked at the sky awkwardly. And I heard that if you cheat on the OWL exam, you will be sent to Azkaban. Gemini couldn't help but laughed out. Then if a student is caught cheating, what should he say? You may not believe it when you come out, but I was actually admitted. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Azkaban. Hogwarts actually has 5 colleges, right? It is also your student. I am preparing for further studies. Is this reasonable? Hey? Professor, why are you not talking anymore? Professor. Dumbledore hid his face and fled. In the next few days, Gemini did not see Dumbledore again. This made Gemini feel a little guilty and was condemned by his conscience. It was not until he realized where his conscience was that he could calm down and start learning Animagus with peace of mind. The Animagus cultivation method, the first step, for a whole month, from full moon to full moon, you must keep a single leaf of mandrake in your mouth. Be careful not to swallow the leaves or take out your mouth at any time. If the leaves leave your mouth, the whole process must start again. No wonder not many people can learn, this thing requires great perseverance. It was another Sunday. At breakfast, Gemini was eating butter peas while flipping through the Animags. Animagus. Audria on the side glanced across the book. Does Lord Fox have a habit of grinding teeth when sleeping? I don't know. Gemini raised his eyebrows. Even if you don't grind your teeth, the success rate is not very high. No wonder there are only 7 legal cases registered in the entire magical world in 100 years. This first step has killed most people. From this point of view, even if there are illegal Animagus, the number is determined. Not much. Harry, his old father and a group of people can learn it is really amazing, even Gemini can't guarantee that he will do it. After all, this kind of thing has nothing to do with strength or talent. How about trying it first? Audrey stood up quickly and hurriedly left. I'm going to ask Professor Sprout for some mandala leaves. Soon, Audrey found the leaves of mandrake. Gemini picked up a leaf and held it in his mouth. How do you feel? How do you feel? Gemini said helplessly, it's just a leaf in it, how can it feel? Grumpy. Gemini accidentally swallowed the leaf. In fact, it doesn't feel very good. Gemini said with a blank expression, when talking and chatting, I unconsciously want to chew, let alone other times. And this is obviously a transformation technique, why is it mostly related to potions? Sighed helplessly, Gemini focused on the panel of the weapon shop. Animagus, the price is £5,000. Without hesitation, Gemini bought it. Complicated knowledge flooded into Gemini's mind for an instant, and then Gemini's face went dark. There are a lot of transfiguration experience and understanding of Animagus in my mind, but because Animagus transformation requires a unique potion and also senses his second heartbeat, various procedures are very complicated. So the store does not have the ability to transform Gemini directly. Damn. Refund. 2-in-1, 4,000 character chapters, ask for monthly pass, ask for rewards, ask for recommendations, ask for collections, big people. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Your Choice is Wrong. Chapter 60 Your Choice is Wrong. The first step of Animagus practice for a month, from full moon to full moon, in his mouth a leaf of mandala grass. Step 2 Take out the leaf at the full moon, fill it with saliva in a crystal vial, soak the leaf in it, and let it receive the pure moonlight. If dark clouds are over there that night, you will have to find a new piece of mandrake. Yeah, I've started all over again. Add a piece of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the crystal vial shining in the moonlight. The dew must be collected from a place where there is no sunlight or human contact for 7 days, and finally a pupa of the grimace hawk moth is added. Place this mixture in a quiet, dark place and don't look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm. Gemini hasn't even completed the first step now. In fact, he had contained the mandala leaf for a week, until he received a letter from the Ministry of Magic. The sender is Kingsley Shaker, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and has not had any contact with Gemini before. He was entrusted by Dumbledore to send a letter to Gemini. The letter said that when he interrogated Quirrell, he learned that Quirrell had been sleeping with his head on a pillow during the period when Voldemort was possessed, sometimes because of he accidentally turned over while sleeping and was punished by Voldemort. Rather than saying that the reason Voldemort punished him most is because he turned over when he slept. Then when Gemini laughed, he was choked by the mandala grass in his mouth and coughed out accidentally. So for Kingsley's blessing, Gemini had to wait for the next full moon night and try it again. During this period, Gemini also won the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Originally, he thought that the Hogwarts Quidditch competition was a promotion system, but found that each college had to compare the previous game one by one, and the Quidditch Cup was judged by the total score of the game. The most critical point: the golden snitch can't be caught casually. In the case of the same number of wins, the Quidditch Cup is calculated according to the total score at the end of the game, and the player with the highest total score wins the Quidditch Cup. In the third Quidditch Cup final, Wood told Harry that he must be more than 50 points ahead to catch the golden snitch. Otherwise, even if he wins the game, he will miss the Academy Cup. From the beginning of the school to the present, Slytherin has gone through 2 games in total, and Gemini ended the fight in a thunderous manner. This resulted in Slytherin's total score is not high, only 320 in total. Of the points, 300 of them were obtained by Gemini after catching the golden snitch twice. Hufflepuff, who has a record of 1 win and 1 loss, has a total score of 203. However, although this kind of competition system seems to have a lot of loopholes at first glance, the 4 academies have different game times and different wins and losses. Therefore, there is no loophole at all. It is impossible to use the idea of extending the game time to score points. It can only control the score slightly. Just after Gemini's second victory in the game, he received an invitation from the British Quidditch national team, and Gemini refused without even thinking about it. The strongest Quidditch team in the UK is not the national team, but the Quidditch UEFA Cup teams from the private sector. As for the British national team, even if it can't compare to a certain football player in the previous life, it's not far off. It is not an exaggeration to say that among these private teams, even the most famous Chadley artillery team can play against the British national team back and forth. As for what kind of team the Chadley artillery team is, Gemini can only say that if it weren't for the former Chadley, it was too brilliant, and if the fans were hardcore enough, their current situation would never be any better than a certain football. So for the current Gemini, he has no plans to join any professional team. Gemini, who was devoting himself to the practice of animagus, started the practice of animagus again at the second full moon. A Mandela leaf was in his mouth. One day passed, and Gemini closed his mouth tightly and said nothing. 1 week later, Gemini is still silent. He hasn't brushed his teeth for a week. Half a month passed, and Gemini hadn't even eaten much for a while, and spent most of his life relying on the satiety potion prepared by Snape. Finally, it is another full moon day. The clear moonlight spilled from the sky, shrouded Gemini's handsome face, as if it was plated with silver on his body. Snape helped to collect all the materials needed for animagus potion. Gemini took out the Mandela leaf from his mouth and put it in a bottle full of his saliva, and added the hair and collected dew, and finally added a pupa of the grimace hawk moth. After it fully absorbed the moonlight purification, Gemini put it in an abandoned small storage room in Snape's potions office, and began to quietly wait for the arrival of the rainstorm. The third step of animagus practice: while waiting for the storm to come, the following actions should be performed every sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of the wand to the heart and say the spell, Amato, Animo, Anima Meni, Animagus. The time to wait for the storm to come can be weeks, months, or even years. During this period, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and not in contact with the sun. Sunlight pollution will cause the worst mutations. If you continue to recite the mantra at sunrise and sunset, you will encounter a certain moment, when the tip of the wand touches your chest, you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than the original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Everything must be unchanged as usual. The spell must be pronounced the correct number of times, and no one can be missed. This means that during this time, Gemini can no longer sleep well, wake up earlier than the sun every day, wait quietly for the sunrise, and always pay attention to the weather. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Repeated this for about a week. It was another sunset. When Gemini again pointed his wand at his heart and chanted the spell, he felt another heartbeat in his chest. The heartbeat came suddenly and violently. The surging heartbeat echoed with the heart in Gemini's chest cavity, and the frequency slowly reached synchronization. Gemini felt another heartbeat. 2 days later, the sky was overcast. It is not too difficult to wait for a storm in Britain in this early spring. If all goes well, then today will be the day when Gemini becomes animagus. Finally, when the first lightning pierced the sky, Gemini jumped up in the classroom of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and rushed out of the classroom under the horrified eyes of a group of students. On the podium, Snape held the book calmly and continued the lecture, without any reaction at all, as if blind. Pushing open the door of the potion office, Gemini found the bottle of potion he had put in the small storage room. When it was put in, the small bottle was still filled with saliva, and at this time it had completely transformed into a blood-red potion, which was about a bite. Holding the blood-red potion, Gemini rushed to the door of the principal's office. Password. At the door of the principal's room, the stone beast's voice was majestic and solemn. ZZB Candy. Your password is wrong. Boom. Your choice is also wrong. Gemini kicked it to the head, then reached out and pressed his hand on the wall behind the stone beast, left and right separation. The wall cracked, revealing the spiral staircase behind the wall. Soon, Gemini came to the door of the principal's office and knocked on the shiny oak door. "Please come in." Dumbledore's kind voice sounded behind the door. Gemini pushed in and saw Dumbledore sitting behind his desk. "Which college does this impolite kid belong to? Albus, you should deduct his points severely." On the wall next to him, a portrait that looked a little shameless said loudly, "He kicked the guardian stone beast's head, damn it, is he the cub of the dragon? That poor guy has been there for centuries." "Calm down, Phineas, Gemini. He is a Slytherin student and has excellent grades," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "That's okay." Phineas closed his eyes when he heard the words, and began to pretend to be dead. "No, he is a dead man himself. I'm very sorry, Professor, I was too anxious just now. I will apologize to it next time I see it," Gemini said, raising the potion bottle in his hand. "The potion is ready." "Ah, the first-year freshman has learned animagus. You are really talented, Gemini." Dumbledore nodded gently. "Then let's start now." "Here." Gemini looked around the ornately decorated principal's office. "It's all right here, believe me, even if you become a mad elephant, I can restrain you," Dumbledore said cheerfully. Gemini heard the words, and no longer inked. The magic wand pointed in his heart, Amado, Animo, Animado, Animagus. The spell ended, and he felt the second heartbeat again. Then, Gemini opened the potion bottle and drank the blood-red potion completely. As the potion was drunk, a strong pain quickly enveloped Gemini. The potion bottle in his hand fell to the ground, smashed to pieces, and Gemini clutched his chest and fell to the ground. The smooth forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was clutching his chest, his pupils trembling, and gasping for breath. At the same time, a red light and shadow appeared in Gemini's mind. The red beating like a flame elf, the pain from his body made Gemini scream. "Don't resist, Gemini." Dumbledore's voice seemed to have a reassuring power from a distant place. "Follow the guidance of that power and let go of your mind and body." In the principal's office, Gemini's screams became more and more acute, like a woman's groaning and crying, and like a baby's laughter, sounding very strange. Finally, after a long time, the weird cry finally calmed down completely. At the location where Gemini was just now, a fiery red shadow was quietly lying. The 3,000 character chapter is not a big chapter. Let's be a 1.5 chapter. Because it's Valentine's Day, I want to accompany my girlfriend today, so I'll update a little bit less, ha ha ha. I wish you all a happy Valentine's Day and find yourself if you have no objects. The other half, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. End of this chapter.